If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 61. Chapter 61. Advanced Action. Nothing happened. I passed on your advice to others. I see. Thank you, Rithus-san. I ran to the Artemis Familia home after sending Hephaestus-sama to the forge. Tsubakine was already there and knew of this danger. I gave the remaining M9 to Lady Artemis. Hephaestus-sama already has one. Lady Artemis could use it. Nobu-kun. Ah, I see. She must have noticed it. My apprehension about this situation. Miko could protect my family and friends back in those iterations, but that's with my complete armory. That's how I achieved a thorough protection detail with them when the 5th iteration began. I might be stronger now, but my means are still limited. I am not talking about magic tools and swords, it is my full-on technological prowess. Surveillance could be done by Miko at all times with her network. That's why I am confident with their safety even if I couldn't return before the incidents began. Phew. I exhaled deeply. I'm fine, Lady Artemis. I got this. Hearing this, she simply smiled. I genuinely stopped. What are you planning to do? Rithus-san asked. I will forward the raid's start. By tomorrow at the latest, it should happen. They shouldn't be left unattended anymore. The meeting initiated by Hermes Familia is only a formality, a call for cooperation with the other familias. Since Valletta Greed and Olivas Act are gone, Knossos has no more creatures. The leaders of Evilus are gone, too. As for demi-spirits, they are immobile. They fall at a great disadvantage during sieges. More so, the strongest demi-spirits on the 59th and 60th floors aren't called back to Knossos, at least from what I knew. Enyo used Philis to go up on those floors since gods couldn't enter the dungeon. There is some sort of mechanism there, I believe. Valletta could have fulfilled the role for him in the name of the partnership, but she was gone. I knew how complicated the floors above 50 are. At least, these floors are several times bigger than Orario. Without a suitable contact, they won't be able to make it. Will you join? Yes. I replied to Lady Artemis. With my recent level up and mana furnace, I would be able to use grand-scale spells. Before, I separated the output levels of my spells into 3 levels. I could use the first one without Falna. The second one requires one of my combat suits. Lastly, the third one required Miko's input on judgment. Their complexity was substituted by Miko's insane computation speed. Theoretically, I could use the first 2 levels with the help of catalysts. I succeeded in making several catalysts that could house the memory of the second level spells. We will join as well. When will the meeting start? For a moment, I fell silent. Knowing their personalities, I made a decision. All right. I am planning to reveal myself either way. I am not foolish to think that I wouldn't be discovered by Loki and Hermes familia after using a grand-scale spell. Instead of leading to misunderstandings, it's best to throw the red identity away. In the first place, I made it to deflect future questions. Not showing my true face could spell insincerity. Why would they believe me if I hid my identity? I will use the trust built upon us to better convince them. I'll go take care of things for now. In the afternoon, Hermes Familia received an unusual visitor. Until when would you stop appearing like this? MN. The red-haired man ate the crispy Jagamerican he bought a while ago. The effects of his The One Ring went off, hence the current situation. Isn't this cool? I bet Lord Hermes would like to make an entrance like this. He placed the brown bag of Jagamerican on their table. Anyways, here's some coffee and snacks. Asfi looked at the troublesome man dubiously. Whenever he had done this, a trouble is about to come. That's how it was when they investigated Daedalus Street and Iclos Familia. Bam! The door was opened. Speak of the devil. I reckon you have something important to discuss. Hermes saw Nobu and asked naturally. Yet. Before I mention it, I apologize to Miss Asfi in advance. Hey. She wore a tired look as she reluctantly accepted her fate. Last night, demi-spirit, the captain of Iclo's familia, was killed. From that, I received two important things. Nobu brought out one of the deadless orbs as well as deadless notebook. He held them in both hands as he finished eating the Jagamerican. The orb is the key I have mentioned before. Meanwhile, this notebook has all the details of Knossos. The two took some time to digest the truth. So, are you planning to attack Knossos? As expected of Miss Asfi. I am. Rather, it is the best time to do so. Hearing this, Hermes let out his doubts. Why is it the best time? Enyo. Nobu paused before he continued, we shouldn't let Enyo be. Trust me, no, rather, trust my evidences. You won't like to see what'll happen in the end game. When their cooperation deepened, Nobu shared more information to Hermes' familia to Hermes and Asfi. That included Evilus, creatures, demi-spirits, and Enyo. Although the creatures and demi-spirits are quite far-fetched, they believed him simply due to the accuracy of his intel regarding Evilus. The ones they interrogated last midnight validated it. As for Enyo, it is completely unknown. Also, would it help if Valletta Greed is truly dead? Asfi was the first one who connected the dots. You fought Valletta Greed last night. That's how it went. You said she was a creature, right? She should have had a terrifying body and recovery, to speak. I have some good friends. Gale Wind. Asfi recalled the figure of Tay Adventurer last night. Both Hermes and Asfi are familiar with Gale Wind. She went on a rampage to root out many Evilus bases on the surface. She killed every single suspected people that have a connection with Evilus. That rampage went too far that everyone in Orario condemned her, which led to the guild issuing a blacklist. Though, that was also a form of protection to de-escalate things. Nobody sought her after that. Nobu skillfully changed the direction of their talks. If my words aren't enough. It's enough. Hermes stared straight into his eyes before smiling. The former knew that everything is the truth. There are no signs of Nobu lying. What do you want to do? He asked. Rally everyone. Freya Familia wouldn't participate unless Orario's threatened, but Loki Familia's help is vital. There are at least 2 demi-spirits in Knossos. Though after that, you won't need to worry about high-level adventurers. Levis was born 2 years from now. They don't have to worry about the assault of a level 7 all of a sudden. That's why Nobu wanted to begin the attack despite its rushed manner. I would like to begin tomorrow. Tomorrow? I'm afraid that'd be too hard. The preparations would take longer than that. Hermes replied. Preparations? I got that covered. Fortunately, he resolved the preparations part as early as 2 weeks ago. High potions, weapons, even magic swords and magic tools. Enough to supply the Loki Familia and several others. One by one, he placed different types of potions and high potions. It was then followed up with several weapons as well as magic swords. The last one is a number of magic tools, including ones that look like a metallic orb. Asfi's sharp eyes caught the difference in his magic swords. Is that serious unbreakable magic swords? Yet. I had around several dozen. That should work, no? She looked at him with disbelief. She could imagine how huge his networks are. These are bought legally, all right? You don't have to worry about that one. Meanwhile, Hermes was also surprised by his preparations. It was as if he had been preparing for weeks. Are you convinced with it? Nobu asked Hermes. Very. It went far outside my expectations. Asfi followed up, I am curious how you got everything, but I will refrain from asking questions. For them, there is no reason for Nobu to lie. If he didn't have enough supplies as he stated, they wouldn't be able to start the raid as he wanted to. Lord Hermes, can you name the familias that could join? The three began to lay the plan out. When asked about the top familias in Orario, two names would come to their minds, Freya and Loki familia. The former has the warlord Otter, the soul level 7 in the dungeon city, as its leader. There are also level 6 executives such as Hogni Ragnar, Alan Frummel, Hayden Selland, and the 4 Gulliver brothers. Meanwhile, Loki familia has 3 level 6 leading the Frey Findium, Riverial Joseph, and Gareth Landrock. The other executives are all level 5s, including the famed sword princess, Kenki. It could be seen that the Freya familia surpasses the Loki familia in terms of combatants. However, the former was known to be unresponsive to most of Orario's matters unless it threatens to destroy it, such as the ritual of the 6 great spirits. Without a clear threat, they wouldn't be convinced, more so when the current operation is more likely a clean-up than anything. Thus, Hermes ended up consulting with Loki familia. After some greetings, he went inside the captain's office. Loki, Finn, and Riveria was present. Knossos. Finn muttered as he couldn't believe such a place is real. It exists. Loki confirmed the fabled deadless labyrinth found in various myths. That guy went crazy and wanted to surpass the dungeon. Heard this from the old man himself. Anyways, how did you come to this conclusion? Did he order you to find something? She asked. About that? You're mistaken. It's quite a long story, actually. Hermes began telling Loki the source of his information. PFF. A phantom thief. Ah, this brings back some good memories. Loki is well known as a trickster god back in Tenkai. She did many trickery, and one such example was stealing several divine artifacts. It's not like you to be led by the nose. She remarked. You must have dug his identity, no? Hermes gave a wry smile. He's very tricky. Nothing came up from our investigations. Nothing. It was as if red came out of thin air. There wasn't any records of entry or exit on Orario. Neither the surface nor the dark side of Orario had some traces regarding him. They swept through Orario for 2 weeks to no avail. Riveria, who was silently listening, had her doubts. Is there a possibility of it being a trap? We did think of it. Perhaps everything is a trap to deal significant damage to Orario. However, there are many things that contradicts that possibility. Many questions occurred to Hermes. Red had given way detailed information in regards to the dangers held by Knossos. If it was a trap, it'd be a Pyrrhic victory at best. They would sacrifice just as much to deal with them. Hence, I am planning to. Hermes' words were interrupted when one of the windows was propped open. It prompted Finn to reach for his spear while Riveria began to cast her magic. Sue. A man entered from it. He managed to stand up through his incredible core balance. Pardon me for the unannounced intrusion. The man's words were briefly disregarded by Loki. Even now, she has a smirk on her face. I'm amazed. How did you enter, Mr. Phantom Thief? Magic. Seeing his movements, Loki asked Finn and Riveria to drop their hostilities. Loki-sama. Riveria mouthed. Calm down. You'll see something shocking later on. She replied. I didn't expect for you to have this hobby, serious. What? The man, Nobu, reacted by tapping his mask 4 times. It showed out of thin air. When he removed it, his appearance changed to normal. His hair turned white while his height reverted to normal. I am sorry about those times, Lord Hermes. Naturally, he didn't have to keep his act any longer. His playful remarks changed back to a formal one. I got it. This is my loss. Hermes shrugged while raising his hands in defeat. To think you were serious all along. Now we're even. The two exchanged knowing looks. Nobu knew about the surveillance way back when he became a level 2. The time he led Hermes' familia to their noses could be considered his payback. Hermes understood this and let the matter go. Although, it couldn't stop questions from brewing. Serious? I truly apologize for this one. Nobu replied to Rivia. All right. Loki's eyebrow rose as she glanced at the two. She realized how familiar both of them are. I shall answer all your questions after I tell this story of mine. Nobu began revealing his encounters. From his initial encounter with Valletta during the 27th nightmare until his latest counter-kill after the ambush, he left nothing behind. To convince them, he knew telling half-baked lies might backfire. In the end, it didn't involve his otherworlder status. He didn't need to come up with lies this time. His strength could be reasoned out as talents and the journey he often spoke of. Still, it was inevitable for the four people inside this room to spot some inconsistencies. Nobu saw this through their expressions. I won't keep this a secret. Actually, it is due to my skill. I discovered Enyo's existence as well as the demi-spirits solely because of it. As to what it is, I would like to keep it a secret. He paused before he continued, I swear anything isn't under the premise of annihilating Evilus as well as other evil forces threatening Orario's safety. The two gods saw he did not lie. He truly got the information due to a skill. Both of them presumed it to be something gained from Falna. After all, nothing is impossible in Gakkai, more so when the person in question broke the level up records consecutively. It is something that could be considered Nobu's talent. His intent is also against Evilus. He is not plotting something harmful for Orario. Loki took Hephaestus' personality as a guarantee due to her deep friendship with Hestia, her sworn nemesis that only does good. Raiding the labyrinth Knossos. That's your goal, serious? Yes, Finn-san. It should be the perfect time to do so. Finn understood his intent. Valletta agreed, the leader of Evilus, was killed with their joint efforts. It is akin to beheading the enemy camp's commander. Leveraging on their enemy's confusion is common in such scenarios. He looked at Loki as the latter gave a brief nod. We will participate on this operation. As for the supplies, you can take it with the 20% discount. Our previous agreement is included in the supplies. I understand. Nobu then turned to Hermes before saying, Hephaestus and Artemis Familia will also participate. I see. Aside from the three familias, several more familias should be able to join. Loki Familia is merely Hermes' first stop. After everything that happened inside the office, they went to do their respective things. This moment signified the start of a great operation. It is the time when the threats of Orario will be taken care 3 years in advance. Chapter 62, Chapter 62, Determination. What a long day. I haven't been as tired as now than before. I had to settle many things for tomorrow. My workload might be lesser than Lord Hermes, but I have to do some last-minute forging. That included forging the first batch of magic guns. Through Miracle Maker, I create these guns with passive functions. Both Lady Artemis and Hephaestus Sama had their arcanum sealed. They wouldn't be able to use tools that require magic. Hence, I focused on improving the components. Theoretically, it would be able to inflict considerable injuries to level 3 and even level 4 adventurers. That is the limit of the passive functions bestowed by Miracle Maker. For now, that is. If I could create the more complicated versions, I might be able to upgrade them. Yawn. I looked around. I saw the usual lively sight of Orario. Even in nighttime, it still has that kind of air. Nobody in this crowd knows about the impending clean-up tomorrow. It was publicized that Evilus was utterly destroyed by the operation a month ago. Tomorrow operation might be impossible to hide. On the off chance Thanatos or Enyo, Dionysus, gets killed, there will be a light pillar. Then again, I doubt we'll encounter Enyo. He's crafty enough to lessen his exposure without someone like Philis. My thoughts were halted as I passed by a Jag-American stall. It offered croquettes with different flavors as well as several drinks, coffee included. 3 originals, 2 spicy ones, and a coffee with 2 portions of milk, please. Got it. The human staff managing the stall began taking care of my orders. I was leisurely waiting for it when I came across several acquaintances. Serious? What a coincidence, Daphne-san. They are Daphne-san and Cassandra-san. I discovered some things after the visit from Lord Apollo. These girls are friends for a long time. They are included in the members who chose to leave the familia. I turned to look at Cassandra-san. Greetings. I still have to thank you for that time, Cassandra-san. And no. There's no need to. Somehow, the blue-haired girl overlapped with an introverted guitarist that I know of. Their similarities are uncanny, to say the least. Did the two of you meet? Daphne-san was quite surprised at our interaction. I see. Before she flashed a knowing smile. It's not what you're thinking of. Cassandra-san spoke before I could do so. I shared one of them. Them? Ah, you mean your dreams. That's right. So, stop what you're thinking of. I could see the dormant will of introverts within her. If they gathered to Bocchi-chan in my world, perhaps they gathered to Cassandra-san in Gakkai. I'm curious. Did Sirius believe that? Daphne-san asked. Yes. I do believe her prophecies. Oh. Both of them became perplexed. Daphne-san's is more of a surprise while Cassandra-san is more of a shock. Why, you believed me? Yes. I affirmed once more. Your reminder helped me greatly. It is not an exaggeration to say that. If she didn't prompt me to be cautious, I wouldn't have used my chance for the 8th iteration. I would have saved it for future dangers. Although, it might not work by the time I am ambushed. There are high chances it'll be a repeat of what I experienced with the special grade curse. In short, I owe her a favor. Everything you have predicted happened. I was able to avoid that thanks to your help. Really? Cassandra-san became lost in thought. It's impossible to know her thoughts as of the moment. If she is the same as the Cassandra that I know in the myths, she might have led a difficult life. In the myths, the prophet Cassandra was cursed by Apollo to be never believed by others. It gave her the ability to see impending disasters, yet she is helpless to do anything about it. My situation is at least better than hers. I could affect the future and see its effects with each iterations. Once I come back, I am more confident to turn that future upside down. What do Daphne-san and Cassandra-san like? I pointed at the Jag-American stall. My treat. In the end, Daphne-san chose the flavors. Cassandra-san is currently preoccupied with her thoughts. The former knows her friend best, hence this is also fine. We talked a bit more while waiting for the orders. From Daphne-san, I came to know of their current situation. After leaving Apollo Familia, they surveyed several familia and joined an exploration/production type familia called Maiake Familia. They are only second to Diansect Familia in terms of potion production. I've heard them from the Diansect Familia themselves. It seems that their god is very skillful with medicine, which led to his followers having notable skills themselves. Time passed and our orders were completed. I gave the bag to Daphne-san before bidding farewell. I was about to leave when Cassandra-san snapped back to her thoughts. Thank you. It is the words of a relieved prophet. Is it really fine? Nobu-kun is resolute in certain things. He would go to such lengths because he saved you. Currently, Philis and Harheim are cleaning the dishes. Ever since Philis' arrival, Nobu and Hephaestus had been eating less outside. The arrival of the reliable former vice-captain gave the chance to taste homemade food. She was the former cook of Dionysus' familia. Even Aura, their vice-captain, conceded in her cooking skills. Surprisingly, Harheim is quite proficient with house chores. It is the result of her being ordered around by her fellow familia members in the past. If you're worried about implicating him. Philis could not find the answer to her words. A little over 3 weeks ago, she was the same. She worried about the problems Nobu might face by housing her. She is also worried about her former familia, too. She knew how worried they would become when she went missing. At the same time, she couldn't bear to show herself after becoming a creature. It is different with Nobu around. He made her feel normal. Nobu stated it is nothing more of a special state that Philis remains unaffected. It doesn't affect her in any way other than the constant voices which Ain continuously endured. Nobu-kun already considered it. If it's not a problem, he wouldn't worry about it. Philis developed a deep trust to him. She is unknowingly becoming similar to Ain, her unrestrained self. She is confident of Nobu's abilities. She hadn't seen any look of worry, either. Be it in the surface or hidden, she never felt it once from him. I see. Philis-san might be correct. Harheim was feeling nothing but depreciation. She was always being helped from the day she left her home. Not once could she do the same for others, or so she believes. Nobu helping her this morning came off as a surprise. She heard his identity as Sirius in the red light district and thought he was destined to be a great adventurer. However, he wasn't only an adventurer in her eyes. A hero. Everything she had heard, from his feats down to his good deeds, pointed out to that one fact. The two talked about several things. By the time they were finished, Harheim resolved to help her benefactor. She might be a burden, but she knows about her value from Ishtar familia. Harheim might be naive from the perspective of others, but it is her form of goodwill. In a sense, she and Nobu are similar in this aspect. Knock. Harheim-san. Did I bother you? Not really. I replied. Do you need something? Harheim-san fiddled with her fingers before she responded. I invited her inside the room. It is nothing wrong since this is the designated tool production room. There won't be any awkward air around us. Akasaka-san. You will be participating in an operation tomorrow, right? After the entire networking, I briefly went back to the familia home to talk with Harheim-san. I mentioned having an operation to do tomorrow and that she could refer to Philis about the plan to let her live here temporarily. Yes. Is something the matter? I could help. There's no need to, Harheim-san. It will be dangerous. Even with my magic tools, something might go wrong. The Knossos operation is full of uncertainties. I will be useful. She said. My magic could help you. No. Harheim-san could fall into danger. It's not an ordinary operation. Facing Harheim-san's insistence, I remained resolute. My magic isn't ordinary. I could definitely help. If you don't believe it, I will use it. All of a sudden, her tone became formal. She is speaking pure Japanese this time. I noticed the change and directly looked at her eyes. Harheim-san. Please. Her pleading eyes looked determined. It is the same as when Lady Artemis swore to help me, or when Hephaestus-sama wanted to reforge Sora for my sake. I could name several more occasions, though they all taught me one thing: it couldn't be easily prevented. All right. Inwardly, I thought of the method to politely reject her. I understand how I am burdening the ones I had helped, especially Philis and Ain, without asking for something in return. However, their situation requires for it. They couldn't be spotted by her former familia or acquaintances. The same situation went for Harheim-san. I helped her this morning and promised to thoroughly help her regain freedom. After all, both Dionysus and Ishtar are people I would fight sooner or later. The former is self-explanatory. He would destroy Orario no matter what if left unrestrained. He needs to go back to where he couldn't touch Gakkai. Meanwhile, the latter has huge dealings with Evas. It is inevitable they would be caught in the crossfire sooner or later. I have already showed evidence to Hermes familia. As long as they verify it with the clues inside Knossos, Ishtar familia is done for. Grow. That power and that vessel. breadth of wealth and breadth of wishes. Until the bell tolls, bring forth glory and illusion. This. A weird aura surrounded Haruim-san. It is the long-lost feeling from my future iterations. No doubt. Talisma. Talisma is a power exclusive to spirits. But, it could also be present in something divine. Both spirits and gods exist in a higher state than mortals, hence their power. Talisma negates lower-ranking magic. That phenomenon is known as rank disparity extinction. Grow. Confine divine offerings within this body. This golden light bestowed from above. Golden particles of light enveloped her and in turn, myself. A vague image of a hammer is presented in my eyes. Briefly, I saw the origin of her magic. Into the hammer and into the ground, may it bestow good fortune upon you. Grow. With the last line, something changed within myself. A surge of power came out of nowhere. Instinctively, I sought for the status in my back. Level 4. Strength, D534 Defense, D504 Dexterity, D536 Agility, D527 Magic, D556. Hacker, F Ubiquitous, H. Orionids. Memoir Manifest. Miracle Maker. Child of Constellations. Proof of Combat, F. 64% to be upgraded. Nothing changed from my status. The 5 attributes skyrocketing to D must be the work of my cheat as well as my feats. The achievement of killing a level 5, level 4, and dealing a fatal hit to a level 6 transformed into high-quality Excelia. My status jumped from 0 to 500 in one go. The feats in my 8th iteration, the truly ridiculous ones for Gakkai, might have affected it, too. However, this is not the main focus. Level 4. I began to doubt if I was hallucinating. Nothing changed from the numbers on my status, only the level. From the previous level 3, it became level 4. Could it be? Akasaka-san, this is my magic. From what the others said, it is a level boost. I fell silent before accepting her explanation. There are far more ridiculous things in my world. I was simply surprised of its effects. I understand. It comes with a duration, no. Yes. It only lasts for less than 10 minutes. I digested her explanation. Haruim-san, why did you reveal this to me? Aren't you worried I might do something bad? The sheer value of her magic speaks for itself. If it didn't have any limitations, it could affect even level 7 adventurers. They could possess the power of a level 8 in a short time. It is enough to overturn Orario's current status. The top-ranking familias could be brought down with her power. I couldn't fathom why Haruim-san revealed something as important as this to me. No. You are very trustworthy, Akasaka-san. For me, you are. Haruim-san's voice became lower. A tinge of blush could be seen to her face. A hero. Hero. It is somewhat in my expectations. However, I could not bring to treat myself as such. All the things I had done in those future iterations is not something I would consider heroic. I killed. I killed. I killed more. That was what I did. When it comes to reality, I never took care of them personally, but I had many contacts to do my bidding. It felt natural before I fell to Gakkai. When I killed people myself, a sense of disconnection occurred within me. Although I fixed it now, I couldn't bring to call myself as such. Still, I knew some people might see me as such. Haruim-san is one of them. Earlier, you looked like a hero. I see. I understood it the best that forcefully imposing your views could be detrimental. I let Haruim-san perceive me as such. A hero. My thoughts went back to normal. Haruim-san. It'd be best to keep this a secret. There are many familia who would kill to have you with them. All right. Fortunately, she seriously thought of my advice. In exchange for your magic, I will demonstrate my own. A level 4. It might be possible. First, I cast Sirius. It went smoother than before. It is also far stronger due to Harumi-san's magic. I haven't modified it as of now, yet it became stronger on its own. It broke one of the rules of Mana Furnace. Harumi-san let out a surprised look when she saw my new features. Akasaka-san. It's one of my magic. It is akin to an enchantment. I see. She became lost in thought for a while. I took out a catalyst in the form of a dagger. I started imbuing the necessary information inside. The mage developmental ability appeared in my status. I used it to summon forth the support magic that came with it. A white magic circle appeared beneath my feet. 5 minutes later, I completed it. The increased computation speed allowed for such process. Right now, I am akin to a level 6. The sensation matched when I became one during my 8th iteration, as a creature. Phew! The grand scale spell I could only cast with Miku and the suit. I still could not cast it in its full glory, the maximum output achieved by judgment. I reckon I would be able to do so as a level 7. That time, I will achieve the semi-magister rank. It was something far from me a month ago, but Kakai opened those possibilities. Apertus inanuatera mirabili. Open the door to my Wonderland. A complex magic circle unfolded. It is small in size, but its complexity far surpasses most magic in Orario. A bright light flashed. Moments later, I found myself inside a dojo. Akasaka-san. Harumi-san looked at the place in surprise. Welcome to this world. This is my magic. The design for the dojo was completed. The parameters inside Alice's Wonderland is far more complicated than before. Harumi-san. Yes. Do you want to see your hometown? It is the feature in the spell's complete state, the level of a grand magicka. I would be able to let others design the surroundings based on their imagination. The fleeting complex feelings passed by easily. Harumi-san made her decision and nodded. Please hold my hand. She was startled before continuing to do so. A hint of shyness is seen on her face. The moment our hands came in contact, the surroundings were overwritten. It changed to a huge mansion. An altar could be seen within the room along with incenses and offerings. Seeing the text, symbols, and figures drawn in the room, I paused. Amaterasu. You know her? Well, yes. This incident caused us to talk more closely. Chapter 63, Chapter 63, Guests. Room of Prayers. Hidden beneath the guild building, it is the place frequented by a select few. It is the lodging of Ouranos, the god who keeps the dungeon silent through his prayers' divine will. He is one of the supreme gods who descended to Kakai in order to keep the agreement between the gods and the dungeon. As a price, Ouranos couldn't move a single step beyond his seat. The prayers in the dungeon would collapse, which would cause the dungeon to go berserk. All of the monsters inside it would go into a frenzy to go to the surface. In simpler terms, a dungeon break. It is the main reason why Ouranos chose a proxy, the renowned sage, Philis. Other than him, only select gods could come in contact with him. One of them happened to be Hermes. Knossos. Ouranos couldn't help but reminisce about his former familia member, Daedalus. The prodigy was responsible for designing the entire Orario from the districts and infrastructures down to the sewage system. It is indeed his writing. He placed down a copy of Knossos section. Sirius handed it over. He gave us a copy. I saw the original for a while, though. Ouranos turned to Philis, the robed skeleton. How was it? Everything seems normal, but there is a surprise. He briefly paused, feeling complicated by what he discovered. The entire Hephaestus familia home is covered with dozens of spells. A complex interweaved network of spells that are always active. If not for my luck, I wouldn't have seen it. The sage was shocked by the defenses erected by Nobu. He knew the difficulty of learning magic in this world. He took nearly 100 years with mysteries skill to create the Philosopher's Stone. As for the resurrection magic he had prepared, it is laden with restrictions. Even the difficulty of using it is another matter. To see a child, much less a 12-year-old boy, be on the same level as him is shocking. His familiar was almost detected if he chose to go further. Though unbeknownst to him, Nobu noticed everything. Both gods fell silent. They had varying reactions to Fel's words. The discovery of another adventurer who even surpassed Sword Princess is something not to be made light of. They are aware that this era's heroes are the final batch. The success of eliminating the final of the three great quests, the one-eyed black dragon, rests on them. Hermes and Ouranos made their preparations exactly for this moment. The former placed his bets on the seed left by Zeus, while the latter keeps the dungeon in check. That, and the anomalies he had found years ago. With the arrival of the brightest star, the chances went up. Suddenly, Ouranos recalled something. "What do you think of him?" he asked Hermes. "Serious? He's suited to be a great adventurer. The boy is the type to break even God's expectations. He is currently the best choice to lead this era, I admit." "I see." Ouranos fell into a momentary silence once more. "Have you investigated his origins?" Hearing this, Hermes had seemingly caught on to something. "Yes. His background is clean. He was with the Artemis familia outside Orario. The towns and villages they had passed through had traces of him." Hermes and Ouranos exchanged some words before the former left. "It is mainly inquiring about the validity of Nobu's intel regarding Enyo, Evilus, and demi-spirits." Surprisingly, Ouranos acquiesced and confirmed the existence of demi-spirits. Coupled with Enyo, an enigmatic figure who sought Orario's demise, Nobu's information was further validated. Once Hermes left, Fels asked his doubts. "Ouranos-sama, is Sirius connected to that crack?" 12 years ago, a crack appeared in Gakkai. It occurred during the Zeus and Hera familia's expedition. Although it lasted briefly, only Ouranos managed to perceive it clearly. The second time it appeared was 8 years ago. 2 months ago, it appeared again. This time, its duration is far longer. It is similar in nature, albeit possessing a certain difference. Compared to the crack from 12 years ago, it is more stable. Ouranos saw its nature and discovered one thing: it spans between dimensions. Possibly, he might be a being beyond it. An otherworlder. During this era nearing its end, the existence of an otherworlder is akin to a joker. Nobody knew its possible effects. It could be helpful, it could be harmful. It could explain his knowledge. But the depth is another thing. Is his talent this absurd? Fels murmured blankly. In the face of an otherworlder, they chose to remain cautious. It is uncertain whether he will be on their side or not. Ha! What was that? In the middle of the night, Cassandra was woken up. Unlike most people, she could always recall her dreams. Her prophecies always the form of dreams before remembering cryptic lines from them. It was the same this time. Shadows. In her recent dream, she saw shadows. Her surroundings were vague. All she could remember was it. Destiny fulfilled. Cassandra constructed the cryptic message in her dream. The dawn came near. Buried in the past. When the clock starts, the star's destiny shall be fulfilled. Star. Is it Sirius-san again? She immediately drew a connection with her previous dream. The term star was also used, which pointed out to Sirius Orario's brightest star. His title said it all. Upon knowing that something did happen to him, Cassandra confirmed that Nobu is the star. She was quite surprised to dream of his future twice. Dawn. Does it indicate time? Buried. Past. History. When the clock starts. It is vague. Fulfillment. Was it a certain event? Unbeknownst to Nobu, he indirectly caused Cassandra to lose sleep. It worked. Currently, I am testing one of the magic nails. It is easier to make than swords, thus I sometimes opted for it. As long as they are planted preemptively, they could take effect. Under these nails, my body became immobile. I tested the range and effects of it. A level 3 like me couldn't resist it at all. It lasted for 8 seconds before disappearing. Valletta was stunned for at least 4 seconds. Factoring Shuldo, it would have a huge effect for level 5 and below. The principles it worked are similar to the arrows fired by Rithu-san. I did not limit my creations to swords but also consumables. When I discovered that Miracle Maker affected all of my creations, I had this idea. It is the reason behind the creation of several power tools. If not for it, I wouldn't have initiated the creation of guns 2 days ago. The skill resulted in an overall boost of what I could create. It shouldn't be long before I could create motherboards and the likes, maybe a year or so. That time, I will usher to another batch of improvements. If I made a nail gun, yet. I jotted down the ideas on my notebook. The pages are about to run out, hence I started stuffing some scratch papers on it. Then again, I am planning to buy a new one soon. The paper-making industry in Orario is mature enough for paper to be cheap. I tip my hat off to them. They unlocked the possibility of education through it. Although gods made their progress messy, it also has benefits. Looks like I'll save Memoir Manifest for later. There are times when I got something useful from it. Unfortunately, I couldn't manufacture them with their complexity. I could create some downgraded versions, but it wouldn't help much. I treated the skill as a personal gacha of sorts. Who knows, maybe I could summon Satoru-san and put an end to Kakai's problems. Just kidding. Teacher. How was it? While I was busy testing it, Lily underwent the gravity training. She could withstand around 70 kilograms under the gravity slab. Her status also increased by a huge margin since we started training a month ago. Unlike most adventurers, her status never stopped improving. She didn't slack off and fought many strong beings inside Alice's Wonderland. The experience and techniques gained from those battles counted as Excelia. Add to that her progress inside the dungeon, it was inevitable to be like this. Nevertheless, it was far slower than the insane improvements I got. Lily is far from the requirement of leveling up. It might take her around a year to do so. Gaining high-quality Excelia is quite easy for her after fighting a plethora of enemies, hence Lily only has to focus on gaining more status. It'd be best if she reaches S in one stat before leveling up, too. I heard that is the baseline for Ai-san and Tiona-san. I could still endure it, teacher. Lily said. Can I add another set of bracers? Oh? Are you sure? Yes. The training continued. Inside Knossos, the occasional size of a god filled the cave. Hey! Things might be over earlier. Thanatos recalled the recent events. Yesterday, Valletta and Olivas Act left for Sirius Akasaka Nobu. Both had a grudge against the recent star of Orario. They fell to his hands. They were two of the remaining high-end combat force, hence they were left alone. However, an unexpected thing happened. Valletta Greed and Olivas Act, level 6 and level 3 creatures respectively, died. Thanatos sensed the fauna on their backs disappear as they left for the underworld. Serious? How intriguing! Thanatos lazily crossed his arms. It could only be him. Nobu was in his sights back when Valletta was recently resurrected as a creature. Her obsession with Nobu had long been obvious to Thanatos. He expected she would be able to go past this and grow into a reliable leader. I wonder how he did it. What do you want? A man with disheveled hair talked to Thanatos as he hammered through the cave. His thin and sickly body stood out. It's as if he was long tired with life. Although, beneath his pupils lay determination, or rather, a crazed pursuit. Such was the fate of those bearing the deadless bloodline. 1,000-year curse is passed from the moment of their birth. How many cursed tools could you make? I have a feeling it'll be needed in the future. I don't have time for this. Our time is limited. But Hephaestus' familia might have found this place? Your brother brought the book with him. Thanatos arrived at this conclusion solely due to the failure of Valeta's ambush. The notebook contained blueprints of the Knossos. Though, the entrances on different floors weren't included since they are impromptu. All right. Seeing Barca agree, Thanatos had accomplished his task. Enyo. I wonder when you'll show yourself. Bam. Damn it. Completely unlike his facade, Dionysus showed a hysterical look. He had been relying on his divine wine to get himself drunk. That way, he could maintain his persona. Once it dies down, his mask falls off. How useless. Evilous. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Should I abandon them? No. They still have their uses. He thought of the demi-spirits he had planted. All 6 jewel fetus were planted through Evilus' help. Their dealings went as far back as 12 years ago. Orario was still in its dark age due to the defeat of Zeus and Hera familia. Order had nearly collapsed if Loki and Freya familia hadn't acted in time. The power Evilus held in the past was sufficient to go down the lower floors. The most developed jewel fetus was planted in the 60th floor. The next one was planted in the 59th floor. As for the rest, they are located between the 40 to 50 floors. I need to transfer their locations. The biggest dilemma faced by him was transferring the demi-spirits. A total of 3 demi-spirits are being housed inside Knossos. They required nutrients in the form of adventurers and monsters alike, thus they were left alone for a few years. There could be accidents which could kill the demi-spirit. In that case, the jewel fetus had to be preserved and planted to another monster. Unfortunately, doing all of these proved to be difficult without external help. Valeta's disappearance impacted his plans a lot. There is no longer someone willing to fully cooperate with him. Actually, it isn't theoretically a problem. There is still someone on their side who could do this. However, whether she was willing or not depends on her mood. If I had Philis. He grimaced at that thought. Damn it. Slowly, his 12 years of planning fell apart. In the midst of the night, members from Ganesha familia patrolled around Deadless Street. Not many adventurers wandered in this street. Nevertheless, there are people who saw their unusual act. Whenever someone passed through a certain location, they would be stopped. This is a restricted area. Please stay away. Restricted area. One of the adventurers was dissatisfied. I am using this route ages ago. Since when was it a restricted area? It is an order from the guild. Hearing the guild's name, he reluctantly accepted the explanation. When the adventurers went away, the members of Ganesha familia started chatting. This mission. Yet. It's quite abrupt. The Ganesha familia was only briefed 3 hours ago. They were publicly told that there would be a joint operation with several familias to eradicate the remnants of Evilus. Let's trust in the captain. She knows what we're doing. The person in question, Shakti Varma, is standing in front of a massive door along with the other familia captains. They entered the sewage from Deadless Street. Much to their surprise, something remained hidden in this inconspicuous floor until now. This is made of orichalcum. She was stunned to see a tall door made of pure orichalcum. Level 5 adventurers wouldn't be able to damage it whilst level 6 could barely do so at an incredible expense. It remained hidden after all these years. Without his help, we wouldn't have discovered it easily. Asvi mumbled. She took out a red orb engraved with D. She controlled the circuits to let out the specific frequency. Hum. A strong sound was made as the door to the hidden labyrinth opened. A long pathway welcomed them along with the chilling wind. The hidden labyrinth welcomed its first guest in a while. Chapter 64, Chapter 64, Hidden Labyrinth. On the surface of Orario, there was only one entrance to Knossos, the sewage. It is the sewage system located beneath Daedalus Street. The path to the entrance is relatively narrow. Fortunately, they have Nobu's intel and Daedalus notebook. Finn, the commander of this operation, chose a flexible approach. They would attack all 3 entrances from the 1st to the 12th floor. They would employ multiple attacks on several fronts. Worse, the ones waiting on ambush on the 6th and 12th floor are unknown to Evilus. Currently, a total of 5 prominent familias are included in this operation. Loki familia serves as the vanguard force along with Ganesha and Hermes familia. They would begin the sweep on the 1st floor. Secured. There's nothing in here. This side too. Tiona proceeded to fiddle with the gadget. Oh, this is interesting. Stop yapping here. We're not out to play. Bet finally had enough of Tiona's voice. He turned off the communication orb made by Sirius. It is one of their trump cards in the operation. It allowed them to communicate through different channels. There are several channels for the executives and captains of each familia. That young Un has a brilliant mind. Gareth saw the orb's significance for exploration at first glance. It isn't an understatement that it would change the way adventurers explore the dungeon. His actions are nothing short of surprising. Finn said. Finn recalled the things Nobu had done within these 2 days. For once, the boy asked them to declare that Loki familia had done the preparations for supplies. The rest of the credit fell to Hephaestus familia. That was to create an atmosphere of them knowing about Knossos for a while. At least, the adventurers would place their faith in their leaders rather than hearing a sudden announcement from a rising star. Nevertheless, Nobu's efforts were shown through his unbreakable magic swords. Finn switched the channel and asked the split-up group to return. Although they had more upper-class adventurers, there remain many unpredictable factors. A voice came from the orb. It belonged to Shakti, the captain of Ganesha familia. We're done securing the entrance. Our group will follow up. Noted. Suddenly, Finn's thumb prickled slightly. It was to the level that slightly bothered him. Something's coming. His premonition was proven right when they saw a swarm of Philis. They looked similar to spiders, different from the expected flower-like monsters. Finn was the first one to see something amiss. He caught a weak glow attached to their backs. Inferno stones. Shielders, brace yourselves. Clang. The adventurers who held the shields braced themselves. It was too late to remind them, thus that was all they could do. They tried their best to seal the gaps between them. Boom. 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 Consecutive explosions appeared from the front. Some shielders fell to the impact. Fortunately, their numbers are plenty. There are new shielders who replaced the fallen ones. The ladder was also pulled over to the rear. At this time, the rear guard finally reacted. Boom! Taking advantage of the narrow pathway, the combined forces of mages started sending out their magic. The shielders skillfully opened some gaps to not get caught by the crossfire. Everyone cooperated tacitly despite not being from one familia. Boom! Some of the magic fired caused the Inferno stones to destabilize, which ended into a chain explosion. When it settled down, all they saw were the corpses of Philis. Finn scanned the area ahead to make sure there aren't any Philis left. That should be everything. Hearing Finn's confirmation, the adventurers began to compose themselves. Despite being veterans, they were still caught off guard right off the bat. Fortunately, everyone was quick to react, showing a high level of alertness inside the dungeon. A/N, for reference, this pathway should fit 10 to 15 people by width. The strongest executives could have spearheaded the operation right off the bat, but some considerations were made. One of them was for the adventurers to tune themselves to Knossos. By the time they had explored the first floor, most of the upper-class adventurers would spearhead the way from the 9th to the 12th floor. It minimizes the danger and allows the adventurers to be attuned inside the labyrinth. They are not lacking time as compared to their original attack. Sorry for taking so long. Hermes Familia was the first one to arrive. Their abilities as an intelligence group aren't something to scoff at. With the map, they didn't lose their way at the very least. Finn waved off Asfi's apologies. "It's fine," he said. "How did it go?" "It's very complex. The pathways are split off a total of 11 times. There were traps placed in the areas stated on the map. True to its creator's intent, the man-made dungeon was made to be just as confusing as the real dungeon. It also incorporated the design of Deadless Street. If not for the map in their hands, they would have lost their way. Mapping the place is extremely difficult as well. In a sense, the notebook saved them a lot of effort." While Asfi was explaining, she caught something amiss. Her current glasses were specially made to be sensitive to magic tools. They only had this function as a result of this specialization. It was something Nobu recommended her to make. That. A surveillance tool. She recalled his reminders. Even Findium couldn't notice it. The surveillance tool looked very small. It was attached to one of the sculptures over their heads. If not for her glasses, she wouldn't have noticed it. "We are being watched." "I see." The Palom captain easily processed it. Asfi took out a silver dagger. It was engraved with complex numerology that encompassed a spell. She deftly threw it in the direction of the surveillance tool. Flash! The silver dagger imploded with white light. "They know about it." Barca silently mulled as he saw the unresponsive screen. He is currently on their base on the 10th floor. It is the place where he watched everything that was happening inside Knossos. "Looks like trouble, Barca-chan." They were expecting Knossos to be revealed through Hephaestus Familia. However, they did not expect the attack to happen today. It was barely 2 days since Valletta died. The amount of preparations they would need to do surpasses this time span. Looking at the way the intruders explored Knossos, they are clearly well prepared. The attack caught everyone off guard. Even, just the sheer number of familias present startled Thanatos. At the same time, he caught on to something uncanny. "We're in trouble, but it's interesting," he said with a smile. "What will you do, Barca-chan?" "This will be the end of our dream," Barca retorted with resentment. Barca didn't have any reactions upon seeing the possible end of their 1,000-year-old dream. He should have been crazed to stop it, but he didn't react that way. The more desperate it was, the calmer he became. It showed his fanatical resolve to protect his wish. "Place a trap on the 6th floor. Everything should be relocated to that floor," he declared. "All right." A total of 4 entrances could be found to Knossos. One in the sewage. Then, on the 6th, 12th, and 18th floors, respectively. A group has to hold the perimeter within the hidden entrances. The vanguard team, the ones responsible for attracting Thanatos' attention, takes care of the sewer entrance. Hephaestus Familia and Artemis Familia, on the other hand, takes care of the 6th floor. Loki Familia's fairy force deals with the 12th floor along with Isan. The remaining Ganesha and Loki Familia members guard the 18th floor. It's awkward here. I knew this could happen when I chose to be with the fairy force. I regained more than half of my magic capabilities. I could deal more damage by sneaking up to them on the 10th floor. Since I remained ahead and concealed, I could strike a surprise attack. Although there could be inconsistencies in my memories of 3 years later, the control room would remain there. Even if Thanatos or Barca aren't present, I could take control of the entire Knossos from there, or at least a good portion of it. The awkwardness came to an end when Isan approached. "I heard you got caught. I am sorry about that one." "It's not your fault." She wore her usual battle garb, breastplate, knee pads, and pauldrons. It is minimal compared to the one I and Kaisen prefer. It's up to one's preferences. Ironically, I am wearing my magician outfit. "Did Lady Riveria punish you?" I asked. Lady Riveria discovered Isan's disappearance when she helped me with Valletta. She scolded me. "The usual, then." Lady Riveria and I-san keep this thing between them, so I've only heard about it during my first visit. Suddenly, the communication orb lit up. It was set to Finsan's channel exclusively. All the captains have access to it. The other captains are aware that I am here, including Varmasan from Ganesha Familia. There are no encounters within the 3 floors. He declared. The traps are still working. There are no encounters with Vielas nor Evilas. I could guess the opponent's move. They must have relocated. Preparations for a huge ambush, perhaps. Lady Riveria was the first to point it out. This could be quite troublesome. We shall be alert for potential attacks. Finsan replied. If we haven't encountered anyone on the 5th floor, it's somewhere on the 6th floor and above. This time, Tsubakine responded. Aight. We'll get ourselves ready. Stillness returned after the conversation. I could see the elves on the ferry force glance to me now and then. I don't know why, but they appeared less condescending. Still, we haven't interacted. I am thankful for I-san's presence. I sent a look of gratitude to her. It's nothing. An image of a girl overlapped with hers. My heart tightened for a moment. No, it's all right. I will go back and deal with everything. Kazumitsu-san has things under control. The years of preparations are not in vain. Now, I realized I should have spent a chance or two to organize my mental state. I don't know if psychiatrists could fix my current state. I-san looked at Knossos' entrance before she said something. You're doing it again. Yes. You're like Bet. Excuse me. I was momentarily confounded. Do I look like someone? I was truly naive to think she hadn't noticed it. I tried my best to hide my reactions. People in this world are this perceptive, hey? Maybe my world's like this too. It's just that I haven't noticed it. Yes. You look like my friend. I confessed. I placed her in danger once. If nothing. She's still alive. I-san doesn't have to worry. I see. Looking at her side view, she is pouting. It disappeared seconds later. It looked like my imagination, but I am not mistaken. I realized she must have been affected by it. Seeing someone else on another girl could be disrespectful. I'm sorry about this. I did what I deemed right. It's fine. I-san went back to her usual poker face. Although, I could see her upbeat mood after this. We continued talking until Finsan's voice reached out to the orb. They're on the 6th floor. We're heading out. Tsubakine replied. Hearing this, I met Lady Riveria's gaze. She then focused her attention to the fairy force, a group of elves proficient in magic. They are a special group in Loki familia. We will move out. Yes. I also did my share of preparations. Wardrobe. The factors present in the 2 magic circles appeared in my mind. It involved the swapping of conjunction space. My magician's outfit was swapped for my full body armor. It has the same design as my black armor but with new functions. Flight. The magic circuits on my feet up to my back lit up. It twisted the electromagnetic field around me, allowing the so-called flight. It has many processes involved. Fortunately, I have Miracle Maker and my enhanced mind. I saw the others' surprised glances aimed at me. Mass gravitas reductio. Mass and gravity reduction. Another spell changed the gravitational pull experienced by my body. It allowed for faster and lighter flight. We are some distance away from the revealed entrance. The surveillance tools haven't caught us. You can fly. I-san's eyes shone brilliantly with her question. Yes. Why didn't you say it? I did. I replied. Lady Riveria asked it once and I mentioned it. Riveria. Lady Riveria, who caught her attention, faced my direction. Take care. She said. Duly noted. I then added, I will be relying on Lady Riveria for my escape. In case I screwed up, I left the other end of recall a kind of ornamental dagger to her. Before the group proceeded to Knossos, I activated composite. Layers of mysteries covered up my entire being. I turned invisible at this moment. Never mind. I was about to say something to Isan when I thought of the flags. I am not superstitious, though I refrain from doing such things. My future iterations are enough. Directio acceleratus. Direction acceleration. I adjusted my balance before I was launched horizontally. I changed my posture to a diagonal as I flew straight inside the hidden labyrinth. My current speed is roughly 20 km per hour. I blitzed through the entire 12th floor with familiarity. It was considered as my home in the 8th iteration, after all. Placing the communication orb in my grasp, I continued to multitask. The perimeters of flight magic has to be adjusted every time I take a turn. It went easier with my armor. I didn't have to worry about my balance and instead focused on my destination. My mind is freer to cast other spells. 5 minutes later, I arrived at the 11th floor. I passed by several Evas members, but they are few in numbers. You went inside, Sirius? I heard Finsan's voice inside the orb. Yes. There are several Evas members on the path I bypassed. From the way it looks, they are heading to the upper floors. I see. It was stated in one of the memos in the notebook that the control room should be placed somewhere around the 10th to the 12th floor. I proposed to ambush everyone on the room while staying under the radar, which was approved by Finsan. No matter how I call composite a fake One Ring, it belongs to its own league. Level 3s haven't discovered me, so were the surveillance tools. As long as I don't interact with objects, my presence would be hidden for level 3 adventurers and below. Right. My magic. I haven't used the chance for Memoir Manifest in an attempt to get something useful today. Considering its duration of 10 minutes, I should activate it now. Using correspondence, I located a place without surveillance tools and Evas members. I calculated the position of the blind spot and used Memoir Manifest. Praetoridium, ostendo tu ipsi. Bygone events, reveal yourselves. The book made of light spread its pages open. Moments later, it changed shape to a rectangular box. It has the same height as me. When the light died down, I saw the item. I am utterly dumbfounded by it. No fucking way. The rectangular container contains something I haven't used since I arrived in Gakkai. A combat suit. Chapter 65, Chapter 65, A Squire's Dilemmas. The culmination of my century-old research amounted to many things. Mana furnace, void magic, creation of a new magic system. One of its products is none other than a combat suit. It is an armor similar to sci-fi exoskeletons akin to the ones found in movies and games. Unlike most people expect, it is a hard thing to realize. Even after removing the problems of manufacturing, just its energy source is a huge problem. In the early days, a 100V battery could power the prototype suit for 15 to 20 minutes. That was the smallest battery possible. Bigger batteries are possible, but the suit would lose many advantages. Hence, I shifted my sights to more efficient energy, nuclear energy. Long story short, I was able to create a miniature nuclear fusion reactor. I started with nuclear fission reactors before inventing miniature nuclear fusion reactors. The potential radiation was contained through magic. Since its creation, all combat suits beyond version 3.0 uses them. This model. Squire. A version 3.1 of Squire, the backup combat suit whenever Arbiter is unavailable. It was the suit that got thrashed before I arrived in Gakkai. Wardrobe. The next moment, my magician's outfit replaced my armor. My fingers felt the cold touch of the rectangular container. A sense of familiarity went down my spine. I pressed the slightly lodged button before using magic to emit a certain frequency. The container swiftly lit up as a result. Its front opened up, revealing a sleek black suit. It is similar to the black armor I am currently using. However, it does not have any gaps. It retained the design of medieval armor, hence its code name. My hand drew a circle and a line in its center. My unique life signature was emitted from my fingers. PSSSHK. The suit's front started opening up. The components arranged themselves and gave way to me. When I went inside, I felt its comfortable interior. There's a layer of memory alloy and features such as air conditioning and cleanse magic. You never know when you'll fight for days without a bath. The suit started closing itself. Darkness briefly prevailed before the lights were turned on. Ga Shujin-sama. It has been exactly 15 seconds after the anomaly. The connection to judgment and the network has been cut off. Are we undergoing signal jamming? A familiar response rang in my ears. It's a long story. I'll try shortening it. We are currently in another world. I summoned you through a certain magic involving time. The duration is limited, so I hope to receive your help for now. Understood. Miku processed everything in a second. The perception of time is different for her. Click. I felt a connection to the suit. It is the thing that made spellcasting possible. I share some of Miku's computation speed to finish strong spells when my limits are still low. Unknown state detected. Ga Shujin-sama's perimeters are beyond the recorded charts. It's an interesting world that allowed me to break my limits. I replied. I think we could cast grand-scale magicka now, no? Correct. It is surprising to see Ga Shujin-sama to be this strong. I felt delighted at her compliment. Miku being humane is something I found to be complicated. Precautionary measures activated. Scanning the surrounding perimeter. Scan complete. All weapon systems. Check. Vitals. Check. What are your orders? A miniature model of the 11th floor appeared on my sight. Some areas were left undetected due to the environment's nature. We will be going to the floor upstairs. Lock on to this place. I pointed out the location of the staircase. Also, open the comms and scan this orb. Device scanning complete. It is a two-way communication device made with magicka. Copy its frequencies and connect to the channels. Transfer complete. I willed the interface to the communications system. There, I found the exact channel we were using before. It removed the hassle of holding the orb directly. Turn on the stealth system. System activated. The function of composite and the suit's stealth system, Shinashi, overlapped. A/N, Shinashi is the Japanese abbreviation of stealth, Shino, and system, Shisutmu. We will be going maximum speed. Understood. Initiating flight systems. My body was lifted from the ground. It is very stable this time. I didn't have to manually control my flight. That lifted a burden from my mind. After stuffing the container to my bracelet storage, we set off. The surroundings turned into a blur. My speed shot up to 100 km per hour. The interface marked the gateways and narrow places which helped avoid them. The gravity balancing system worked as well. On the way, I readied my arsenal of spells. Library selection. The spell Sidon along with carpet bombing. Ready Alice's Wonderland and Orion to their limits. My mind synced with Miku's process. It is a mystical feeling to elevate my computation speed. It is the product of magic rituals along with technology. It is the main reliance behind my iterations. Without them, I wouldn't be able to cast spells with enough firepower. 2 minutes later, we arrived to the 10th floor. Miku did a scan, in which she received a feedback of the people present in this area. There are less people here. Inside the control room, there are roughly 12 people. Ga Shujin-sama, an anomaly has been found. Yet, those are the gods of this world. Shall we deploy the anti-divinity spell system? That spell system employed the antithesis of myths. It embodied the beings that brought destruction such as Tarisk, Leviathan, and Surtur. It's not needed. The gods in this had sealed their power. We need to focus on the control section. I understand. I flew over several Evas members without them noticing. There aren't any Viola in this floor. Their lack of high-level adventurers proved to be useful to this solo infiltration. Soon, I arrived inside a crowded room. Its height is more than 30 feet. The grand room served the purpose of housing the control room. It is the place where Prophetic could manipulate the doors and traps of Knossos. Disabling this room equates to half of our victory. Turning on the comms, I connected to the captain channel. I have arrived inside the control room. A total of 12 enemies are present. So fast? Are ye confident? Tsubakine's voice resounded in all directions. Yes. I boldly declared. I will resume contact after this. Bam! Suddenly, the sound of explosions rang out on the other side of the comms. They are in the 6th floor. Finsan began relaying orders to others. Attack! The cacophony of magic swords, explosions, and weapons clashing came from the communication channel. I turned my side to silent. I gave them the adamantine pillars to keep the gates open. It should last for half an hour. To prevent any accidents, I will settle things right now. Deploy. Anti-personnel systems deployed. Activating 7 swords. Click. 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 7 sharp fragments came out of the suit's back. One of the white-robed member caught a glimpse of it. At long last. Su. Su. Clang. PSSSHK. The control room became a huge mess. 7 sword fragments appeared out of thin air before aiming at the necks of Evas members. It didn't even take 5 seconds before 7 people fell. The remaining ones has enough level to react, but there are still some who couldn't. In the end, only 2 people remained standing upon the first 15 seconds of Nobu's infiltration. Barca's dull eyes showed a shocked look. Even Thanatos' smirk got frozen. He no longer possessed his previous arrogance. The attack revealed the one responsible for the sudden massacre. A knight wearing full-body black armor. When Barca's eyes laid upon it, he was sent to another round of shock. How? Indeed. You are the unknown 6th possessor of mysteries, Barca Perdix. Click. The 7 sword fragments returned to the armor. A low clicking sound appeared from it akin to a clock's gears. That kind of thing. How? Upon Barca's conception, he was made to look at Daedalus' notebook, the greatest masterpiece he had ever laid his eyes on. The 1,000 years of dedication and hard work to their dream proved it. However, the intricate piece of magic tools came close to it, if not equal. A single piece of armor could match the Knossos labyrinth conceptualized by Daedalus himself. Barca couldn't see its composition. Even if he could, all he would receive is confusion. Nevertheless, he sensed its intensity, its complexity. It is one of the abilities granted by the mysteries skill. Barca saw the amount of hard work that fueled such miracle. His doubts were responded with a small electric capsule shot out from the armor's bracer. It sped to Thanatos before he could react. Bzzzt. Thud. Barca, a level 4, couldn't react to it. That was natural, as he doesn't focus on agility and combat. He is nothing but a craftsman. Thanatos' unconscious body fell to the ground. Tap. Tap. Barca felt his surroundings becoming cold. It became harder to breathe under such pressure. Bits of frost began appearing on the floor. The boy inside the armor spoke. I'm afraid you won't complete your dream. You. Bzzzt. Just before Barca could react angrily to his derision, his chest was pierced by a sword made of light. It is reminiscent to the sci-fi blades. The light contains extremely high levels of temperature which could pierce through most things easily, more so if it were humans. The attack was achieved through the fusion of magic and technology, thus forming an incredible effect. Thud. Barca's heartless body fell to the ground. Click. The light was recalled back to the sword's handle. It is similar to a katana without a guard. As expected. Nobu muttered. Having the suit is a huge convenience. He didn't give him the chance to pull off anything. Back in the 8th iteration, Barca stabbed himself with cursed weapons before swallowing a jewel fetus. He turned into a cursed demi-spirit as a result. Learning from mistakes is his forte. Nobu turned on the communication channel. He watched the remaining surveillance systems. I seized control of the entire Knossos. I will open a path on their flank, Tsubaki ne. T was fast. She replied. Aight. Tell us the directions. You are 3 blocks away from them. Fin-san, are you holding up? For now. The attacks are coming from all sides. Fin mentioned the swarms of Vielas coming at all directions. Along with Evilus ambushes, the numbers of injured had risen. Fortunately, everyone could react and move swiftly. Fin is firmly commanding everyone, too. Coupled with Knossos map, they are faring better than their counterparts on the 8th iteration. A/N, Loki familia got curb-stomped by Knossos twice in sword oratoria. Then, please follow my directions. I am currently watching everyone from this room. What do I need to do? Fin's considerations of Nobu's words startled the familia captains except for Hephaestus and Artemis familia. They are fully aware of his capabilities. You are currently near the center. The ambushes could be prevented by being nearer to the edge. Sticking your back to a wall. That's right. Nobu's method removed the possible directions of their attacks. They would only need to guard 2 to 3 directions instead of all 4. Though, a danger remained. If they got too cornered, it could be difficult. Once they gather, Hephaestus and Artemis familia will strike from their back. It will turn into a pincer attack and gnaw at them. He declared. Currently, the Evilus members are gathered 2 blocks on your right. Beware of their inferno stones. Noted. At this moment, Fin realized Nobu's commanding ability which seemed to rival his own. What he didn't know was that Nobu had already fought these battles before. He served as the command during the crucial events. His eyes, be it phones, security cameras, and satellite, greatly assisted them. 4 minutes later, Rivia arrived into the room along with others. The unconscious god was tied with a black rope beside him. Nobu gave out notices now and then. Both Nobu and Rivia met gazes and nodded to each other. Lady Rivia, this is the god who led Evilus. As for the other Evilus members, they are taken care of. The armor that he wore is his previous armor. He didn't want to wear the advanced combat suit in front of Rivia's discerning eyes. She might find something strange with it. As for the corpses, he had long burnt them to ashes. Rivia went close to the surveillance panels. She saw the dozens of monitors. She realized this was where Nobu's punctual reminders came from. After a while, Nobu made a request to her. I might need to check the 9th floor. I couldn't find the demi-spirits on these surveillance panels. That is dangerous. She dissuaded him. You have already risked your life once. Leave the rest to us. I could handle it. I can escape to your side if things turn for the worse. No. Seeing her resoluteness, Nobu fell silent. He could understand why Rivia was like this. Artemis and Hephaestus are like this as well. What he couldn't understand, however, is their closeness. He believes that they exchanged knowledge at most. What could push Rivia to be this resolute? Unbeknownst to him, she already sees him as a troublemaker similar to Ai's. His advances to his enemies were seen like Ai's recklessness. That piece of paper changed everything. All right. Nobu had to discard his plan of sending Squire to self-destruct. He is confident it could take down one demi-spirit. However, it is dangerous as Rivia had said. There are many unknown variables that could have happened if he was alone. It would be for the best to wait for everyone to settle things and attack them together. Even without Freya Familia, their current force are enough to sweep through Knossos. The lack of a high level 7 was made up of the abundance of upper-class adventurers. In total, there are 15 level 5s and 3 level 6. Not to mention them, the lower-leveled adventurers and the DEA saints' presence in the rear lines resolved the dangers of cursed weapons. Nobu stayed put along with Rivia, Ice, and the other elves. When the 10-minute mark passed, Nobu felt his magic, memoir manifest, disappearing. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground shook. What was that? Nobu didn't respond to Rivia and looked through the panels. A dozen seconds later, he saw a huge silhouette breaking loose inside this labyrinth. It is one of the demi-spirits dubbed Gugalana. It looks similar to a bull which represented its power type enchant magic. It headed straight to the 10th floor, their current location. MN. Eyes faltered for a moment. Are you fine? MN. It's just. Somebody called my mother's name. Hearing this, Nobu knew trouble was coming. Eyes reacting like this could only mean that they knew she is here. After all, those demi-spirits are all hell-bent on catching Eyes. He expected it, though it is one of the worst that could happen. But, mother's name? Arya isn't Eyes-san's name. He pushed this thought aside and focused on the more important one. Adamantine chains. How could it break free? Nobu paid attention on the surveillance panels at all times. He is familiar with the 9th floor's layout. Even if he couldn't see the demi-spirits directly, he saw the pathways leading to them. Meaning, it was not an external factor that let it go but itself. We came here 3 years earlier. Could it have some kind of berserk skill? Is it different with the Gugalana that I know? A different version, perhaps. He halted his thoughts. Thinking about it is meaningless for now. We need to deal with this. With the gap between the 6th and 10th floor, it would take more than 12 minutes before reinforcements arrive. That was considering the speed of upper-class adventurers. Gugalana's speed could reach them within 5 minutes. If they ran, that would extend to 7 to 8 minutes. What should we do? Chapter 66, Chapter 66, Familiar Acquaintance. Gugalana is a strength-type demi-spirit. I have seen her strength during Loki Familia's first dive. She was supposed to be Ishtar's trump card to deal with Otter. It took Gareth-san, Tiona-san, and Tioni-san to defeat it. It has enchant magic akin to Ice-san's magic. It is something called Selim Veil, Sky Veil, that could dispel lightning in all directions. To fight her, we need people that would take her attention. Rias. My deep thoughts were halted by Lady Riveria's voice. Phew. I took a deep breath before speaking to her. We are in trouble. Currently. I pointed at the panel that showed the staircase to the 10th floor. The demi-spirit could be coming after us. Rumble. The ground shook once more. Gugalana is threading the wide stairs which caused the ground to quake. Are you sure about that? Very. Surprisingly, Ai-san supported my words. Sirius is right. She's calling for my mother's name. Spirits? Lady Riveria glanced at her, her thoughts unknown. Arya. I sought books to unveil this name and found something. It turned out that the mercenary king who wounded the black dragon had a spirit by his side. That wind spirit is called Arya. I assumed it was Ai-san's contracted spirit who went by Arya, but I might be mistaken. Nevertheless, it showed how the demi-spirits are attracted to her. Nobu-kun? Trouble. Rithusa-san's voice came from the orb. For the second time, I was recalled to reality. Yes. Help would be appreciated right now. Soon, Fin-san responded as well. I'm sending Gareth, Tiona, and Tioni to your side. We're almost done at our side. Thank you. Another half a minute had passed since that conversation. There is less than 4 minutes before Gugalana arrives. I made up my mind. For now, I decided to ask Lady Riveria first. Lady Riveria, should we run away or fight here? If it is as you have said, escaping is meaningless. She shook her head. We could. They only want me. I-san interrupted her. I will draw its attention away. No. Both Lady Riveria and I said at the same time. Then, fight? I asked. It seems likely. I could prepare my magic before it arrives. She replied. Hearing her decision, the elves wore dignified looks. They respect Lady Riveria a lot. Her prestige is sky high for most elves. All right. I will do some preparations outside this room. I chose the necessary things out of my arsenal. Arya. She's here. The woman atop the bull's head smiled enthusiastically. She was extremely elated that it nearly turned into a creepy smile. She pulled no stops to rush into the 10th floor's control room. She bashed through walls made of pure adamantine on the 60th floor and below. She managed to accomplish something a level 6 could barely do. In terms of strength, she reached level 7. Even amongst their ranks, Gugalana ranks highly. However, she has an apparent disadvantage: lack of intelligence. It was charging through the hallway when it sensed the presence on top of the ceiling. She thought it was some interesting toy confident enough to hide from her. The woman looked above and met gazes with an armored boy. You. Only to be met with 10 daggers thrown at her. Just as it made contact with her, the boy chanted. Erupt. Boom. The combined power of 10 expendable magic swords showed itself. A huge shockwave was set in the corridor. Clang. The boy flew away moments before it erupted, but he was swept by the aftermath. He was forced into the floor as a result. That hurt. His eardrums are punctured by the blast. His armor couldn't protect him from that. Gakai's magic swords has their merits. He muttered while drinking a potion. It didn't reach it. The smoke from the explosion cleared up. Your envoy beseeches thee, Tony Truss. Incarnate. Sensing the magic, Nobu took out a traditional M9 handgun. It is different from his usual silver gun. It has lower durability and weaker magic. It only possessed a single magic. As he prepared it, he cast a defense magica. Militaris Fortalicia. Dozens of golden magic circles enveloped him into a sphere. The circles spun before they turned static after the setting of parameters was completed. Thunder Ray. A pillar of blue lightning devoured him. Its origin came from the injured demi-spirit. Chunks of her skin was burnt to crisp. They wriggled before green roots enveloped her injuries. It didn't take long for her to heal completely. Annoying guy. Bye-bye. The sea of lightning died down. Much to her surprise, Nobu is still standing. The barrier collapsed as his white tail moved slightly. His gun is pointed to her. Acer Iactus. Piercing shot. The numerology engraved onto the gun shone with bright light. A bullet was fired from its chamber. Bang! Bam! It surpassed the speed of sound by several times. It drew a white line as it went straight to the demi-spirit. She was able to react quickly and tried to dodge it, but to no avail. It pierced a portion of her shoulder and torso. A/N, just like Toji's death injury but lighter. Tisk. Nobu looked at his scrapped gun. It exploded the moment it fired the bullet. It became comparable to an anti-materiel rifle in that one shot. He was pushed back a couple of steps, showing how powerful its recoil was. That was easily avoided by the demi-spirit. That hurts. Nobu sensed the growing power within her. He noticed it occurred right after being angered by his attack. The magic stones. It's not in the body. Gugalana charged straight at him. The hallway left him with no other directions, hence he chose the most suitable one above. He jumped before landing upside down on the ceiling. He swiftly took out his staff. Seeing him, the demi-spirit became more cautious. The bull's head as well as the woman's looked at him before spitting out the same magic from before. Thunder Ray. Et lost in ventum. Harmonia eversus. De torquio veritas. Be lost in the wind. Destruction of harmony. Distortion of truths. Under her shocked look, her magic fell apart. It was dispelled by Nobu's phenomenon mixer. 10 daggers fell from the black sphere he had summoned. Erupt. Once again, she experienced the bombing from before. Boom. Nobu deliberately allowed himself to be slammed to the ceiling. Bam. Pain was transmitted all over his body. The internal shock sent blood to his mouth. A minute left. He thought of Riveria's strongest attack magic. It required a long chant duration 6 minutes. They wouldn't simply give you that chance in the battlefield, lest you have comrades who would buy time. Nobu took out Sora and landed at her. Sheeing. Swoosh. PSSSHK. He was aiming to cut her neck but she dodged. Her still burning arm slammed at his direction. Bam. Nobu was sent flying. Momentarily, his sight blurred. He had underestimated the impact of Gugalana's attack. He had only heard her existence and never saw her in an actual fight. Gugalana is the strongest demi-spirit in terms of sheer strength. Coupled with her differences, she was far stronger than his estimations. His ears rang. Despite the increased endurance due to Sirius, he was sent into a light shock. His body was on the verge of becoming inhumane, yet he experienced it. It was similar to Yago's casual strike. Nobu realized that Yago might be stronger than Gugalana. Shit. He was still able to move a far cry from his past self. He didn't take as much damage as before. This is factoring his armor being inferior to the combat suit. I should have saved it now. Nobu regretted his decision to use Memoir Manifest early on. He decided to use it to capture the control room smoothly, but he hadn't expected Gugalana breaking free from its adamantine chains. The appearance of a combat suit was unexpected too. It's not the time for that, he thought. It's time. He closed the distance of 12 meters to the room's entrance. When he arrived, he shouted. It's coming. After his reminder, a huge silhouette crashed. Bam! The small entrance was replaced with a bigger one. The demi-spirit sent an infuriated look to him. That hurts. It became stronger. Some of its green skin started turning black. A berserk magic. While Nobu observed its changes, the magic bombing began. The elves bombarded Gugalana instantaneously. Under its cover, Eyes decided to attack. Awaken, Tempest! Sharp viridescent whines surrounded her. Eyes' overall status had increased. She recalled Nobu's strange words before this fight. Think of it as a monster. Eyes Wallenstein is someone without proper experience of swordsmanship. She couldn't fight other people properly. However, she has a very strong aspect fighting monsters. In that aspect, she's unmatched. Swoosh! PSSSHK! Eyes passed through its legs. Wounds appeared as she did so. It elicited louder screams of pain from Gugalana. The two-pronged attacks made it suffer. It hurts. The demi-spirit's weakness was thoroughly leveraged. It does not have the intelligence of other demi-spirits. She is only a meathead with overwhelming strength. Coelum Veil. Arcs of electricity emerged from her body. Distal. Primum ex quintum excipio. BZZZT. Rumble. The 5-layered magic shield was put up when electric arcs overwhelmed Gugalana's radius. The ground shook as cracks appeared all over the room. Nobu positioned the shield to be in front of Riveria's direction, protecting both Eyes and the elves at the same time. Since he positioned just behind Eyes, he was also protected by his spell. Crack! The anti-magic shield started breaking. The first and second layers of magic circles shattered upon contact while the third and fourth slowed it down. When it came to the fifth, it reflected a portion of the electric attack. Shatter. Nobu's shield broke down. The protected pristine floor was immediately filled with cracks. The remnants of the magic sent both Aiz and Nobu flying, resulting in the latter catching the former in his arms. Disperses. Disperse. Crackle. The wind on their surroundings cracked, akin to the sound of a whip. The impact disappeared on the two of them. They were able to stand properly as a result. Nobu distanced himself from Aiz. His armor made it less awkward between them since there was no direct contact. Ariaa. Currently, Gugalana has arcs of electricity coming from her body. She is similar to Aiz as of the moment. MN. Aiz's expression changed. She remembered some bittersweet memories with the mention of her mother's name. I ask thee. Nth, Astrum. The support magic circle beneath their feet shone, enhancing Nobu's mind. He grasped his Editsu, steel branch, as he completed his spell. Bam! Bam! Boom! A cluster of stars fell from above. It bombarded Gugalana. The star's descent sent another wave of tears to the ground. Sirius, Mage, his armor, and Editsu increased Nobu's capabilities vastly. It was a far cry from his former self when he had just arrived on Gakkai. Aiz looked at him. She couldn't see his face due to the helmet, but she could imagine his solemn face whenever he turned serious. Aiz-san should stay. Lady Riveria is about to finish her spell. Okay. His words coincided with its prelude. A huge magic circle enveloped the surface of the room. It consisted of smaller magic circles that served as a point. In its center lay Gugalana. Riviera's strongest attack spell, the magic which allowed her to nearly kill a level 7 monster as a level 5. Boom! An extremely bright pillar of light emerged from the center. It passed through Gugalana's huge body. Consequently, it blinded everyone's eyes except Aiz, Riveria, and Nobu. Nobu saw the unfolding of her magic. He understood Riveria's attack magic being adjustable in certain perimeters, mainly temperature. That was how she could cast both ice and fire attributes. A/N, her wind Fimbulvator freezes enemies while Aria Leavitian summons pillars of flames in AoE. The pillar of light worked similarly to his beam sword and repulsors. It generated extreme friction which became a beam. Although, the magic in his sight took it further. The intensity between the two wasn't comparable at all. Riveria's magic outclassed it. Soon, it died down. Gugalana sustained severe injuries due to her inability to react. She barely dodged her vitals, her jewel fetus, but half of her body was gone. Green vines appeared to serve as her temporary legs. The shiny crystal inside her bull's body caught their sight. Wordlessly, all three of them cooperated. Nobu and Riveria chanted their magic while Aiz charged to it. Su. WH. Gugalana was able to dodge Aiz's attacks, but it sent her off balance. The makeshift legs weren't able to stabilize her body. Aiz took this chance to strike the visible crystal. Crack! Her desperate gave it a huge crack. Abrid ad habra. I will create as I speak. A phantom of an archangel instantly condensed. It screamed in a praying position before a bolt of thunder descended at it. The thunder sent the demi-spirit in pain while dealing more damage to the jewel fetus. Crack! Su. Aiz remained unharmed from the magic, it only harmed the evil. She struck the crystal one last time, breaking it to pieces. Gugalana's huge body turned into ashes. Phew! I heaved a sigh of relief. Although things went out of hand, we handled it perfectly. Lady Riveria's magic dealt severe injuries to it and revealed the jewel fetus deep within its body. It proved that proper preparations could let us avoid close battles. After sending a look of gratitude to Lady Riveria, I came closer to Gugalana's remains, her ashes. Good work, Aiz-san. You too. It felt surreal. I had experienced a shitty iteration and lived in this place for half a year. The strong demi-spirit was taken down easier than in that iteration. Part of it was the absence of other demi-spirits. They didn't have the time to turn Knossos into a pseudo-spirit realm. Loki familia struggled in Enyo's schemes twice and lost every time it occurred. Now that we have the information advantage, it was inevitable to be like this. Philis and Enyo were struck unprepared, too. I picked up the fragment of Gugalana's jewel fetus. About her mutation. I mulled over the cause behind her chains breaking. She wasn't able to break it by herself in the 8th iteration, but she was able to this time. Either she was under Philis' control too much or she has something different from the Gugalana in that iteration. What could it be? I recalled the black spots on her body. She didn't have that berserk skill. Gugalana's magic was Thunder Ray and Selim Veil. She focused on lightning-type magic. I am positive she didn't have a berserk skill before. Could it be that Valletta killed Gugalana and chose a new one due to that? The berserk skill would make her harder to control, which doesn't suit Ishtar's needs. Wait a minute. I saw a wisp of black spots on the crystal fragment. It was the corruption from the mixing of spirits and monsters, or so I thought. This can't be. Chills were sent to my spine. No, there's no way. I dropped the crystal fragment in shock. Cursed energy. A sudden surge of darkness started gathering to the ashes. No. I am too fucking familiar with this process. No way. My instincts acted on the behest of my shocked self. A spell started building in my mind. The perimeters and relevant details were swiftly recalled due to casting it once earlier. Abracadabra. I will create as I speak. The silhouette of the blindfolded archangel appeared. She sent a purifying bolt of lightning to the crystal fragments. Bzzzt. Bam. Black smoke came out from it. I thought it could suffice. Alas, it could not. Zoom. The puddle of darkness solidified to the real world. Ai-san saw it and instinctively drew her rapier. A slender arm came out of it. Undoubtedly. A fucking cursed spirit. Chapter 67, Chapter 67, Unmatched Brilliance. In the 8th iteration, there wasn't anything like this. Not once did I encounter cursed energy from the demi-spirit. Needless to say, the Gugalana we faced is different from the Gugalana of the future. But how? Anti-curse. From my storage, I brought out a Kusarigama. It is a knife tied to the end of a chain. The inspiration came from the 1,000-mile chain and inverse spear of heaven Zenintoji's main weapon. I created it for fun 2 weeks ago. Unexpectedly, it would be used now. Briefly, I checked my status. Exorcist, H. The ubiquitous skill detected the nature of this weapon. My body ushered in a slight improvement. Swoosh. 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 The chain started to gather momentum. Step back, Ai-san. It couldn't be dealt with normal means. Ai-san followed my words despite her confused look. What was that, serious? She asked as she went to my side. It's not a monster. I turned to Lady Riveria, who had also detected this anomaly. She ran to our position in less than 10 seconds. Lady Riveria. What is this? An evil spirit. I encountered them in the past. This time, both Ai-san and Lady Riveria looked at me. It is similar to spirits who utilizes dark magic. Normal attacks and weak magic wouldn't work against them. Bam! The Kusarigama flickered in the air before descending to the black puddle. It cut off the emerging cursed spirit's arm. I pulled it back and wrapped it in my right arm. It hurts. An indistinguishable voice resounded. I will kill you. Suddenly, darkness creeped out of the puddle. It crawled to half of the room in one go. Another wave of chills were sent to my spine, my eyes widening to this sight. Shit! I cursed before urging, run. I didn't have any reservations. I held their arms before pulling them away. Serious? We don't have time, Lady Riveria. We need to get out of here. Drop. I heard a droplet of water falling to the ground. My intuition flared up. My entire body recognized what was about to come, a time when I am helpless. Quero foras. Redidus tenebrae. Seek it out. Return to darkness. A portion of darkness split up. A white path presented to ourselves. Consequently, it caused the darkness to collapse. It's really a domain. How in the world is this here? Domain expansion is the sorcerer's ultimate card. Cursed spirits could also use this. The only way to counter them lies in simple domain, and I don't have cursed energy. That pushed me to create an imitation which is run through anti-curse magic. In the corner of my eyes, I saw the darkness spreading once more. I have a feeling it is more complete this time, unlike the incomplete domain it was about to exhibit earlier. A/N, incomplete domains either lack the sure hit effect or the enclosure itself, sometimes both. Damn it! I-san managed to react and started to run faster. The same went for Lady Riveria. We need to avoid it, right? That darkness? She asked. Yes. We're doomed if it caught us. It has a limit, however. It stopped halfway through the room. Its range should be limited to that. The darkness caught up. The white light held it off for a few seconds, but I saw it was about to break. At this time, I made a decision. Ah! My feet took off from the ground. The gathered momentum is enough to thrust myself several meters away. Naturally, both Isana and Lady Riveria experienced it as well. Tap! Tap! I had done this a few more times. We are about to leave its range when the darkness caught up. The imitation of a simple domain already broke down. Abrid ad habra. I will create as I speak. For the third time, the Archangel's phantom was summoned forth. I felt my reserves starting to bottom out. The half-open mana furnace increases the mana and mind recovery, however it is not as potent as the fully activated one. Nevertheless, it cut down a portion of the darkness and made a path for us. I was about to pull out a high potion when I-san swung her sword swiftly. Her sword strikes cut off the emerging arms from the darkness. No. To her surprise, more arms came forth. Her magic was rendered ineffective. It didn't halt the cursed spirit. Her hand slipped from my grasp. San. The arms began pulling her down. I am certain it is related to the cursed spirit's cursed technique. Once more, I am facing a crossroad. The image of a golden-haired girl flashed in my mind. Sheena. I had lost her in the fourth iteration. It is the main reason why I had interacted with I-san. As time went by, I discovered their similarities and differences. In my heart, I knew I wouldn't allow for such a thing to happen again. I gritted my teeth and decisively made my choice. My hand went to the back of my waist and unsheathed Kukyo. I threw it at her direction. While I did so, I kept holding Lady Riveria's hand as I ran. Catch it! Hearing my words, I-san caught the incoming dagger. Her magic shredded some of the arms, but more gathered to her feet. Her strength is vastly different from her level 6 counterpart. Activating Kukyo's magic, I found myself right by her side. I twisted the Kyuzarigama and launched it to the arms on her feet. Crackle! The chained dagger circled around her. It briefly set I-san free, enabling her to launch a counter-offensive. Her swift attacks became even faster. I couldn't match her with sheer power. I landed in front of her. Under Ai's puzzled eyes, I passed another dagger to her hand. Take Lady Riveria out of here. Attack the black shell fiercely. I said. Recall. A dazzling white surrounded us. I saw its success when I-san reappeared beside Lady Riveria. They managed to get away far from its range. It far surpassed my previous expectations, but they still managed to do so. At this moment, dozens of arms appeared beneath me. The domain neared its completion. It is different this time. It would be a complete one. I knew it and concluded that I-san wouldn't be able to close the gap beyond its range. Domain expansion. A wretched voice recited these two words in Japanese. Before the domain was completed. Archaeodius overload. Maximum load, release. A magic circle with rainbow brilliance lit up amongst the darkness. Serious. Bam. Ai's fist only met the solid dark wall. Riviera kept her calm and observed it. She also had the time to think over the events in the last 15 seconds. Sirius knows about this. That's right. Ai's recalled Nobu's parting words. He said to attack it. She mumbled. Awaken, Tempest. Swoosh. Viridescent winds gathered around her. It enhanced the power her desperate could release. Bam. Crack. The full-powered attack merely left a crack in the domain. Serious. Fear gripped her chest. She considers Nobu as her friend. The feeling of losing someone reawakened her sorrowful memories. As she continuously attacked, Riviera instructed the confused elves. Ready your strongest magic. We will attack this wall. For them, that was enough. They might have been confused by the sudden events, but Riveria's existence was all they need. While casting Arie Levitation, Riviera informed Finn of the events that transpired. An evil spirit? That's what it was. He remarked. That's right. You must have felt it too. I'm afraid everyone inside Knossos must have sensed it. The aggregate of dark emotions given form. Its aura spread throughout Knossos as well as outside. Orario had felt its maliciousness, and that included several significant entities. A rare frown was drawn to Orario's soul level 7. His sharp senses caught the appearance of a malicious entity. That peculiar existence isn't as strong as a legitimate level 7, yet its danger posed the same as it. Freya's eyes didn't fail to catch it either. She possessed an air of sharpness unlike her leisurely self. She saw something that warranted her seriousness. How dirty! The dungeon was shaking. Ouranos perceived the dungeon's reaction as dissatisfaction. It was as if something beyond its tolerance had appeared. He quelled it with his prayers, Arcanum. The dungeon. His confidant, Fels, also felt the tremors of the ground. The dungeon does not want it. Ouranos declared. It is the same as the Black Dragon. 12 years ago, an anomaly swept Kakai. It garnered the dungeon's dissatisfaction twice. Once, it appeared on the site of that battle Zeus and Hera Familia's final mission, the one-eyed Black Dragon. The already overwhelming dragon gained something, and as a result, warranted the dungeon's hatred to its former child. Its second appearance occurred at the same time as the battle, but in another location. It has a weaker presence than the first one. Still, it is strong. Ouranos concluded it has something to do with the cracks. Their appearance coincided. That boy could be the key. Nobu's appearance is coincidental to the appearance of the second crack. It remains unknown whether he is connected to it. These changes. What the heck is that? Tiona let out a shout upon sensing the dangerous aura. For her intuition to work, it is something that could threaten her life. Danger. Her sister, Tioni, also felt that tide. Their intuition honed on their death battles went off at this moment. It's in Riveria's direction. Let's speed up. Gareth spoke. Just as they hurried, the three heard Riveria's voice and learned of the danger's origin. A spirit? Are they this dangerous? Tiona commented. Aren't they supposed to be gentle like Riveria? Not all of them are like that. You must be too influenced by heroic tales. Her sister replied. I mean, Mercenary King's companion is a great spirit. Their banter helped ease the tension. Gareth smiled at them. Though inwardly, he mulled over the enemy's strength. Just like that time. The great feud was caused by Erebus attacks. Finn, Gareth, and Riveria were only level 5. One of the enemies they faced was a Delpine. It is a monster with the status of a level 7. It took Riveria's vast Windheim to pierce its tough body and expose its magic stone. Soon, the three arrived inside the control room. They found a huge black wall blocking the other side. Gareth spoke to the communication orb. "We arrived. Attack it with your full strength. Sirius is trapped inside." "Sirius?" Tiona fell silent upon hearing his name. "We need to get him out. The spirit is too strong for him to handle." Riveria remained calm despite Ai's panicked blows. She could estimate Nobu's strength with his knowledge, or rather, she is rationalizing it. She knew that losing her calm wouldn't help in this situation. She is Loki Familia's second-in-command. Her composure is what holds everyone during desperate times. Crack! Crack! Their attacks wore down the domain from the outside. Heeding Nobu's words is a correct decision. The domain's exterior is far weaker than its interior. A minute later, it finally broke down. Crack! Shatter! The broken black curtain revealed a shocking scene. Flop! The fluffy white tail behind the boy swayed. His golden pupils showed a different constellation every fleeting second. An extremely strong pressure emanated from his body. Everyone became silent at this sight. A minute ago. Darkness. It is one of humanity's primal fears. The darkness could represent the unknown in their lives. In an unfamiliar dark room, you wouldn't know what could be inside. Overlaying the said fear repeatedly is Gugalana's cursed technique. It traps the target in darkness and overwhelms them with extreme fear. It is akin to Unlimited Void's amplification of senses but much worse. It only focused on one aspect while the latter did so in all aspects. The demi-spirit turned cursed spirit reached the threshold of special grade. It was due to Nobu's swift decision which slowed its formation, hence giving Ai's and Riveria the time to escape. In the midst of this darkness, Nobu blankly looked somewhere. The constellations in his pupils shifted and looked mysterious. His tail stood up straight. Some time had passed when he acted. Samadhi culpa devanagari. Samadhi culpa nada, thou shalt listen, to the voice which will not end for a whole season. Thou shalt listen, to the echo which will not exhaust itself for a whole season. His aura grew increasingly perplexing regardless of the surrounding darkness. As if feeling it, the darkness became more intense in transmitting fear. Unfortunately, he knew no fear in this state. Vahana Amanasa Samsakara Buddhai Karanada Thrishna. Thou shalt entrust your body to the sublimation of the laws passed down by the three realms, surrender yourself to the sweet voice of thirst. The sweet voice of Akale Vinka. The disruption over the two worlds' differences didn't affect its true nature. The scarlet-red magic circle unleashed its power upon the chance completion. A brilliant light flooded the darkness. Those who heard the spell had their perception robbed. The single target Gugalana could no longer differentiate between heaven or earth, top or bottom. A splitting headache threatened to explode her head. The voice of a high-order being stirred up her very soul. Briefly, the phantom of a bird with human head flashed. It preached the truth, the Dharma. For the fools and the impure, it is nothing but poison. The mythical bird who carried Buddha's voice visited this world. Arg! Her wretched screams came from all directions. Nobu reached his objective. He began chanting another grand-scale spell. The fully activated dream organs compensated for the mind and mana he consumed. He is truly inhumane at this moment. Stella Nox Coelum. The stars under the night sky. A blue magic circle emerged. It shone with a starry glow. Power is continuously poured into it. Once he held the bow made of stars, he let go of the string as he muttered. Dea obscenio fatum. O goddess, seal my fate. Dozens of stars streaked past the dark landscape. It illuminated the dark land under its dazzling light. Boom! The grand-scale Magicka unveiled its power. Level 7. Gareth remembered the pressure of Delpine. Nobu's current state far exceeded it. He showed a tendency to overpower the cursed spirit's aura. A black blur went straight to the cursed spirit. With a closer look, starlight glittered around it. The grand-scale magica caused it to be badly injured. Wearing the magician's outfit, Nobu clenched his fist before punching the dark entity's face. Bam! The figure flew straight to the adamantine walls. Maximum output. He blankly muttered. Sidon. Sacred lightning. A golden magic circle emerged from the tip of his finger. He aimed it at the cursed spirit before a swathe of golden lightning came out of it. Bzzzt. Bam! Gugalana was drowned by the sacred lightning. Her human stature never stood a chance against the inhumane Nobu. From the start, she lost when she allowed Nobu to unleash his full strength. Die! She surprisingly lived through the barrage of lightning. She leaped from the small mound on the wall in an attempt to grasp his head and crush it. It was unknown as to when Nobu had Sora in his grasp. Reiju. Shing. Bzzzt. The magic circle beneath his feet let out arcs of lightning. A strong attraction appeared between him and Gugalana. His blade reaped her neck in a swift manner. Tap. Shing. The moment he sheathed his blade, a bolt of lightning struck the headless Gugalana. The remnant electrostatic force descended onto it. Abracadabra. I will create as I speak. It was followed by a realistic phantom of an archangel. Her image is far different from the previous ones. It contained a trace of rationality. With her scream, the cursed spirit was utterly obliterated. The special grade cursed spirit was dealt in under 2 minutes. At this moment, the boy's brilliance reached an unprecedented height. Chapter 68, Chapter 68, Labyrinth Clear. Deafening silence filled the room. Nobody had expected the outcome to be like this. Sirius, a level 3 adventurer, completely dominated the cursed spirit. Its strength is no less than a level 7, yet he managed to do it. An entire 4-level gap. It's not just surprising everyone does not know how to react to this. In the midst of stillness, Nobu's aura converged. It was no longer as deadly as before. Nevertheless, his basic coercion remained. The star-like eyes scanned the room before stopping at eyes. The said girl wore twice the question marks than when she saw the beatdown happen. Surprisingly, she felt something familiar about him. Nobu disappeared on the spot and appeared right in front of her. Eyes couldn't react as the boy hugged her. The tail behind his back swayed back and forth, showing his joy. It didn't end there. Nobu stuck his cheek to hers like a bona fide wolf. Her embarrassment visibly crept on her face. Serious. Fortunately, she was spared of it. Nobu lost consciousness in her arms. The inhumane features dissipated, leaving countless stardust. His stable breathing reached her ears. It resulted in her feeling ticklish in her ears. Not knowing what to do, she turned her reddish face to Rivia. What should I? Put him down gently. I will check for injuries. Rivia replied. Eyes followed her words. Seeing that he doesn't have a pillow, her eyes went to her lap. She gained an incredible idea. Eyes slightly pulled over her metallic skirt and allowed Nobu's head to rest on her lap. Inwardly, Rivia recalled Loki's jokes. Wouldn't it come true? Their goddess acted like a perverted old man at times. She doesn't allow outsiders to come close to her children, specifically, the female adventurers. Rivia pushed these idle thoughts aside and began checking him for injuries. It is common knowledge that one has to pay the price for a burst of power. Finn paid it by foregoing his rationality while others sustained injuries all over their body. The trio arrived by their side. I admit he looked cool just now. Isn't it? That was awesome. The two sisters talked about that scene with relish. Both of them are aware that they might not be able to defeat the cursed spirit. Yet, Nobu redefined the impossible once again. In Tiona's eyes, he pulled off something straight out of the heroic tales, the hero awakening his power in crucial times. He already did it with Goliath once. Now, he did the same feat with a stronger enemy. It became more interesting upon seeing that he prevailed in both struggles. I agree with the young lass. T was nothing short of a fairy tale. Gareth laughed as he spoke. How was he? How is this possible? Rivia discovered Nobu's pristine state. She didn't find any abnormalities. That is the most surprising. His mind is fully recovered along with his body. It was as if he never underwent that battle before. He's fine. He will wake up after a while. I see. After settling it, Gareth and Rivia checked the location of the curse's downfall. Elements. No, it is something more complex. Malicious intent. Gareth's words pushed Rivia to the answer. A solidified malicious intent. This dark spirit had either lost control or its nature is as such from the beginning. Sirius faced this kind of spirit outside Orario. Gareth's expression turned serious. He understood the implication behind these words. There are more of it outside. It's possible. We'll know after he regains consciousness. On the other side, a peaceful scene emerged. It's not fair, eyes. Don't move, Sirius. He'll wake up. You have a point. Tiona was relegated to the sidelines staring at Nobu's sleeping face. She squatted while resisting the urge to touch his face. He kept his elegance and did not do something like leaving his mouth open. Still, it contradicts his usual formal expression. Tiona observed Tiona looking at the sleeping Nobu. She beat me to it. This is one of Tiona's wishes, to see her captain's vulnerable sleeping face. Her first attempts of barging to Finn's room was thwarted in the past. When she gradually knew him more, she began to respect their distance. She longer tried to initiate intimate contact, only observing Finn peacefully. Upon seeing the same thing on her sister, Tiona made a pause. Is this how I looked like? MN. He's waking up. When I opened my eyes, I saw two familiar faces in my sight. They are somewhat close. A portion of the breastplate occupied the upper portion of my vision. I-san, and Tiona-san? What is happening? What did I do this time? I kept my calm composure, at least on the outside. Feeling the back of my head, my mind went on overdrive. Laying down. I-san's breastplate. Am I resting on her lap? The legendary lap pillow. Ah! I am completely caught off guard. I did not expect to encounter the second cliché in my life. First, it was a bath scene. Now, it is the lap pillow. I slowly raised my head before I sat on the ground. I faced the two girls. Thank you, I-san. I said. Thanks for coming too, Tiona-san. No problem. I didn't do much. You were the one who brought down that scary spirit. For some reason, I-san seems more meek than usual. That spirit, serious. How did you beat it? She asked. How I beat it? To be honest, I don't have an idea. I lost consciousness after using that magic. Oh? I see. Tiona-san said. You're becoming more and more similar to Captain. Tiona-san told me about one of Finn-san's skills which increased his strength at the cost of rationality. You're strong. Yes. I-san looked at me strangely. I could tell it has something to do with mana furnace. It might have come off as a shock. I knew her thirst for power well enough. Serious. Ya did well, young-un. Lady Rivia and Gareth-san came back. I stood up before the others followed. Was the evil spirit settled? Yes. Its traces no longer remained. All right. For a while, we talked about what happened while I was unconscious. From them, I discovered how I defeated the cursed spirit. I couldn't identify its rank, but curses who could use domain expansion are at least grade 1. Hearing how I thrashed a potential grade 1 with ease, I felt relieved. At least, my mana furnace isn't compromised in terms of strength. It was also thanks to the resistance I built up due to my zero cursed energy trait. I didn't have Toji nor Maki's strength, but I have some of their benefits. For once, I could hide in the domain's sure hit effect. My resistance to cursed spirits is also considerable. The latter works on both demons and curses. These are similar to fighting buffs that activate on a specific enemy. It is also the reason why I could fight back, though I am still fooked when facing a stronger enemy. Did you encounter them before? Yes, I did. They were troublesome enemies. I involuntarily recalled the volcano head curse. He is my reminder to not slack off. He took the second spot on my hit list. Of course, the top one belongs to the ancient dragon. Meanwhile, Dionysus took my third spot. What about Fin-san? After the unexpected curse, the overall situation of the Knossos raid came to my mind. They're done. Most of the Evas members went to the 6th floor. The remaining few that slipped out were captured as well. I nodded upon hearing Lady Riveria's words. As expected, choosing Fin-san as the commander is the best choice. His built-up fame and skills are suitable for this raid. Serious? Will there be something like that evil spirit in other demi-spirits? She asked. I don't know. There is a small chance of their appearance. Hermes-san's magic should be able to counteract them. The evil spirits are similar to the cursed weapons. Dea Saint? I see. Later on, it was decided that we will reunite with everyone on the 9th floor. They are guarding the floor while the other teams mapped it out. On the way, we passed through the broken adamantine walls. Gugalana's sheer strength pierced through walls that a level 6 could barely break open. If not for Lady Riveria's magic, it wouldn't have been that quick of a fight. Then again, Tiona-san kept telling me how easily I thrashed the cursed spirit. From her descriptions, I deduced I must have used maximum output, Sidon, Reiju and Abracadabra, all of which are grand-scale magicka. I required Judgment's help back then, but I could do it alone now. Soon, we arrived in the temporary contact point. It is the place where the recon team gathers after scouting the floor. I knew you could do it. Tsubakine approached me. She gave me a pat to the back. Oh? Gareth was also there to witness it. You should have seen it. I haven't been this surprised for years. Gareth-san commented. The young un did something amazing. Tsubakine realized there was something more to his words. You used it? She asked. Circumstances forced me. Well, that came off as no surprise. You could totally thrash your enemy with it. She is one of the few that knew Mana Furnace in depth. She told me about its horrors and how powerful I was during our tests. That included testing it inside a dungeon with her guidance. In a sense, Tsubakine is the reason why I chose to use it. At this time, Asfi-san's voice came from the orb. The targets had been found. There are 2 of them in separate rooms. Targets referred to the demi-spirits inside Knossos. If only 2 of them were found, this operation is already a half success. It's time to end things. Bam! Shatter! Fin-san's spear pierced the crystal on the demi-spirit. The latter let out a horrified scream before turning into grey ashes. 1, 2, 3. Inwardly, I kept counting. I didn't have much role in this fight except to cast magic now and then. We took down the demi-spirits one by one with our entire force, to be exact. A total of 3 level 6, 11 level 5, and a dozen level 4 ganged up on the demi-spirit. It is a far cry to Loki Familia's previous forces when they fought one. Needless to say, the first demi-spirit was easily taken down. The second one is killed a few seconds ago. There are no curses. I waited for a while before concluding. The other adventurers on my side cheered with the felling of the demi-spirit. All of that while organizing the injured ones. I came closer to its remains and examined the shattered jewel fetus closely. I squatted and grabbed one of them. There isn't any cursed energy. I saw Lady Riveria and shook my head. She flashed a visible smile as a result. We're fucking done here. I mumbled lowly. Knossos. A sense of melancholy swept over me. I brought this event 3 years earlier. It might bring unknown changes. Still, I believe it is for the best. We obliterated Evas completely. Also, we got Jurahammer. He was one of the Evas members who set up an ambush. He controlled several monsters to attack the infiltration team. Asfi-san was the one who caught him, but Rithusa-san asked for his custody. Knowing the history between Rudra and Astria familia, Asfi-san handed him over. Phew. Right now, I felt lighter than before. It's as if a huge burden was lifted off my chest. Of course, I am not done yet. I still have to do something after this. Enyo. Upon examining my memories, I found out how he hid his true personality when teaming up with tricky gods like Loki-sama and Lord Hermes. It is impossible to not slip up in front of them. Dionysus is the god of wine. If he wanted to hide his true personality, it could be done with wine. Being drunk could explain why Dionysus is that kind in front of others. This is merely a conjuncture. I would be finding out if it's true today. Serious? What's the matter? Ai-san approached me. How are you? She asked. I'm good. I didn't have to participate much in these fights. Me too. She made an aggrieved look. Fin-san must have considered our previous fight. We don't lack upper-class adventurers, after all. Hearing this, Ai-san pouted. Did she just? I realized it must be due to citing Fin-san. Indeed, she could be like this. We could make it up later. If you want, I will come with you on the lower floors. It's a promise. Yet. We talked more after that. The settlement of the aftermath took time. The injured were carried on stretchers while the vanguard team scouted the area ahead. Dragons. What do you think of them? Suddenly, Ai-san asked this question. My hand briefly froze. My body remembered its 4 deaths from that damnable dragon. I don't particularly like or hate them, but I hate one of them. I spoke my truest feelings. That hatred urges me to kill it, rather, I hate it so bad I want to kill it. My fingers dug deep into my palm. I didn't conceal the bloodlust laced in my voice. For the people of this world, hating monsters is completely normal. At least, I could speak the entire truth at this time. That remains to be one of my hardest goals currently. I see. She nodded before adding, I will help you accomplish it. Ai-san. I looked at her in surprise. I saw a similar bloodlust deep within her eyes. That alone made me realize her hatred for a dragon. A dragon? Was it the one-eyed black dragon? It is. I thought about it. In this world, there is only the one-eyed black dragon that poses a great threat. Meanwhile, my world has Kenjaku and Sukuna in Japan, the ancient red dragon in Europe, the manifestation of the end faced by Lord Nettesheim, chaotic gods from the spirit realm. We never had a shortage of troublemakers. If not for them, the powerful magicians wouldn't have let the ancient red dragon do its thing. They were held back by other matters, hence the future I saw kept happening 7 times. Counting the special grade sorcerers in Japan, we have 3, Gojo Satoru, Okotsu Yuta, and Tsukumo Yuki. Meanwhile, Lord Nettesheim, Kazumitsu-san, Gluttony, and Swime represent the magisters, great scholars. The rank A and semi-magisters aren't small, either. They amount to around 40 worldwide. They are at least level 7 in power. In short, our world has many high-end powers. Then, when the time comes for the fight against it, I will be there. That should make it up. I didn't decide it on a whim. My friends in this world would be in danger due to that black dragon, including Ai-san. I don't want anyone to die, both in my world and in this world. Thank you. At this moment, Ai-san wore a bashful look. Chapter 69, Chapter 69, Falling Action. After taking down the demi-spirits, we dealt with the aftermath. That includes further investigation of Knossos' 18 floors. We couldn't let go of potential troubles such as loose Philis and Evas remnants. Asfi-san stayed inside the control room as it happened. She took my place in commanding others of her findings. With the map, everything became extremely convenient. As for me, I did not stay for longer. I went to Tsubakine and Lady Artemis before I went out. Lady Artemis is the other god besides Loki-sama inside Knossos. She was needed since only they could deal with other gods. Surprisingly, Lady Artemis volunteered to handle Thanatos after returning to the surface. You're meeting Enyo. I can't let him do his things. The cursed spirit was something I never expected. I hadn't seen it in the future. Curses. I'm glad you're all right. She let out a relieved smile. It is beautiful as always. Lady Artemis shouldn't worry much. I am quite strong already. I can't help but do so when you fight dangerous enemies like that. I concede. I admit, facing upper class, level 5 and up, adventurers as a level 3 could be dangerous. Though it made me curious as to how large the increase would be in my status. Since the status shown with lights syncs with Hephaestus-sama's updates, I will have to wait for later. Enyo isn't very strong. I will capture him. Enyo. You would bring those two? Yes. Lady Artemis was talking about Philis and Ein. For them, things can't continue like this. When dealing with Dionysus, I want them to at least see his true nature. It won't leave complicated feelings that way. I could also deal with him without their knowledge, but it might turn troublesome. I don't want our relationship to turn into a dramatic one. Philis knows about us killing Dionysus and misunderstands everything, which leads to a dark story of Philis seeking revenge against her benefactor. It'll be the cherry on top if the ending turns out to be Philis knowing Dionysus' atrocities upon killing me. Shakespeare would rise from his tomb and give it a 5-star review. As hilarious as it sounds, that could happen. I would like to make things clear before I settle things. Suddenly, Lady Artemis made a move. Her face neared to mine before swiftly changing direction to my cheek. I felt a soft sensation pressed into it. By the time it was over, I saw her bashful look. Was that a kiss? I had to do a double take. I looked sidewards before returning to Lady Artemis' blushing face. I heard it could bring good luck. My wish is to keep you safe, she said while averting my gaze. I have to return now. Good luck tonight, Nobu-kun. After Lady Artemis left, my mind finally caught up to it. A kiss. I never received one outside my family. Bocchi-chan, my first friend, didn't do things like that. I would be surprised if she did, considering how she could do a breakdown both externally and internally. Lady Artemis. Complex emotions brewed within me. It is mostly joy mixed with anticipation and anxiety. Both Lady Artemis and I are clueless to matters regarding love. After a while, I composed myself. I will complete this without a hitch. I became more motivated than ever. Ah! Land covered her mouth with both hands as she saw the events that transpired. She accidentally saw Artemis and Nobu talking alone in a corner. She didn't expect to happen into this scene. Finally. At this moment, she could wait to share it to others. She saw the ship had sailed in full. She would have waved a flag in sheer excitement to celebrate if she had any. Land stomped her feet in excitement as she sprinted to the rest of Artemis' familia members. Upon hearing of it, everyone became lively. It's about time. That's all right. Artemis-sama and Nobu-kun are inexperienced. This should become more memorable for them. Lant replied. Wise words. What are you talking about? Their voices halted when they heard Artemis' stern voice. It's nothing. We're talking about those scary Philis. Yes, yes, We're talking about that, Artemis-sama. Rithousa, who silently listened to their banter, couldn't nearly prevent her mouth from twitching. It didn't help that she tacitly agreed with Lanceship and kept this a secret to Artemis. She could somehow see a time in future where Artemis would need that final push. Rithousa decided to help her goddess out with it. It's coming earlier. I should have expected this. I left Knossos through the sewage entrance. The adventurers stationed to it asked me about the situation below, which I answered. They were very easy to talk to, perhaps due to how they belonged to Ganesha familia. I was able to leave after that. I bid farewell to Isan and the others, too. I told them I was off to catch the final culprit Enyo. Asfi-san offered to offer help, but I refused. Philis and Ein are enough to infiltrate the Dionysus familia home. After leaving Daedalus Street, I went to our meeting place, a roof 2 blocks away from the said familia home. Upon my arrival, the empty space revealed a cloaked girl. She wore a pair of glasses underneath the hood. Where's Ein? She went after that cloaked person. She carried an orb with her. From our last contact, she followed the person up to Marin. Marin. That was a city around 10 kilometers from Orario. Dionysus might be cooking something there. It's good you're all right. Philis expressed her relief. No worries. Loki familia was heading that operation. It's very stable. After a while, the atmosphere turned more serious. Nobu. Dionysus-sama. He couldn't have done it. Philis couldn't accept the thought of Dionysus being one of Evas. Ein was the same, but she didn't make it more evident before. I was surprised as well. But it might be someone else. We'll know later. I recalled the reveal from a few hours ago. Dionysus-sama is from Evas. Philis couldn't react to the bombshell I dropped. No. It's not specifically Lord Dionysus. However, there is indeed a possible member of Evas in your familia. How could it be? I chose to establish this narrative slowly. That's why we couldn't trust Lord Dionysus as of now. There's a possibility he knows about it. He doesn't. Philis is insistent on defending Dionysus' name. I shook my head inwardly. The god's prestige in the hearts of his familia members is very high. Even I might have overlooked the possibility of him being Enyo if not for my future knowledge. That was how charismatic he was outwardly. I was following a suspicious person that day. I was surprised to see that person entering your familia home. Enyo. Dionysus wears a specially made cloak. It blocks the perception of others and allows them to hide perfectly, much like composite. Although, it is far more potent. I suspect it was made by another god. That god must have also helped in creating Philis' dress, which concealed her side as a creature. I made her current dresses and cloaks based on it, too. It is unclear whether that person has a connection with Lord Dionysus. We could only ambush them when they meet. One of the surprises I learned was Dionysus' outside visits increased after Valletta's death. He goes somewhere these past 2 days. His timing is also at midnight. That fits the schedule I planned for the Knossos operation. You are familiar with your comrades. Do you have an idea of who might be suspicious? No. We are just a normal familia. Nobody had any dissatisfaction under Lord Dionysus. Her mood became downcast. Shit. I hate myself right now. I wanted Philis and Ein to see the true persona of Dionysus, that their devotion was wasted on the likes of him. I anticipated she could react like this, but seeing it firsthand made me feel guilty. Do I have the authority to decide for themselves? Should I have left it to them? Perhaps it would be fine for them to simply hear of his verdict. I shook these thoughts off. They might not accept it. Philis and Ein would be hurt for a long time if I don't settle it properly. This is necessary. I strengthened my will as I recalled her original fate. That time, she was not happy. That time, she was deceived. That time, she was broken. It went beyond my usual responsibilities for the ones I saved. I truly want her to be happy this time. Perhaps it is my influence on my future that I became like this? I always wanted to change the bad endings with a good one. Not to mention the times she took care of my foolish self. How could I save a world when I couldn't even save a single girl? I steeled myself. We couldn't remove the possibility of Lord Dionysus being an accomplice. Hello? Nobu. I looked at the communication orb. You're finally here. How was that operation? It posed some dangers, but we managed to get through them safely. How about your side? Well, I came back to Orario just now. That cloaked person has a secret entrance to Orario. I had to sneak on the walls. I never knew it could be this thrilling. Ein is the unrestrained version of Philis. She never bothered about appearances and is more straightforward than her. It seems like he's returning. A few minutes later, we reunited with the cloaked Ein. She wore the same glasses as Philis, but she had a different vibe. That person returned. It's someone from our former familia. Philis couldn't believe it. From her eyes, she should be reminiscing about her former comrades. Shall we intrude? Ein asked. Yes. Hearing my decision, they turned on the cloak's function. It works similarly to composite but as a cloth. Meanwhile, I didn't activate composite. It'd be troublesome to cooperate with all of us invisible. We gathered momentum from running 2 roofs and jumped inside the familia home in one go. A familiar courtyard greeted us in the middle of the night. I took out a vial from my pocket. It contains a liquid metal akin to mercury, a substance that came from the 44th floor. This liquid metal became rare due to the 44th being inaccessible right now. I found it being kept as a collection from a store. Permutatio. Exchange. It entered the doorknob and reformed as a carbon copy of the key. Click. Coagulatio. Flow. It receded to the vial as a liquid after doing its job. Opening the door, I saw a dark interior. I didn't have trouble seeing things due to my increased status. I scanned the area before proceeding inside. I could vaguely feel Philis and Ein going inside as well. My nose caught a strange smell of salt. I squatted before touching the ground. There was no footsteps or obvious traces. What I did find, however, were some drops of water. I brought my finger up to my nose and smelled salt water. I found something. I said in a low voice. I will track it. Correspondence. The spell scanned the area around the hallways, but nothing else. I didn't touch the sleeping people to be more cautious. A few seconds later, correspondence brought up results. Inside my mind, I saw a track of small salt water droplets. After asking them to close the door, we proceeded. Philis and Ein paused now and then as if recalling some memories. Fortunately, they didn't delay much and followed in my footsteps. We passed by several rooms such as the lounge and the kitchen before finding ourselves in front of a door. Philis turned off some of the cloak's functions to speak. Dionysus Sama's winery. Philis' voice came from behind. It. She couldn't continue her words. I could imagine the emotions she is currently feeling. We'll find out inside. Just like before, I used liquid metal to lockpick. It was easily unlocked. We smelled the aroma of different wines as we entered the winery. It has a brick staircase. It led to a room filled with barrels of wine to be fermented. The next room is filled with stored wine bottles. Upon reaching the end of this room, we didn't find anybody. I could imagine their sighs of relief which were hidden by the cloak. It's not the end yet. Refrain speaking from now on. I will connect the orb to the Loki familia. I said to them. All right. I took out my communication orb and changed its channel. The other side didn't let out any voice. I discussed this with them. After that, I used correspondence and found some abnormalities mechanisms hidden in this wall. I touched the brick wall and started going through a small section. I pushed each of them with considerable force. When I felt one of them, my finger triggered a button. Click! The bricks started to move below. They revealed the hidden room lit up with a lamp. A small study was placed across the wall along with an opened wine bottle. Ah! Dionysus blankly looked in my direction. He is in the midst of removing his outfit as Enyo. So it was you. Enyo. Serious? His face turned hysterical in a split second. How did you? He was shocked before it changed into a smile. You trespassed. How dare you break inside a familia home? I couldn't see the visage of the gentlemanly and elegant god from before. Perhaps it is due to his hysterical mood. Let's not talk about crimes. We all know too well of your involvement with Philis, Enyo, or rather, Dionysus. Ha! Ah ha 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 ha! Hysterical laughter filled the room. Dionysus covered his face with his hand, seemingly finding this ridiculous. All of a sudden, he thrust a dagger at my face. PSSSHK. My hand steadily held the silver dagger. Blood dripped to the floor. The curse embedded to the dagger invaded my astral body. I stared at him expressionlessly. Was that all? How pathetic, Enyo! Crack! Crack! Shatter! I crushed the dagger with my hand. I am somewhat rational yet angry as of now. The top 3 on my hit list is nearby, and he is already within my grasp. Swoosh! Slam! I kicked his abdomen. I sent him flying backwards to his desk. Shatter! His bottle of divine wine fell to the ground and shattered. Damn you! Why are you doing this? I didn't mind his hectic shouts. I want to inform you of something. I calmly spoke. Philis is gone along with 3 of your demi-spirits. Ha! He was filled with disbelief. It is the looks of someone who couldn't recognize reality. You are done for. What are you saying? Enyo. You trespassed into our home. He soon began wearing his mask. He turned from the crazy person to a wronged one. Stop pretending. I picked up the mask he dropped to the ground. This is already an incriminating evidence, Enyo. There are only a couple of moves before checkmate. Chapter 70, Denouement. 12 years. That was how long it took Dionysus to lay his plans out. From the initial planning up to the execution, he never made a fatal mistake. Dionysus successfully created the jewel fetus back when he explored Gakai. All it needed were nutrients from the dungeon's pantries and a suitable vessel. It would be able to grow after absorbing enough nutrients in the pantries. Once it grows up, it would be left alone until it becomes strong enough. If it encounters a perilous situation, it would protect its jewel fetus while feigning death. The Philis who visits the dungeon would then bring it back to the pantry and allow its reincarnation to happen. This will continue until the demi-spirit grows to an acceptable level. It is a plan with the slightest rate of exposure. Dionysus made an agreement with the demi-spirit's side to not act pompous until the promised time arrives. Everything was supposed to go smoothly, or so he thought. How? How? As the one who orchestrated it, Dionysus kept his panic inwardly. What? When did he? He couldn't understand it. From what Valletta said, Philis' intersection with Sirius was during the 27th floor nightmare. How could it reach Dionysus with all his plans? I never left any traces. Dionysus is going crazier than ever. How? Everything won't end like this. His frantic thoughts receded like a tide. Yes. There's still her. He thought of that woman. Her lifespan is exceedingly short even as a creature, but she is powerful. She came from the chaotic age of the Great Feud. Her body is very strong to the point it was maintained despite falling from the surface to the 44th floor straight. The said woman is responsible for serving as the proper medium between Dionysus and the demi-spirits. The role she played in his plans is huge, to say the least. If not for the woman not cooperating in full with him, she could be Enyo's ultimate weapon. That, and the fact she wouldn't live long due to her situation. I don't understand. What are you saying? Enyo. You're a nutcase. Stop with your delusions. Bam. He was sent flying once more by Nobu's kick. He fell to the floor powerlessly. Dionysus met gazes with Nobu on an equal level. Eek. Frost started appearing in the corner of the hidden room. For a moment, Dionysus saw the visage of a terrifying dragon. The pressure Nobu emitted is too heavy for a god whose arcanum is sealed. Breathing became laborious to him. His eyelids became extremely heavy. It won't be a surprise for him to fall unconscious at this moment. You might have misunderstood something. Nobu spoke. The play's over. There's no need to maintain your role. Many thoughts flew into Dionysus' mind. After being cornered to the extreme, his coping mechanism couldn't handle it anymore. Dionysus started laughing. His stifled laughter from before continued. He was aware that it was over from the moment Nobu showed himself. His colorful delusions were nothing but fake. How did you get me, you bastard? Tap. His figurative mask fell off. Nobu is seeing the Dionysus he knows. What did you think that I would reveal it? I would prefer seeing you suffer in frustration without your curiosity itched. You should see yourself in the mirror. He ridiculed. Oh, that reminds me. That bold demi-spirit was tough. I never expected something like that. A bull. A memory clicked within Dionysus' mind. Ah, that one? Ha! She placed some tricks on that one. Too bad it didn't kill you. He moved exactly as Nobu willed. She. A woman? Another creature. He scrolled through his memories. He closed his eyes for a few seconds before finding nothing. He couldn't recall something about the demi-spirits mentioning about a woman except for Evas. Wait. Nobu vaguely caught a memory. He thought they were referring to Evas at that time. She's like that. Yet. She's terrifying. It was a single phrase, a comment during Evas' outburst against Eyes. Nobu overlooked it as a mere reaction. Only when he sought for it specifically did he notice it. Woman. Hat. Everything would happen as long as she's there. As expected, an unknown creature. Nobu mulled over. She's not present in the future. There's a huge chance she disappeared, or she died. Dionysus continued spitting threats one after another. He wanted to disrupt Nobu's composure as his petty revenge. If you survived that nightmare, there's still more coming to you. You don't know everything. That woman said it all. Unfortunately, he did not expect for someone to intervene. Bam! A palm covered his face. The back of his head was slammed to the solid wall, leaving marks of blood on it. Soon, a cloaked person appeared in his sight. The hood hid more than half of that person's face. However, Dionysus happened to be familiar with her. Philis. You bastard! She is none other than his former familia member. Her previous elegance could no longer be seen. The pair of glasses worn by her further contrasted that. After all this time, Philis and Ein overheard Dionysus' words about the 27th floor nightmare. He implied how he was involved in making it happen. Everyone trusted you. Yet, you killed them all. Her voice became filled with anger the more she continued. Everyone died because of you. That incident changed her life. She saw her trusted comrades die in front of her eyes. The entire Dionysus familia dedicated themselves to their god Dionysus. Never would they have thought that he could kill them off like trash. That thought fueled Ein's anger towards her former god. Ein gripped the neck of Dionysus. She began choking him due to sheer anger. The god's face started turning purple as a result. Ein. Someone held her shoulder. He shouldn't die yet. Hearing Nobu's words, Ein loosened her grip. Dionysus began catching air desperately. You should have heard enough. Nobu took out the orb in his pocket. The criminal openly admitted to his crimes. Thanks for this one, Detective Nobu. It's enough, serious. Two gods who had been listening from the beginning spoke their verdicts. To think Enyo was Dionysus. That's surprising and unsurprising at the same time. You. Hermes. Yo. It's been a long time. Dionysus imagined Hermes tipping his hat off to him. There's finally a reason for your calmness. The latter said. You haven't changed at all. Oh. You know him or something. We're from the same pantheon. Back in Tenkai, Dionysus doesn't sit still. He often fought with the others. If Hestia hadn't given him the position of a main god, Dionysus innately sought chaos. He will be viewed as someone psychotic in the mortal world, but he was the same as the other gods in Tenkai. In light of not having anything to do, he got bored. Once, he started a fight due to the one of the 12 main god positions. If not for Hestia voluntarily giving it up, he would have stirred up more trouble. Hear that? I'll hand you over to them. After that, it's certain you won't go back here. Ever. Nobu showed a different look while he declared it. Inwardly, he plans to completely kill Dionysus in Tenkai once he gains more power. Suimei directly fought against Alshana, the strongest god of another world. She is someone with vast powers, yet Suimei matched her. Nobu didn't see her fall as he died while Suimei fought her. That was the reason why he couldn't help much on Earth's side back when it was facing a crisis. Nevertheless, it showed the possibility of killing a god. I'll come find you. He swore to himself. He can't die, right? Yet. Got it. Bam. Ein gave a right hook straight to Dionysus' face. The force was enough to knock him unconscious. Thud. As his body fell to the ground, all that remained were unresolved resentment. In this matter, everything came to an end. 59th floor. It is an unexplored area for the current Orario. Only the joint Zeus and Hera familia had reached this floor before. Upon going deeper, the floors tend to become larger in scale. The 51st floor is roughly the size of several Orarios combined. It is extremely difficult to pinpoint one person within this vast land, which is why Fallen. Someone had used it as her hiding spot. 3 demi-spirits. That one unexpectedly broke out. The robed woman felt the tremors of the dungeon an hour ago. Coupled with her connection to the demi-spirits as a creature, she confirmed several facts about what happened. A boy. Sirius. The brightest star on Gakkai. The adventurer who acquired it as an epithet symbolized something grander in her eyes. Would he be able to? Her charming appearance was illuminated by an igneous rock. Her silver hair reflected the light. Her heterochromatic eyes were exposed. Astria would have recognized her. She partook in the great feud 4 years ago in an attempt to induce an artificial crisis in Orario. She wanted the adventurers to become stronger at the cost of thousands of lives, including hers. Upon seeing the one-eyed black dragon's overwhelming strength, she deemed it necessary, more so when it ushered in a surge of strength due to that crack while they are fighting it. Althea wanted Gakkai to win against that terrifying opponent. The last embers of hope lay into this generation. He could lead this era. Nobu defeated the special grade cursed spirit as a level 3. It is an impossible feat to accomplish. Nobody could have done that as a level 3, not her, Zald, Maxim, Empress, or nobody else. For that reason, Althea didn't fully help Enyo in his plans. The latter sought the destruction of the heroes, something she wouldn't want to see. It is enough for Enyo to become a formidable foe that will induce growth. Dionysus never knew he was nothing but a chunk of experience. I shall see. I knew this would happen. I kept Dionysus to the basement while waiting for the Loki and Ganesha familia to arrive. To make the matter more credible, Loki-sama and Lord Ganesha came with their familia. It took a while to enter the familia home. When Dionysus' familia saw Dionysus was the suspect, they never believed it. Their strong belief in him prompted them to defend him. Unsurprisingly, it ended without suspense. Finsan led the Loki familia side while Varmasan led the Ganesha familia. What are you planning to do? Why are you framing Dionysus Sama like that? Their remaining vice-captain, Orario, angrily yelled over the Ganesha familia members who restrained her. Varmasan, their captain, remained silent. When she saw the pieces of evidence brought out from the winery, she nodded to her familia members. She was the only familia captain who never spoke 15 minutes ago. She along with Loki, Hermes and Ganesha familia's top executives listened to Dionysus' confessions in the communication orb. Coupled with Evas' cursed dagger hidden in his possession and his Enyo outfit, it is enough to convict him. Sigh. I turned off Composite S stealth and came forward. I took out a diagonal-shaped diamond pin from my coat. I tapped on it several times before finding the right duration. Bam! It made a light sound as it fell to the floor. No one paid attention to it except for Finsan and Varmasan who saw it. Buzz! A high-pitched sound came out of nowhere. It caused everyone to slightly wince, in turn taking their attention. Before they could react, a familiar voice came out of it. Yes. If you died during that time, that diversion would have killed you. Diversion? The 27th floor nightmare. Dionysus' frantic voice continued. That's right. It was our grand plan that would have succeeded without you. That was supposed to be our biggest plan. You'll still die nevertheless. It will kill you all. It was met with silence. That was when Dionysus' craziness reached its peak. He loosened up and divulged many things, all to make me feel uneasy. Snap. BZZT. I snapped my finger, which signaled the record to proceed to another checkpoint. Ah! My familia? They're collaterals. They died for my cause. They would be happy of it. His arrogant voice resounded. It was cut off after that. Another wave of silence ensued in the familia home. The Dionysus familia members were frozen due to what they had heard just now. I could guess their thoughts as of the moment. I finished my job here. After sending a glance to the two captains, I left the familia home. Philis and Ein waited for me in a dark alley 2 streets away. Their mood is definitely not the best right now. I overheard their prior argument. I should have punched him more. Stop it. Lord Dione. What do you mean stop it? Didn't you see it? That bastard planned everything. He killed our comrades. He played with our trust. Can't you admit it? That bastard is a scum. Ein's anger is not easily extinguishable, more so after hearing the reveal tonight. Philis seemingly wanted to say something, but she did not continue. If Nobu didn't save us back then. Sigh. This is for the best. I knew that one possibility, her being Dionysus' pawn. It was something that happened in the future I saw. Let's head home for now. In this manner, we headed home. Chapter 71, Chapter 71, Belated Realization. Tired. Yet. After arriving at the familia home, Hephaestus Sama greeted the three of us. Philis and Ein aren't in the state to continue this night. It left me and Hephaestus Sama alone in her office. I drank a glass of water in one go. The ice cubes made a clanking sound. It sounded refreshing for someone tired like me. Never had I thought that dealing with Dionysus would be this tiring. It is how emotional entanglements work with humans. True. Hephaestus Sama's words reminded me of her actual age. She's far older than Lord Nettishim, who lived for 1,000 years. About his execution. Artemis would take that on. Yes. I replied. She insisted on executing Dionysus by herself. I recalled Lady Artemis' terrifying expression at that time. That was the only time I saw her out for blood. However, it was not surprising after a second thought. Lady Artemis and Hephaestus Sama know what Dionysus did to me. I told them that. While I have a slight regret about telling that, I assumed it would be better for them to know. We already reached a point where we don't hide anything from each other. If it's her, I'll leave it to that. Somehow, Hephaestus-sama looked regretful. Does she also want to? Loki-sama told us we could visit him. They'll take a few days before their execution. They've done it to control the aftermath and to see if they spill more information. Indeed, Loki is good at that kind of thing. Soon, our conversation about it ended. We decided on visiting Dionysus and Thanatos one last time before their execution. Should we update your status? She asked. Okay. As usual, I removed my top and revealed my back. I sat facing the back of the chair. Hey? Did you grow taller? Suddenly, she asked that. Taller? Maybe. I haven't checked it much. I didn't care much about my height. If I'm small, it would be an advantage. If I grew taller, it could give me greater reach. I'm fine with either way. Nevertheless, I am certain I would grow tall in the future. In every future I saw, I grew around 175 centimeters. That was already tall by Japan's standards. It must have been brought by the body training in the earlier days. While fauna doesn't directly affect the body, it might be able to induce growth. Perhaps it decided it'd be best for my body to grow up. You also? Never mind. Hephaestus-sama's voice cracked for a moment. I am not facing her. I didn't see her expression. I felt her touch on my back. She drew the familia emblem using her blood. It unlocked my fauna and made status updates possible. Instead of pulling the virtual status up, I waited for Hephaestus-sama's sheet of paper. It is kind of a special act done by us. Level 3. Strength, D534 SSS 1588 Defense, D504 SSS 1589 Dexterity, D536 SSS 1592 Agility, D527 SSS 1599 Magic, D556 SSS 1599. Hacker, F Ubiquitous, HF. Orionids. Memoir Manifest. Miracle Maker. Child of Constellations. Proof of Combat, E, 10% to be upgraded. Curse Hunter. Another big increase. You faced danger again. Yes. I revealed the cursed spirit's appearance to Hephaestus-sama. It's a sudden appearance. I didn't expect Gakai would also have them. It's strange. Lady Artemis said the same thing. When I faced her, I saw she was perplexed by it. Both of them know about cursed spirits due to my stories. However, they believed Gakai doesn't have them. She mentioned it was her first time hearing it. As expected. Hephaestus-sama muttered. They are not discovered in this world yet, Nobu-kun. If they appeared, Gakai might be facing the same thing as your world. Twilight Syndrome. My expression turned serious. Our world faced the same problem. I know too well how destructive it could be. We have as far as 7 possible level 10 at the very least even, they could be above that. Satoru-san and Lord Netishime stand atop them all. Yet, these personages had many troubles due to Twilight Syndrome. Gakai is also facing the threat of one-eyed black dragon. If the problems stack, it could very well cause the end of this world. Suddenly, I caught onto a vague thought. Only now. Is it possible that I caused this? Traveling between worlds is something without much study about it. Swime has the greatest knowledge regarding it. I shelved the thought of studying other worlds since it could very well lead to a gamble. It would be fine if the people of that world are willing to help us. If they chose to be hostile, however, it'd pose a significant threat. I haven't met Louise-san and Kaito-san back in those iterations, too. It indirectly proved that my cheat allows me to see the cracks caused by world travel. Since I didn't have my cheat in those iterations, I couldn't see them, hence I haven't met them and discovered the usability of Swime's world transfer spell and Louise-san's dimensional gate. If I brought the curses with me? I forcibly stopped the pessimistic thoughts. I would only burden myself with these worries. I will discover the answer in the future. I shifted my focus to the new skill I gained. Curse Hunter. Increases status against curses. Increases status against demons. Improvements scale with the target/S strength. Yet again, I gained an absurd skill. If I successfully return from here, I could face the special grade curses directly. I have finally stepped onto this level. I would become stronger as long as I steadily increase my status. These battles went well regardless of those hiccups. Perhaps I could level up in a few days. You'll rewrite Orario's records again. She mused. I won't be surprised if you become as famous as those great heroes one day. Argonaut. Mercenary King. These are the two figures that once shook this world. They are the equivalent of an era's heroes that changed Gakai's history. Mercenary King cleaned up berserk monsters and kept the bastions of humanity safe. Argonaut ignited the zeals of the entire humanity and gave them hope that everyone could be a hero. They are similar to Lord Nettishim, who nurtured the future generation single-handedly, and Tenjin Sama, who sacrificed herself to converge most of the world's evil to her barrier. Hephaestus Sama thinks too much. I might not be able to do that. We'll see in the future. I dare not to be complacent. While I won't live my entire life as if I were in a war zone, I shouldn't be too complacent. I admit, I have the means to become someone like them. My magic system alone, the Akasaka system, could subtly integrate myths and physical laws. Magicians of my world could interact with science even if it's not to the same degree as mine. It could lead to a new age of magic era ushering forth. In case something happens to me, Miko could publish those findings through Kazumitsu-san. I won't downplay my contributions, but I won't inflate it too much. My original goal have been to give myself and the ones I care about a better life. We talked a bit more before Hephaestus Sama told me to rest. Coincidentally, I saw someone running at my direction. Good morning, Haruim-san. Akasaka-san. Why? Why did you do that? She wore a look of helplessness. Her slightly reddened eyes showed how her sleep was interrupted at 4 a.m. I wouldn't bring someone actively to such danger. There are too many variables that could pose a threat to you. Even so. I said it before. I will help Haruim-san regardless of cost. Haruim-san is willing to go to Knossos with me. She brought this up last night. I gave her a sound refusal. I am not the type of person to place someone actively in danger. She also hasn't faced much danger. It's like placing a civilian in a war zone. Tonight, she insisted on joining the operation. What I did was place a sleep spell on her. Haruim-san looked downcast. I have a guess as to what was running on her mind. Still, I don't regret my decision. Sending Haruim-san to grave danger would contradict my beliefs. I see. Akasaka-san. Never mind. Have a good night. Good night, Haruim-san. Harheim stared silently at the door. Complex feelings ran in her mind. Akasaka-san. One side of hers doesn't want to disrespect his ideals. Nobu saved her without asking for anything. Her gratitude made her respect him as her savior. However, it is her gratitude that made things complicated. She wanted to help him, but he didn't want her to go head-on to danger. She hasn't found any way to help him besides the house chores. After missing the entire operation, Harheim doesn't know what to do. As for offering her body, it left as soon as it came to her mind. Nobu is a respectable person who doesn't prefer those things. Although she hadn't been sent to the brothels, she'd seen others from her familia doing that thing. While she was educated as a young miss of a noble clan, it was not completed. She came to her own conclusions after observing them for a while. What should I do? A shield. It stood tall on the field. The grass swayed in the direction of the wind. The refreshing scent was caught by my nose. The next moment, my surroundings changed to a room. The walls are made of grey bricks. The room held a solemn atmosphere. My eyes found its source, an item housed by a pedestal. It looked out of this world. Upon further analysis, I found the item's nature. A golden cup. No, this solemn feeling. It reminded me of the anti-curse magic one based on the Abrahamic god. Golden cup, holy. Holy Grail. The famed item in Europe, the Grail, once drunk from by Christ. It is said to grant immortality to those who drink from it. It came from the Arthurian legends written in history. The surroundings changed to the grasslands once more. A man stood a few distance away from the shield I saw earlier. What? He looks exactly like me, a perfect carbon copy. However, he possessed a different aura than mine. It is otherworldly in the sense that it felt incongruent, inhuman, even. The man wore black armor draped with purple cloth. A long sword hung sheathed to his waist. Am I dreaming again? The man tried to say something based on his face, but it came off as silence. I couldn't hear his voice, as if I became deaf. I couldn't read the movements of his lips, either. I was about to ask something when dozens of memories kicked in. They barged into my mind all of a sudden. All of those memories, rather, my dreams involved a meeting with this man. They are all the dreams I couldn't remember. What is going on? I concisely pinpointed the concern. Unfortunately, silence prevailed over my words. Fate, caution, protect. Or not. After saying these words, I woke up. I heaved a deep breath. My heart continued beating in a fast manner. I controlled my breathing rhythm and calmed it down. What was that? I brought up my memories of this dream, only to find out I couldn't remember many things about it. Except for the man and his 3 words, I couldn't remember anything else. This time, I knew it was strange. I didn't brush it off as a mere dream, but something else. Was it an alter ego? Or was he similar to my ideal self? I swiftly rejected the second notion. I could still feel a part of myself on the Nobu who warned me about Dionysus. But, that man is completely different. I couldn't see a part of myself in him. His otherworldly aura made him similar to the saints written in the scriptures. Fate, caution, protect. It was the 3 words he uttered before the dream ended. Do they pose a significant meaning? If that man has a purpose, those words has a meaning. Still, what are they supposed to mean? I know how to analyze languages, but I am not as good as professional linguists. The intent and gesture has to be there. The man didn't have the gesture due to his lips being blurred. His face remained reticent throughout the conversation. Protect. Fortunately, he left this word. If it means protect, it usually involves fending something adverse in nature. Caution. Fate. To be cautious of fate and protect something or someone. Glancing at the sunlight by the window, I realized it is already late in the afternoon. I'll analyze this in depth later. A paradise. It is an unsullied land devoid of the presence of mortals. Flowers bloomed and the waters remained clean. Red apples grew on the trees without falling. In such a detached place, there lived a man. The man's beauty was otherworldly. His long white hair shone with a rainbow light once sunlight shone over them. The robe made of the finest fabrics further accentuated his appearance. Most women would swoon all over him. It didn't help that the man in question is a womanizer. He felt an itch on his nose. The white-robed man stopped what he was doing and glanced outside the floating black tower. Soon, his gaze landed on the lakeside. It was filled with flowers, an adorning sight that suited his epithet. However, the beauty of these flowers wasn't the one that caught his attention. Wait a minute. A brief memory popped into his mind. Several dozen years ago, he welcomed an unexpected visitor. The man thought he was a magus who mistakenly or luckily entered the paradise. He imagined the boy's collapse, however, it did not happen. The boy did not collapse due to the overwhelming magical energy in this place. He was affected by it, but only a portion of him. Something had protected the boy from the true ether in this paradise, something that was lost after the age of God's end. A normal human will die a split second after their exposure to it. They would hallucinate due to its sheer density, their body would inflate akin to a balloon and explode. The magus of flowers couldn't see through the blur of the boy back then. It proved to be an interesting topic he spent his time on. After seeing his parallel selves existing in different futures, he found out he was one of the few that didn't have an interesting event. A certain someone irresponsibly passed her duties to someone else. Another guided someone on his journey as a human, all the while masquerading as a virtual idol. Fortunately, he finally encountered one after a long time. No way. The wise man, scratch that. The bastard mage from the Arthurian legend, Merlin, found out that the blur was removed. It unveiled the identity of his visitor back in the past. That removed the need to unveil it himself. Nevertheless, he was completely caught off guard by the boy's identity. It's him. He couldn't be more familiar with him. After all, how did he come here? He used to serve the chosen king. A/N, I don't know if y'all got surprised by this reveal. Though I have to say, there are many people who picked up the bits of hints I left in the past 70 chapters. Some of them include Chapter 5, Paradise and White-Robed Man/Woman. Somewhere in Chapter 30-40, Dream of a Man on the End of His Journey. Chapter 51, Kay tells Nobu that she thought of S.H.I.E.L.D. when first meeting him. The novel's cover picture and MC's appearance. So yeah, everything isn't a coincidence. It is going as planned. Fixes glasses. Chapter 72, Mortal's Complexity, Goddess Anger. Nobu. Good morning, or rather, good afternoon. The first person I came across was Ain. Unlike her usual liveliness, she is unusually quiet. I kept your breakfast inside that box. Facing some inconvenience, I created a meal box that retains the food's freshness and heat. It is something we commonly use in this house. How are you? I'm fine. Philis is the one with problems. Perhaps due to her straightforwardness, she easily accepted the truth of Dionysus being a member of Evas. She likes nice people and hates detestable people. Ain took the initiative to explain. That bastard previously held a high prestige for us. Having a caring god as his facade is a jackpot for us. I see. In this city filled with fun-seeking gods, many of them couldn't treat their children properly. Usually, they treat them in their own ways. Oftentimes, it is something seen as bad. Dionysus being caring as his facade could easily capture many mortals. It is the reason why he got such a huge prestige to begin with. Is she still in her room? I asked. No. She's on top of the roof. All right. Thanks. I was about to ask you about this. It's not a problem. I had to help her somehow. That's just like you. On the way outside, I came across Haruim-san. We talked for a while before proceeding to clean the familia home. This time, I acquiesced to it. It should help lessen the burden she might be feeling. I reached the courtyard. I easily flew to the roof with flight magic. I felt the humidity being cold, in sharp contrast to the hellhole every summer. That was the reason why I mastered a simple yet complex cleanse spell. The first thing I saw was Philis staring in the direction of her former familia home. I see. Mortals are a complex group. One time, they would make sound decisions. The next moment, they couldn't bring themselves to accept the dangling fact in front of their eyes. Winter is something to thank for. Nobu. Despite the sun being up and high, it wasn't as hot as summer. They are gentler than the death rays they were during that time. It already snowed a few days ago. To Nobu, who came during winter's end, it became an extension. His body enhanced with fauna allowed him to be perfectly normal without winter clothes. He wore his sleepwear, a pair of black shirt and shorts under the winter's breeze. The same went for Philis. Although her dress comes thinner compared to coats and the like, she is a creature. I won't ask what you're doing here. I understood it from mine. Is it correct to send Lord Dionysus back? You already know the answer. His words are correct. Philis knew they had to send such a dangerous man back to Tenkai, back to the place where he couldn't affect Gakkai. Evas was an organization who messed up Orario despite the threat of the one-eyed black dragon looming. It is an act deserving of death sentence. However, I don't know. She blankly muttered. I don't know what to do. It's best to leave everything to you. It's best not to keep running from the problem, Philis. You know it in your heart. Swoosh. A cold breeze swept through the two. The chilling sensation didn't affect them physically. Philis' heart fell into a lull. Why do you keep holding on? Was it the hope of Dionysus had a good reason for doing those things? That he could have a split personality, and that the Dionysus you know was different from the Dionysus who helped Evas? That. I advise you to cease them. Given the chance, he could have noticed his wrongdoings long ago. He could have convicted himself to prevent further harm, but he didn't. He kept on doing evil things up until now. Of course, that is a hypothetical answer, a what-if scenario. True to Nobu's guesses, Philis had indeed formulated several reasons that sounded reasonable that Dionysus could be a victim. However, that single answer shot all of them down. A bucket of cold water was thrown to her face. It awakened Philis from her delusions. Ein's words soon followed. What if Nobu hadn't helped us? We know too well how it could have ended. Philis, who didn't have anyone by her side, would let herself be willingly used for affirmation. She will become Dionysus' tool to carry out his nefarious plans, something he personally said during his confessions. Without Nobu's intervention that day, they would have ended in a pitiable state. Nobu knew about their endings. In the brief state he activated the 6 magic circles on Knossos, he had a full view of everything. He saw how Levis got ended by eyes, how Bel Cranel arrived with a certain charging magic, and most importantly, what happened to Philis and Ein in the end. Philis died with regrets during her fight with the Loki familia. Ein also died when Philis did, but she managed to come closer to Dionysus before she fell. Those instances cemented Nobu's belief that everything is better in this new outcome. He managed to save Philis and Ein. They didn't have to live that life anymore. Just as he was about to speak, Philis went first. I'm pathetic, aren't I? Indeed. But, it's just how we are. We struggle to reach something. The magicians of his world struggled foolishly for a good ending. The Magician Society was a gathering of idealistic magicians who never backed down on their eventual end. Although the scales are different, Philis struggled to keep her worldview. She couldn't bear to see it shatter. She is reluctant to let go of her solid belief for years. She fell silent as she recalled the memories of her past. The time Dionysus came and invited her to his familia. Those times she shared with her comrades who had the same beliefs as Dionysus. Everything became a cage when she learned everything. It kept her from moving on peacefully. She became the chained girl akin to a certain song. Fortunately. Shatter. She managed to break free from it. Her eyes regained their clarity. She no longer hesitated. Philis moved forward. Fate had been changed once more. Sirius. What is he doing here? I don't know. Sirius went with Lord Hermes for that operation last night, didn't he? Under the watchful gazes of Hermes' familia, I went inside their home. As I passed by many rooms, I felt a great sense of familiarity. This time, I didn't come concealed. It is my first official visit to their home compared to before. Sirius. Greetings, Falgar-san. I greeted the War-Tiger vice-captain of Hermes' familia. I'm here to meet Asfi-san. Is she free? Yes. She's in the office. I didn't talk much with him. He is a very concise person. Since he knew about my connection with Lord Hermes, he didn't have many questions. Soon, I reached the room. It is completely different from the meeting room with all those connected leads. It is something more similar with Finsan's office. I saw Asfi-san going through all the ledgers and documents gained after the operation on Knossos. Unfortunately, she was designated as its organizer. "Look who's here, you liar," she said sarcastically. "No more work, you say? Can you see what I'm doing?" Asfi-san wore a helpless look. Lord Hermes is not by her side at this moment. It is safe to assume that he either checked on something important or went somewhere to slack off. Everything falls to Asfi-san. "Well, I came here to help you out with that." I placed the cup of coffee and the sandwich on the desk. "You would make me work more after this, won't you?" "Not really. Just a tad bit," I replied. "Let's talk later after we sort this out." "All right." Much to her surprise, I took out a black box from my bracelet storage. "I'm wondering how you created that." Asfi-san's curiosity to the storage I made became apparent as soon as she saw it a day ago. "You have the mysteries skill, no? You could create this without much trouble." "That's easy for you to say." Perhaps due to her stress, she retorts harder compared to before, like a tsukumai in a manzai. A/N, manzai is a stand-up performance in Japan. The straight man, tsukumai, retorts to the jokes of the foolish guy, bok. Wordlessly, I opened the black box. It possessed the most important belongings I have as of now. That is, my beloved partner. Much to her surprise, the sleek black screen shone. It showed the home screen of my phone a picture of my best guitar. After unlocking it through fingerprints, I opened the scanner app. Unlike its counterparts, its function is to literally scan something. I proceeded to take out a silver orb. The moment Asfi-san saw it, I knew she compared it to the orb from the 10th floor. Is that what I think it is? It is exactly a replica of Daedalus' security orb. It could hold memories and show them within virtual screens. I was surprised to see how easy it was to create interactive holograms in this world. I went through 10 years of study to manage back then. Of course, this is my foundation showing their advantages. Wordlessly, I pointed the camera to the papers on Asfi-san's desk. A blue line scanned all of them from top to bottom. It took a minute to complete it. Sort it into categories. Yes, that's it. Miku responded silently from the phone. She heard my voice command and sorted the documents per category. From the previous mess, it turned into a readable stack of documents. Even, a quick search could let someone find a specific document with ease. The phone's back touched the silver orb. The near-field communication allowed them to connect, just like the suit and the communication orb. With that, a vast chunk of memory has been transferred to the silver orb. Asfi-san couldn't hide her interest in the orb. Tap. A single touch was all it took for the screens to appear. They are the previously opened document categories from earlier. It took her several seconds to realize its function. Her experience as an item maker worked wonders with modern-inspired technology. Gakkai wouldn't connect it to a fully grown civilization since there are gods in this world. For a while, Asfi-san played with the orb's functions. It's called File Manager. File Manager. What an apt name. Asfi-san wore an interested throughout this time. She must have noticed the convenience of this thing. After all, she doesn't have her tired expression from before. Give a price. I am willing to empty our familia's coffers for it. Lord Hermes might cry in despair. Serves him right. With how much he spent on the red light district and his travels, it is right to buy something that would help the familia better. She spat those words like a machine gun. Asfi-san ended it by fixing her glasses. Red district? Lord Hermes goes to that place. Just like any other gods. What a literal waste of money. Perfect. The next agenda for now has something to do with Ishtar familia. Now, I am aware of the trouble I would cause. It is unlike Evilus matter. Ishtar familia's destruction would create a void in Orario's power vacuum. The next few months would be troublesome for Ganesha familia and the rest. You want to deal with Ishtar familia? That's right. I replied. File manager would be one of the advance payment. Suddenly, Asfi-san responded with a serious tone. I will say this in advance. You don't need to pay us for that. Don't forget, you're the reason why Evilus was completely eradicated. We will help free of charge. All right. I expected this outcome, but not so much. Evilus might be my selfish agenda at first, though it benefited Orario in the end. If I think of it deeply, I might have worked hard enough. How much would it cost? To be honest, I'll put up a discount, but it's still enough to prevent Lord Hermes from visiting the red light district for weeks. Good. It seems like Lord Hermes will be suffering in the next few weeks. Kindness. Justice. Artemis acted based on those two things. She would help someone unilaterally as soon as she comes across someone who needs it. It is her virtue authority that made up her existence as a goddess. Virtue. Goodwill. She upheld these two things at all times. She chose to maintain her familia's rule rather than be the one to break it. Although it was bound to be broken soon, everyone knew it. Slowly, the goddess experienced changes. Artemis felt emotions she never had before, the feeling of holding someone dear to her. When she first found out about the things he'd seen in the future, she felt something intense, something she rarely felt even back in Tenkai. Wrath. Artemis? Artemis. Currently, Dionysus is being detained in Ganesha familia's home. They have the largest prison due to the nature of their work. It was built on the surface. The prison took up more than a quarter of their lands. Strict access would be ensured at all times. When the custody of Dionysus was discussed, Artemis never backed down on the executioner's role. She didn't mind the others keeping him imprisoned. Since then, Ganesha gave her access to it. Today, she visited the awake Dionysus. You're Hestia's friend, right? Believe me, I did nothing wrong. Everything is a misunderstanding. He couldn't hide the feeling of uneasiness. Being deprived of a free-to-play sandbox known as Gakkai is too much for him. His way of gripping bars made it more obvious. No matter what you do. What? I will never forgive you. A chilling voice resounded on the isolated prison. Ah! The response to Dionysus' dumbfounded face was Artemis' chilling words. I will make sure you couldn't return to Gakkai. I promise. Be it righteous indignation or bloody revenge, Artemis wanted one thing out of him. His disappearance. Chapter 73, Chapter 73, An Arm's Reach. I settled everything that has to be done. It is mainly coordinating with Hermes Familia to handle the aftermath of the next big thing I plan to occur. Once Asfi-san gathers sufficient evidence of Ishtar Familia colliding with them through their logs, it would be the time they get apprehended. Unlike Evilus, they require delicate handling. I couldn't simply go die. To all of them. I might have that capability with Mana Furnace, but it would be too dumb. I prefer using subtler means when politics are involved. In the upcoming fight, a huge sector of Orario would collapse. The red light district is one of the few ways adventurers could vent their excessive desires. In a way, it contributes to the adventurer's growth. Despite its downsides, that fact has to be admitted. It also meant infringing their interests and halting their growth. On the 8th iteration, it was Freya Familia who destroyed them. The adventurers couldn't possibly scorn the top-ranking familia of Orario. Their rivalry helped convince the adventurers that it was beyond their control. As such, they went with their daily lives without an ounce of dissatisfaction. The remnants of Ishtar Familia continued working, too. What I seek is to have a smoother transition than that. Evilus would help make that true. Ironically, they continued helping me even after their death. I'm here. I snapped out of my thoughts. I arrived in the store I frequented since a few weeks ago. Beside their insane tailoring skills, vaguely caught onto something else, something awfully obvious. Welcome, Sirius. Greetings, Lachulus-san. A cold-faced woman wearing her signature long-sleeved dress stood near the entrance. Her long black hair is glossy as always. It didn't change since I first discovered their store. Whoa! You're finally here, Sirius. Another voice came from the direction of the counter. It is the same as Lachulus-san's voice, but it contained a hint of liveliness. I went to that direction. Lachulus-san followed me. Today might be quite different. Soon, I reached the counter. The one who shouted has the exact same appearance as Lachulus-san. You're here for the order, right? The girl Clotho-san took out a black box. It contained the latest overcoat and pants I ordered. It had several new functions than the previous one I wore in the Knossos raid. Its cloth was something blessed by several spirits with a special ritual. It costed 60 million Valis, a far cry from the cheapest Durandal weapon. It came from the Empire. The piece of cloth had such exorbitant prices without being processed it even qualified to be a royal treasure. Then again, my earnings covered it easily. I raked too much Valis when I sold everything to Loki familia. I didn't place any interests on the potions and other miscellaneous. The profit was made purely through my magic swords. The fact I took more specialized orders helped as well. All in all, I made more than 200 million Valis in this period. As to why I trusted them for this cloth, it's due to their specialty. It's well made. I saw the neatly folded coat and saw its miracles. It exceeds the attire I could make in my world. Another part of me overtook my previous self. I'm glad you liked it. We made it for days. She responded. It was one of the best materials we worked out hands-on. We're grateful you gave us this chance. There's no need for formalities. I trust in your abilities. I see. Clotho-san smiled briefly. Right, that reminds me. Our sister wants to see you. Atropos-san. Atropos-san is their oldest sister. They said she couldn't work in their clothing store and had to remain in her bed due to an illness. They have living quarters connected to this store. All right. I chose to accept their invitation. From the moment I laid my eyes on Moyuri, I was dumbfounded. I thought it was merely a coincidence at that time, but their skills in weaving and tailoring dispelled my doubts. There are higher chances they are the Moyuri I know of. The three sisters of fate from Greek mythology. They were entrusted by Zeus to weave each human's destiny. They are responsible for creating the thing known as fate. For a long time, magicians have known the fickle thing called fate. It is for that reason they knew about our impending doom. Lord Netishime might know more about this. He paid me a visit after resurrecting Kazumitsu-san, after all. Their living quarters are different from what I expected them to be. It is more spacious than a regular Japanese home. Someone takes care of it every day, evident as to how it is clean and organized. The white background made me feel more at ease. Though, I haven't forgotten I am in a girl's house right now. I masked my tension. I didn't let it show on my body gestures. It is a reasonable thing to do in front of someone you've never met. While I had enough trust to give them the fairy's cloth, I haven't met their oldest sister personally. You're not nervous? As expected of you. Why would I be nervous? Well. Clotho-san couldn't reply. One of the things I learned as a magician is manners. It wouldn't do a scholar good if they are obnoxious and frail. They need to become strong internally and could process things in an elegant manner, all the while honing themselves internally and externally. It is one of the major reasons why I looked up as a magician. Manners make the man, I dare say. Would Lachulus-san be all right? Yes. She did this several times already. I think. She replied. Well. There are several customers who got scared by her inflexibility. How do I say this? She's like a robot. My hand twitched upon hearing that term. Robot? Are those the huge metal humanoids often piloted by someone? You know about those. Finally, I found a helpful clue. Hephaestus-sama usually roamed around places where technology was not prevalent. Lady Artemis was the same. They didn't leave beyond Mount Olympus coverage. Hephaestus-sama didn't have a reason to do so, while Lady Artemis became a limiter to Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty. It was their chastite goddess's duty to keep them in check. That term proved Tenkai has fairly advanced technology. Should I say, as expected of the gods. Magicians not being able to use technology is a major downside. My existence proved there is a lot of potential for magic and technology together. Anyways, she should be doing something. In the kitchen, I noticed a girl identical to them. Her difference was the white blindfold she wore on her eyes, something reminiscent to Satoru-san's blindfold. She is paler than her sisters. The girl is currently wearing an apron and a pair of mittens. The smell of freshly baked apple pie wafted inside the room. The girl turned and looked at us in a surprise. Clotho, is this person perhaps serious? Yes. Both of you came at a right time. She said as she gestured at the metal tray she is carrying. It was baked just now, so, do you mind having some? Serious. Refusing seems impolite due to how Atropos-san is prepared. Thus. It would be a pleasure. Moyuri. In the Greek mythology Nobu is familiar with, they represented the three sisters of fate. They held authority to the intangible strings of fate. Such an authority was handed over to these three sisters by Zeus, the head of Olympus. It is the reason why he felt this store is peculiar. Add to that their insane weaving skills, Nobu thought they might really be that Moyuri. Thank you for trusting us. There's no need for formalities. Clotho-san and Lachulus-san already mentioned it before. Currently, only he and their oldest sister, Atropos, sat across the living room sofa. Nobu sliced a part of the pie with his fork and tasted it. Immediately, he was rebounded back home. It reminded him of his father who cooked this kind of stuff several times. It's delicious. He remarked. Thank you. That's already the second time. It seems so. Looking at the slightly jittery supposed to be controller of fate, Nobu inadvertently recalled Cassandra. Is this an occupational disease? If Bocchi somehow gained the chance to see the future, she might join their group. I am wondering why you wanted to meet me. Well. I wanted to meet Orario's brightest star. Does it have something to do with your current state? A simple observation was all it took to see Atropos' state. She looks fine on the outside, but she could very well die within the next few weeks. Her physical body is riddled with cracks while her astral body is far worse. As for her ethereal body, it requires Sirius for him to see. How did you? Wait, never mind. Is this something to expect from Orario's dazzling rookie who broke many records? Just some diagnostics I am used to. He replied. Why didn't you take a high potion? It should have been able to help. That. I can't. They don't have an effect on me. No effect? Could it be? It was then did Nobu realize where the sense of déjà vu came from. Just like Kazumitsu-san. Kazumitsu bore the world's most potent curse for many years. Any healing effect didn't have an effect on him. Even Netashime couldn't save him. I didn't ask you to come here to ask for your help or something. I would die soon. What I wanted to ask you. Could you lead this era's heroes? Excuse me. Atropos proceeded to explain with a bullet-like speed. Time is running out. We only have 4 to 5 years before the biggest disaster strikes. If that time comes, we wouldn't be able to win at this rate. Pardon. Her words suddenly barraged Nobu. He couldn't react properly or understand due to how convoluted her explanations were. I am sorry. I shouldn't have started at that. It didn't take long before she understood her poor delivery. It's all right. However, what were you talking about? Could you explain that biggest disaster? Yes. She replied. It is the time Gakkai falls into chaos. I saw it would happen in the future. Are you a prophet? Yes. Thinking of the prophets in Gakkai, Nobu fell to his thoughts. 2 prophets in Gakkai. This world must be special. He formed a preliminary explanation behind her severely injured state. The theory of future vision is in his world, yet there is no one who could do it in the modern era. All of them died 1,000 years ago. However, it is precisely them who notified the world of the Twilight Syndrome's danger that everything would come to an end naturally. Age of Gods. It must have something to do with this. Nobu's world doesn't have any gods existing physically. They had long been cut off from the physical world. Gods could barely descend if a connection was formed from it. If it was not the gods, it could be their time period. It might be the same as the 1,000 years ago who birthed Lord Netisheim, the founder and society lord of the Magicians' Society. Nobu pondered for a while. There isn't much harm in assuming these things, hence he freely did so. You're not doubting me. I'm still doubting you. I am simply considering everything. I see. Atropos heaved a sigh of relief. She passed through the second tallest hurdle to make Nobu believe her words. As for the tallest one, it involved studying his personality and the likes. It is done to see if he could be the hero the world is waiting for. After a while, Nobu stopped contemplating. I'm afraid I have to reject that responsibility. Ah! But, isn't there the braver? He could effectively lead. No. It can't be him. Finn is currently the captain of Orario's Loki familia. That alone warrants his leadership. Their rise is inseparable from Finn's ability to lead. Although, Atropos saw it. Indeed, she used her magic to see his fate, but it didn't lie with Finn. Last night, Atropos decided to use that magic one more time, but this time, it was Nobu. There, she saw unexpected things. He didn't have a fate. Whatever things he did, there is no preset future for him. Like a ripple effect, those he interacted with had their fates changed. As the price of seeing it, Atropos was sent to near death. It was merely a moment, yet she saw the fates of dozens save for God's change. The price rose dozens of times due to it. It is why she only has a few weeks left instead of a few years. If that's your answer, I won't force you, Sirius. Seeing her disappointment, Nobu added. I might not be leading, but I will provide help whatever the disaster may be. Really? That's good. The two talked more about her visions. Why did you trust me? Sirius is trustworthy. Who would entrust something as expensive as that cloth to us? At least, it showed you didn't particularly care about money, or you trusted our abilities. What if I am merely pretending? We have an eye for people. Lach Eli's saw you are that trustworthy. In the Three Sisters, Lach Eli's is responsible for gauging people. She could vaguely see their true disposition. That holds true for mortals at the very least. I see. Just as they were talking, Nobu heard a metaphysical sound out of nowhere. Crack! His sixth sense blared as he looked at the direction of its source. He stood up from his seat and looked at the window. When he couldn't see it properly, he took out Kukyo from his storage. What is it? I'll have to check something. I'll be leaving first. All right. Take care. Nobu threw the dagger and activated its functions. Now, he found himself outside their courtyard. That must be. Excitement filled his eyes as he cast his flight magic. Quastrum ad astra. Reach out to the stars. The light around him was distorted. His body was lifted by the electromagnetic field around him. Nobu didn't forget to take out composite and wore it in his middle finger. He became invisible to most people in Orario. After that, he summoned his black armor and used Sirius. With that, he managed to reach a high altitude high enough for him to see the source of the sound. Nobu saw the deep black crack 5 kilometers above him. Feeling the heat building up on his body, he paid attention to it. The way home. It's here. Chapter 74, Chapter 74, Fully Armed. More than half a year had passed since Nobu's disappearance. The time ratio between worlds became unstable at times like the ocean. Without a stable anchor, the time between the two worlds could be distorted. It is one of the things Swime explored after studying the other world. It is different from the parallel worlds that act as a version of a core world. The other world Nobu fell into wasn't related to their world. It has a different set of laws and phenomena. It wouldn't be surprising to see something so different from it. Fortunately, they established the so-called anchor. The void transference used by him to travel into that world formed a brief connection. That served as an invisible anchor between them. It retained the time ratio to a minimum except for some times. Miku's mission is to trace that extremely vague connection by undergoing a trial and error. There would be times the coordinates are a hit while there are times they are a miss. After finding the hit coordinates, she would further deduce the correct ones until she reaches the other end of that anchor. Along with Kazumitsu's help with increasing that probability, it finally happened. Error. Error. Calculating path deviance. Lord Nestaheim, the end path has deviated from the previous plan. Her voice rang from the earpiece in Kazumitsu's ear. His long black hair swayed in the midst of the black tunnel. The dimensional gap looked like that. It is full of turbulence that would split your body and soul to pieces. They act as a deterrent but also protection. If someone is free to pierce a hole through it, there would be an untold amount of chaos. Even now, Kazumitsu clearly perceived how their world's twilight syndrome seeped out of the crack. Once they reached another world. We shall proceed. It is our awaited chance. Kazumitsu ignored the error as he knew the magic circle on his feet had somewhat caused it. It is the highest level of phenomenon mixer. If the latter played with the probability found in casting spells, this magica probability distortion could manipulate every odds at will. In broader terms, it affects luck and fate. Such magica could only be found on magisters. Understood. Establishing a connection with the end coordinate. Void transference was completed at that moment. Crack. Unlike the times they punched out of thin air, they heard a solid cracking sound. A small slit was opened out of the darkness. A blue sky existed beyond it. Instantly, Kazumitsu acted and used a holy magica. It formed a transparent membrane over the small slit, blocking the twilight syndrome that wanted to seep into it. These are merely the fragments and not the strongest cursed demon he faced back in the day. Now, this is a dilemma. His eyes pinpointed the slit wouldn't last long. Lord Nestaheim. They. Buzz. A static began forming on Kazumitsu's earpiece. Miku realized this on the other side. Initiating, protocol. From the beginning, they planned for many contingencies. This scenario is one of them. Snap. A dozen huge black boxes floated midair. Then, they shot straight to the small slit. 2 seconds had passed when they heard a voice. Kazumitsu-san. Is this it? I couldn't believe it. It is a dimensional crack, isn't it? It is the one I saw in my world. The surging heat on my body and the increasing number of chances that I have is a proof of it. It's not certain. It could be a crack leading to a different world. I don't want to jump into wrong conclusions. Suddenly, I saw a dim white light cover the crack's entrance. I could barely see anything except darkness, but it is still far better than when I saw Louise-san and Sato-san's arrival. Compared to void transference, it didn't have the starry background. It is just like this, a black curtain. However, I am extremely familiar with the dim white light. Holy Magica! It is the system I use to cast a brick ad habra which has been effective against corruption like the demi-spirits. I would not mistake it with another. Just as I thought so, huge projectiles came out of it. They nearly crashed to me if not for them stopping in advance. My pupils shrank as I saw them. What? A chilling feeling was sent to my spine. It was then converted to excitement. My entire body became numb due to it. How? Kazumitsu-san. Still sharp as always. A voice responded from beyond the crack. It is really Kazumitsu-san. I see you're fine. That's good. He said. We'll come back for you. Immediately, the crack receded like a tide. The small crack disappeared to nothingness. Only the dozen boxes were left floating around me. They are all locked with a 3-point security system. Although they would open with a single word from me. It's like a dream. I found a dimensional crack, heard Kazumitsu-san was there, got these supplies, and saw it disappear in an instant. Phew. After calming down, I decided to return. Having these 12 black boxes rotating around me might paint me as a man-made solar system. Firstly, I examined the boxes. They are similar to the pocket arsenals I have back in my world. Judgment sends the signals to proxy satellites which would then send a mobile arsenal to my side. The box looks similar to a crate but has a sleek metallic design. It doesn't have any edges. Only the small lines indicated the places where it would disassemble and reveal its contents. Even the passcode screen wouldn't light up without my signature. On the off chance it is pried open forcefully, it would explode. I tapped the center while casting a simple spell, Recognition. It compresses my signatures in one spell, something used to unlock everything with biometric locks in my inventions. Click. The sleek black metal lit up from the center. Just as it was about to open, I prevented it by touching the center once more. Instead of unlocking it, I entered its developer mode. A white interface filled with letters and numbers popped up. All right. Oh? What's that? Some surprises. Is that so? After returning to the familia home, it was nearing nighttime. A dozen boxes around me floated down without making a sound. Coincidentally, Ayn was playing around with some magica in the courtyard. She eagerly examined one of them without touching them, of course. I don't know these but, they're cool. Wanna see their contents? Yet. Hearing her words, I selected a specific arsenal. It made a decompressing sound to release the box's contents from its vacuum state. It opened from the front. Its contents were soon revealed. A low light is present inside the container. It dimly illuminated the stored weapons inside. The container roughly has a size of around 2 cabinets placed together. However, it became larger after it was opened. Its space magica made its internal capacity larger. Whoa! Ayn eagerly viewed the silver notoki on a special sheath. The said sheath looks similar to an intricate machine than anything else. It has a silver design with red linings running through it. Miku even sent that here? That's Ryusatsu, Dragon Killer, Ryusatsu. Other than the notoki, there are several huge weapons that specializes against huge enemies. Zweihander, Myandeo, Pile Bunker. Everything used for big enemies are all here. Anti-cavalry swords have special sheaths that could go off on their own, all the whilst increasing the force exerted by these weapons during that state. It is similar to Wave Blast's principle, but these swords use something similar to a blank. A/N, there will be blue. After entertaining Ayn for a while, I decided to tell her something important. Should I? During the crack, I got a total of 4 chances. One of them was originally planned to be used to Philis to rid her of her current state as a creature. It would work if the target was her. However, there is some chance that Ayn would disappear. Reversing Philis' state would reverse everything. That includes the Excelia in which she gained Einzel, her clone magic. It would have been fine if it was the me before, but I knew more about Ein. I understood her existence. I can't bear to dismiss her like this. I promised myself I would make their life better, that they wouldn't need to suffer to Dionysus. Facing this dilemma, I don't know what to do. I'll think about it later. Do you want to see a cooler one? I decided to buy some time. One day later. In the innermost area of the 37th floor, a monster Rex resided. It had been defeated 3 months ago by the Freya familia. Currently, it had spawned once more. Albeit, there is a difference. The one who challenged it was not from the top exploration familias. Anyone who had seen the challenger would be shocked, but a certain group would simply think it is natural. Lock on. Bang. A loud gunshot was heard all over the room. Its origin, an armored man held something reminiscent of an anti-materiel rifle. His feet remained anchored to the ground as it withheld the rifle's recoil. As expected of a monster Rex. His comments were drowned in silence. The monster Rex Hideous had its bony arms littered with cracks. It was evident the rifle's power is absurd. Then again, Hideous is just as absurd for blocking that bullet's speed. Its bones are far too strong for a normal level 6. PSSSHK. The anchors on his feet retracted. The rifle in his hand disappeared, which was replaced by a sheathed nodoki. A light source located on his chest lit dimly inside the throne room. Unimaginable power is hidden within it. In this round of dungeon prowling, he decided to test his arsenal's strength. He streamlined everything up to the 37th floor with ease. Be it escaping from the monsters or confronting them head-on, he was able to do so. Despite not using Sirius, he was already like this. After using it, he became even more absurd. The suit enabled him to cast grand-scale magicka, something only below to Judgment's output. As such, he easily wiped the floor with the monsters. I have to thank Miku and Kazumitsu-san later. For now, he focused on his fight. PSSSHK. Su. A wave of black spikes emerged from the ground. They all headed at his direction, in which Nobu promptly leaped to avoid. Several cartridges were opened on his suit's shoulder. They all headed towards the direction of Odious, a half-skeleton that has half of its body submerged to the ground. The small missiles headed straight to its face. Boom! Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to phase it. It didn't hesitate to bring out its prized sword from the ground. It is a black sword made of unknown bones. An eerie aura surrounded it. Swiftly, Odious predicted Nobu's direction and swung its sword horizontally. Swoosh! An unexpected scene occurred. Swoosh! Clang! The nodoki was blasted by its sheath, gathering enough momentum for Nobu to parry its strike. I'm quite numbed. He mused as he briefly paid attention to his arms. Before, he would have definitely dodged that strike. He wouldn't meet it head-on since he is confident the internal shock would severely injure him. It is different now. Swathes of Spartoi crawled out of the ground. They surrounded Nobu akin to a tide of monsters. They swarmed him in all directions. Nth, Astrum. O stars, fall down. Through the integrated computation system, both his and the suit's calculation speed was factored together. The allocation of parameters were easily completed. Due to it, the large-scale spell took less than 5 seconds to be cast. Boom! 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 Nobu didn't relent on his strikes. Storing the nodoki in his storage, he then took out Sora and began chanting. Libera nos amalo. Deliver us from evil. The sheathed katana shone with a dim white light. Nobu chose to fight the undead monster with holy magicka. Similar to Ice's Tempest, it enchanted his weapon with the holy attribute. Click! The electromagnetic thrusters on his back sent him flying straight to Odious. By the time the dust cloud caused by Orionids was gone, Odious saw that he is flying above its head. It changed the grip on its sword and swung it diagonally at him, akin to slapping a fly. However, swoosh! His body slanted. He barely dodged the sword strike. Nevertheless, it signified his continued flight toward the huge skeleton. With that, Nobu delivered a crushing blow. A golden magic circle appeared behind his back. Cross output, Reiju. Shing. Bzzzt. Several large golden lightnings manifested on the blade before it was used to cut its target. A strong attraction occurred between them, sending Nobu to its side in an instant. Cut. Small arcs of it danced around Nobu until he landed to the ground. Tap. He sheathed Sora before pointing his palm at its chest. At that moment, he saw Udia's skull sliding off from its skeletal body. Due to it, Udias remained unresponsive and unable to react to the decisive blow. Natus soli dies bene dictionary. Obsecro virtus der exopero inimicus. The one born with the sun god's blessing. I pray, beseech me with strength to surpass my foes. A red magicka circle was constructed on my palm. It is a grand-scale magicka used to purify demons and curses alike. Fax Rondra. The light that gives. Scarlet-orange flames engulfed the entire room. Once it died down, all that was left are various scorch marks in the White Throne Room. The White Palace's most important place was ruined just like that. As for Udias, Fu. Nobu saw a towering pile of ashes along broken fragments of a magic stone. A black sword lay on top of it, bearing a slight scorch mark from his attack. It's an improvement. Such was the performance of the boy dubbed as Arbiter in the Magician's World. Chapter 75, Chapter 75, Abrupt Revelation. Arbiter. It is the very first combat suit I made with crappy skills. I didn't have Miku, an advanced AI, or the small nuclear reactor on its chest at that time. It could barely be used for 15 to 20 minutes before draining its battery. If I used a special attack, it could bottom out instantly. Fortunately, this problem was resolved with the nuclear reactor. Coupled with Miku's assistance in deriving future updates and advanced technical knowledge, it enabled me to fight against Grade 1 curses with it alone. Judgment's help would instantly obliterate them. Even, I could hold up against special grade curses. That volcano curse is simply on another level. I didn't have Arbiter at that time, too. The update removed that slight latency, hey. Now, I could appreciate its beauty. Arbiter's current interface made it look like I wasn't wearing any helmets. I have an unobstructed 360-degree view of my surroundings. The status panels are placed in the corner of my sight. It is completely different from Squire that I summoned by luck. It is in a whole other league. I strolled to the ash pile and held the black sword. The ominous aura latched onto me. It didn't harm me per se. I have the latest Arbiter. It is interrelated to both mysteries and physical laws. With it, I ran a diagnostic on the blade. My hand glowed for a moment before the advanced correspondence results were displayed on the interface. To think it was used like an ordinary club. How wasteful! Surprisingly, the black sword has a uniqueness that couldn't be found in other weapons until now. It has strong durability and excellent magic conductibility. It surpassed Sora's previous miracle by 3 steps. I stored it in my storage bracelet, which wasn't replaced by the supplies I got, and proceeded my way to the 38th floor. The staircase is located right in the center of the throne room. As I strolled, an advanced correspondence spell was activated every few seconds. I am not the one who used it, but my assistant who came along with the package. It posed the slightest burden to my mind, to say the least. Ga-Shujin-sama. No monsters have been detected so far. All right. I recalled Miku's first reaction to Gakkai. Monsters? The fantasy beasts that are extinct in our world. Gods are not limited to the spirit plane. They have a civilization far exceeding ours. Understood. I don't know if it is to be expected or not, but she came to accept this world that easily. Miku's processing speed allowed her to store vast amounts of information despite the lack of a core network inside the dungeon. That's right. Whenever we dive to the dungeon, the core network codenamed Laplace disconnects from the suit. We had to make do with the suit's processing power. Thus, we remedied it by using storage drives instead. That way, the processing power would be unused while retaining the necessary information about the dungeon and its monsters. Everything necessary for this ad-lib is present in the supplies I received. Out of the 12 boxes, 4 of them are all about weapons. Another 5 stored everything needed for the combat suits and their maintenance tools. The last 3 are dedicated to the supercomputers necessary to deduce Kakai's coordinates. With all of that, my progress shot through the roof. All I had to do was to continue Miku and Kazumitsu-san's research and combine them with mine. I am pretty confident I would be able to return within a year. Of course, these supplies were noticed by others such as Lady Artemis, Hephaestus-sama, Tsubaki-ne, Philis, Ein, Haruim-san, and Rithu-san. Their reactions are quite interesting. Soon, I stepped foot into the 38th floor. Hostiles detected. Marking. Miku's cold voice resounded as the hostiles within this floor are marked red. It bypassed the dungeon's thick walls and showed me their location with a delay of 2 seconds. As expected, fighting alongside her feels much better. I pointed 2 of my fingers to the duo of Spartoi that spawned. A miniature magic circle emerged from my fingertips before a narrow light ray emerged. It struck the Spartoi skull precisely. I did the same thing to the other Spartoi before digging the magic stones on their chest. Bzzzt. Several lasers shot out of my wrist and circled around their ribs. It deftly broke them with ease, allowing me to grab the magic stones. Placing these to my storage, I continued my 3-day-long dungeon dive. Connection to Laplace has been restored. MN. We're finally back. After converting more than 40% of my earnings, magic stones, to the booth, I was finally out. Miku talked with me through the black earpiece on my right ear. Monsters are interesting. How would they pose to our fantasy beasts? I don't know. However, there is a chance they are quite the same as them. I replied. There's still a black dragon that works similarly to that red dragon. Shall I send over judgment next time? Not now. After fusing with the Miku on my phone, she got to know about more things in Orario. She also knew the current state of my world. When they conducted the decisive experiment, it was nearing 2018. Okotsu-san would be discovered by Satoru-san and embark on the journey of becoming a sorcerer. What I am worried about is how they would handle the future events Suguru get his death and the disappearance of his body, to be exact. It is the primary link that tied all of my futures together. Without his body, Kenjaku wouldn't be able to enslave Tenjin. The events which led to Megami's body being stolen would be prevented. That will contain the Mahoraga that Satoru-san fought with great difficulty. I mean, Sukuna would have died without it. Satoru-san had his last finger, halting his recovery. Sukuna couldn't fight Satoru-san without Mahoraga. At best, he would be left with amplification to negate Limitless. The times of sitting during those commentaries are not for show. Pushing those worries aside, I gained a lot of leeway for Kakai after these supplies. I recovered more than half of my potential combat power back then. It overlapped with my current growth in status, which led to an absurd but welcome situation. Like Swime, I am finally able to use grand-scale magicka properly. For a moment, my ego swelled. No. I pushed it back to its place. Complacency is my biggest enemy. Even though I am confident enough to steamroll the entire Orario, even the Warlord Otter, I shouldn't let power get to my head. Mana Furnace's complete potential and these supplies unknowingly swelled to arrogance. Fortunately, I noticed it now. Phew. Phew. I looked up to the night sky. Stars glimmered brightly from above. I felt a connection between myself and 2 constellations. Just then, a white pigeon flew straight above me before dropping something. I felt a trace of magic used on the item, a letter. It made me know this is something for me. Tearing off the edge of the envelope, I took out the letter inside. A signature could be seen on the bottom left corner of the letter. It reads: Greetings. Ouranos-sama wishes to meet you. Present this signed letter at the reception and they would guide you to the chamber of prayers. It is best to come the moment you receive this letter. Sincerely, Royman Mardial. I fell silent for a moment. Ouranos-sama. I have heard his name oftentimes. It is told he is the creator of the guild and managed it from within. He kept Orario's orders since 1,000 years ago. Based on Lady Artemis and Hephaestus-sama, he maintained a hands-off management to the guild due to his responsibility quelling the dungeon with his prayers. For short, he is the reason why the monsters inside the dungeon hadn't broken out and caused a dungeon break. To do that, he has an access to his arcanum. If he has his arcanum, shit, he might be able to see more things compared to others. Gods might be seen as abstract beings in Gakkai, but I know full well about their might. They belong to a special higher dimension, the spirit realm in our case, while having unimaginable powers. Though, these powers are simply authorities to distort the mysteries and create miracles. Nevertheless, magisters could deal with them wholly. Even semi-magisters could if they cooperate or if those gods hadn't finished manifesting. I analyzed my odds against a future fight against Ouranos. His myths revolve around the sovereignty of the sky, far preceding Zeus' rule. A minute later, I calmed my mind. If this is the case. Tonight, Ina was about to end her shift when her student arrived. Good evening, Ina-san. Nobu? You're finally back. It's been a rough 3 days, but the payoff's fine. You went to the White Palace. She couldn't help but ask. The monster Rex should have respawned at this time. Did you? Yet. I dealt with it. You really? Ina sighed exasperatedly. She is one of the few trusted people who knows about Nobu's tendencies to visit floors beyond his recommended level. She knew his participation on the Knossos raid, something that was kept semi-confidential for the common populace. True to their words, Philis was indeed hiding in that place. The operation was a success and was spread to the guild's staff. I came fully prepared this time. I would have escaped if I am not confident. All right. For some strange reason, Ina felt the urge to guide the lost boy properly. In other terms, a maternal instinct, perhaps. As to why I came here. This letter should explain everything. Nobu spoke as he handed over a letter. Upon reading it, she was startled. Ouranos-sama? Sir Royman sent this. The signature couldn't be faked otherwise. Ina processed it before nodding. I will take you there. Thank you. Nobu followed behind Ina's back. He maintained his usual looks. Underneath it is a hushed whisper. Ready everything. Understood. On the off chance something goes wrong, Orario would see the Arbiter's counterattack tonight. Also, track the current steps I took. Tracking has begun. Processing the model's structure. Laplace began working overnight. He didn't release waves of correspondence but merely tracked his steps in order to avoid the god's senses. His black overcoat fluttered as he took a step. Ina couldn't see it, otherwise she would have thought about something. They passed by many guild staff but they remained unimpeded after seeing Ina's serious look. The woman who graduated as the top of the class in the school district wouldn't normally show something like this. Soon, they arrived in front of a huge stone door. Before they could react, it opened by itself. I could only bring you up to here. Ina said. Good luck. Once again, thank you for this. I would bring a surprise sometime. Ah? There's no need to. To that, Nobu waved his hand as he continued walking inside the stone room. Torches lit up its hallways. Their distinguishing characteristic is that they never seem to burn out. Arcanum, really? Nobu could sense the miracles present inside the room. It is something that is only available to higher order beings. When he arrived at the end, he saw an elevated throne. An aged god sat with his eyes closed. Meanwhile, a robed man stood beside the throne. One look was all it took for Nobu to realize he is made up of bones. Ouranos. As expected of the primordial god of sky. The solemnity and the subtle pressure emitted by him is on another level. Ouranos is not targeting him, it is merely a fragment of his power. Ouranos opened his eyes and looked briefly at the boy. Hey! Nobu felt that prickly gaze that aimed to see everything, though it disappeared moments after. To whom do I owe the pleasure? He said as he bowed elegantly. We have finally met, foreigner. Nobu repressed the shock he felt after hearing those words. He immediately knew the meaning behind them. It seems you are looking forward to this, Ouranos-sama. I am. Ouranos continued speaking concisely. His expression hadn't changed visibly, giving him an inhumane feeling. I am confident I hadn't done something to warrant an arrest, no. Nobu smiled as he continued, Lord Hermes must have seen my clean records. Just as Ouranos seemed unmoved, Nobu is the same. He kept his elegance in front of a god. Swime fought an extremely strong god once. Lord Netashime and Satoru Gojo could do the same with their abilities. He is familiar with the strongest of his world, thus he didn't show an ounce of fear, only a sufficient amount of respect. Indeed. I have asked your presence for another thing. Ouranos replied without a change on his expression. The cracks. Have you seen them? Yesterday, such an incident occurred. It is extremely subtle compared to before. It does not have the intensity from before. Ouranos managed to see the dimensional crack opened by Kazumitsu. It is far more refined than Nobu's accidental landing to this world. Even, he prevented their world's twilight syndrome from seeping out of it. I do know about it. Nobu admitted. What does Ouranos-sama want to know? The evil presence inside Knossos. Are you familiar with it? For the third time, Nobu fell silent. Doubts began appearing on his mind. Are you implying it has something to do with the cracks? That's right. A revelation fell upon the boy's lap. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, Realizations. Ever since encountering Gugalana as a cursed spirit, I had a doubt. Could it be something caused by me? Lady Artemis, Hephaestus-sama, and everyone else I asked didn't know the existence of cursed spirits until now. Either they had only encountered it now or they have only appeared now. The former pertains that cursed spirits are rampant in this world, that twilight syndrome is present in this world. It isn't surprising since laws such as mystical entropy existed. If they had only begun to appear now. The twilight syndrome of this world Gakkai began to act. That, or it should have been a bit better than our world, but something caused it to worsen. At this point, I was reminded of something. I thought of the holy magica inside the dimensional crack. Why would Kazumitsu-san use something like that? He wouldn't use his magica without any reason. Holy magica, it could be a counter to twilight syndrome. It affected both demons and cursed spirits equally. If things are like that, the crack could bring over our world's phenomena. Many things remain unknown due to the lack of study, but all worlds should dread twilight syndrome. I recall Swime mentioning how the other world's twilight syndrome remained unaffected by ours. Now, it made sense. The world transfer spell he used to cross worlds is already stable, complete, and shouldn't cause much trouble. Judas Lapicus, a third of Philosopher's Stone, was found in that world. The sheer amount of miracles it could make reason things out. Phew! I realized something out of all these. I haven't done my formality yet. I am Akasaka Nobu. I spoke as I did a brief bow. Indeed, I came from another world. I am a scholar of truth on the Magicians' Society. A scholar of truth. As for your question, I am aware of it. The being I faced is known as cursed spirits or demons in my world. They are the product of Twilight Syndrome, a definite law which seeks to bring an end to our world. I gave a general rundown on the terminologies used to explain Twilight Syndrome. This Twilight Syndrome. The black-robed skeleton beside Ouranos-sama spoke. What could it do? Many things. To be precise, it aims to bring forth the end of the world. It could do everything to do so. Empower a hostile entity, cause natural disasters. After explaining, Ouranos-sama and the robed skeleton fell into silence. I briefly looked at the former. He shouldn't be hostile. Nevertheless, I won't bring my guard down. 3 remotely controlled suits and my ammunition could raze several of Orario's districts to the ground. Of course, I don't have plans on doing so. If their firepower focuses here. I see. You may go now. I didn't expect this meeting to end without a hitch. Farewell. Gakkai has been developed over the course of 1,000 years. The descent of gods accelerated their progress in select fields. However, the research of another world, something that occurred within thousands of years, opened many perspectives on Ouranos and Philis. Who would have expected there could be mortals whose powers rival that of a god? In hindsight, Nobu's world would seem incredulous to many gods. Despite their short history, they managed to achieve unparalleled heights. The dungeon. I finally understand its existence. Ouranos' voice reverberated over the desolate room of prayers. Lord Ouranos. Philis' surprise couldn't be concealed. Even gods couldn't understand the nature of the dungeon. It is the biggest mystery in Gakkai. No Dia could claim they fully understand the dungeon. Ouranos himself is included. However, he managed to realize the reason behind its existence. Why isn't there any cursed energy converging into curses in Gakkai? There is only one entity who could gather the malintent of the world, the dungeon. It explains the source behind the monster's continued creation as well as the reason behind its anger when the one-eyed black dragon usurped greater power than its imposed limits. The emergence of the scorpion received its wrath, too. If Japan served as the central point of cursed energy, it is the dungeon in Gakkai. Magicians. Philis muttered upon recalling the words left by Nobu. What a mystical organization. A heavy burden sank upon my shoulders. I've done it now, didn't I? I blankly stared to the stars. They shone beautifully regardless of their distance to each other. They might be shining alone, but they would shine together in our sight. Right. I have the others to fall back for. Everything became better after that. I was musing things when Hephaestus-sama arrived. The familia home doesn't have a balcony, but its courtyard is enough for unwitting things. You seem to be in deep thought. Yet. What is it? I deliberated whether to reveal it or not. Hephaestus-sama. I might have caused something terrible for Gakkai. Remember those cursed spirits? I might have brought them over. I recalled the special grade cursed spirit Gugalana who used a domain expansion inside Knossos. It is unmistakably a cursed spirit in a literal sense. You shouldn't worry much. It is not confirmed yet, isn't it? True. I might have been worrying about nothing. Perhaps the events from a week ago caught up to me. I have been plagued by worries. I noticed my deteriorating mental state now. For now, I would apply positivism. Unless proven, it is not caused by me. Thanks for that one. I didn't do anything. I saw her smile from her side profile. Besides, you uprooted a future threat to Orario. You should be smiling more often than anything else. After all, you. Hephaestus-sama wanted to say something before stopping. I wondered what happened, only to see a faint blush on her face. Sometimes, she could be this expressive. Hephaestus-sama should also smile more often. You look better when you do. These words smoothly rolled out of my tongue. It had a hint of my teasing. Hephaestus-sama is one of the few people who I can trust. My hidden side couldn't help but expose itself. A few moments later, I realized it could be interpreted as something else. Why you should be saying that to Artemis instead? Ah! Inwardly, I face-palmed. It could be taken as an attempt at flirting. Moreover, I currently have that planned for tomorrow. It does sound scummy to be like this. Well, I've said only the truth. I have to facepalm at this mouth of mine. The blush on Hephaestus Sama intensified. She left without saying a word. It could be due to panic or anything else. Really? Why am I like this today? It has been 2 days since the raid of Knossos. The people of Orario continued to their daily lives without knowing the undercurrent that swept through the dungeon city. Meanwhile, the ones involved got busier. Tracking Evilus connections, searching for evidences, exploring the Knossos. There are many things that had to be considered. Although, there are still people who does not consider it tiring. You're too fast. You're almost catching up to me. It's still unclear in the future. No. I know you value safety above anything else. It'd be hard for anything else to happen. Today, only Tiona was available out of the usual training partners. Finn brought a considerable amount of force to Maren to cleanse the hidden dangers present in that place, namely, the Vielas. It has been 2 days since then. Tiona and the ones who remained guarded the Loki familia in Orario. To think I could have you by myself. Alone. Well. I'll make it up to Isan later. The two had finished their usual sparring. Tiona noticed something. Swiftly, Nobu's capabilities crawled up. From being able to barely defend himself to matching them head-on, it all occurred under her eyes. Such a development proved the arduous battle experiences Nobu has. His case is similar to Loki Familia's 3 captains, except it is much absurd. Finn, Gareth, and Rivia started off with abundant combat experiences. Leveling up is easier for them due to the fact they could subjugate monsters more easily. That, and their previous historic feats pushing them subtly. Tiona is the same as them. Her hands filled with blood aren't for show. Seriously? What did you do before coming to Orario? It's not too significant. You're fighting those beings outside Orario and it's not important? I have to say, serious. You are undervaluing your axe. Tiona's words inadvertently reminded Nobu of his friend. Swime acted similarly to the current him. Only, his overt humbleness does not make sense for a 12-year-old kid being able to cast several grand-scale magicka. He was able to assist in subjugating a demon in the form of a dragon which would have otherwise caused millions of casualties in Europe. Still, that guy with all those feats viewed himself inferior to others. Only, the others consist of magisters such as Netisheim, Nestaheim, and Gluttony. I suppose so. Nobu said with a light laugh. It reminded me of my friend. Serious friend. She listened with bright eyes. This was the first time she's hearing something from his past. That guy is something else. He could be careless at some times, but he manifests his ideals practically. If he believes in something, he'll act without any hesitation. Just like you. Perhaps. A look of doubt appeared in his face. Am I, really? Nobu wanted to save the world purely because of his acquaintances. There are too many valuable memories he made in it. Even if he found the possibility of other worlds, he could not bring himself to abandon it. At best, it could serve as a failsafe where everyone could escape into, similar to a buffer line where they could safely retreat. You're doubting yourself, again. Tiona-san is really perceptive. He replied. But, I think I have my answer now. The built-up doubts in his hidden complex toward geniuses such as Swime and Satoru Gojo collapsed. He is instinctively placing himself lower than them due to his lack of power. With his gradually increasing strength, an appropriate mind is required. Once you are stronger, you can be a bit bolder. Heroic, even. Nobu previously looked at such ideals childish, but everyone proved it to be otherwise. Interacting with Hephaestus, Artemis, Isis, Diona, Bocchi, and the others who possessed their strong ideals pointed out what he is lacking. A pure ideal. Even if it is something unattainable, it is enough to motivate someone. In the first place, it is why ideals are called as such. No matter how impossible they could be, the thought of it existing somewhere is enough. We could be a bit childish at times, right? Yet it didn't help there was one such person beside him. Nobu lightly smiled at her response. He could feel his shoulders being lighter. Doubts no longer clouded his mind. The emotional baggage of more than 200 years slowly lost to the boy's blazing ideal. Didn't I wish for it? A better life. That was something ingrained in his self. He lacked such things from his past life. That empty feeling of regret was enough to mark itself in him. Suddenly, the face of a man similar to him yet older appeared in his mind. He does not have a clue as to who he is, but Nobu already has several conjunctures in mind. I wonder. Does he also? A better life. That was something lacked by him. He, who mindlessly followed orders and the qualities indoctrinated to him, couldn't live even his own life. He is no different from a mindless robot doing the same actions. In the midst of the flower field, the knight sat on top of the stone. His golden eyes shone brilliantly yet feels empty at the same time. Silently, he saw himself embark on his journey. He got to experience many wonderful things, completely unlike the knight. If his acquaintances saw him, they would have been shocked. After all, he is none other than the most ideal knight. He is a member of the Round Table of Britain's most dazzling kingdom, Camelot. The Knight of the Grail, Galahad. Ever since that realization how he lived his life pointlessly, he found himself different than before. Doubts appeared in his heart. He wondered whether he did the right thing. Galahad hadn't expected for this to happen after the events of finding the legendary Holy Grail. I am a fool. Regrets were often misplaced. He was granted the chance of fulfilling what he seeks the most. Regretting over things he did in the past is pointless. It does not matter at all. What he should be looking at is the life granted by that chance. A smile unknowingly appeared on his face. It is far different from his artificial smiles put up by others' wishes. He could truly say he is living his own life. I understand. For the first time, he felt genuine happiness. Chapter 77, Chapter 77, Special Time. A granola bar. I handed over a new delicacy to Diona-san. It's different from the usual chocolates. Really? Then. She unhesitantly tore the packaging and bit a majority of it in one go. The granola bar is one of the provisions sent over to this world. When I had a random thought of giving Diona-san this, I couldn't help but do so. The packaging is merely a silver film. The gods wouldn't think much of it. Thwish wood. Yes, just as expected. Granola bars are my lifesavers. When I couldn't cook properly due to some experiments, I ate them along with the custom MREs. Then again, those MREs are as good as normal food thanks to magic. It only took a moment for Diona-san to gobble everything up. What is this? Granola bars. If you are familiar with oatmeals, it is made up of them. Oatmeals. She made a shocked face. These are oatmeals. It seems Diona-san does not like oatmeals. Yet. I mean, they are lacking in substance. They're bland too. Poor Diona-san. She must have never seen a proper oatmeal once. If you mix yogurt and fruits, it becomes more appetizing. One of these days, I could give her a proper oatmeal. You look different today, serious. Really? Diona-san's senses are really sharp. There's nothing wrong with me. Really? Yes. I apologize in advance, but it is a private matter, one that has to be dealt with by me. Inside one of the rooms in Hephaestus' familia home, there existed high-end technology. They altered the room's previous look into a sci-fi one. The machines and screens attached to the room made it akin to a surveillance room. The projectors could place images within the entire room easily. Dozens of program codes passed by the screens. They simultaneously worked with the pocket Laplace in order to deduce Gakai's coordinates faster. More than 10 supercomputers are stuffed inside the supplies along with several other tools. Hey! Miku! Yes! One of the projectors formed the image of the virtual diva. She is wearing her usual diva outfit, a white sleeveless top, black tie, and a black skirt. She seems out of this world. Meanwhile, the one who came inside the room was none other than Ein. I know this comes off bad. But, is something bothering serious? Ein-san noticed it. Something is really wrong. Before she could misunderstand further, Miko shot it down. Nothing is wrong with Ga Shujin-sama. It is an entirely different matter. I see. Knowing she could be intruding on Nobu's privacy, Ein didn't ask for more. It's not bad, but it still bothered him. Ein was about to throw it outside her mind when she saw Tsubaki coming out of Hephaestus' office. Ein saw her heave a deep sigh while massaging her neck. Oh, Ein? How are things going? Tsubaki is one of the few who knew about Ein, Philis, and Harheim residing in their familia home. It is simply impossible to keep it a secret from her. It's all right. Ein replied. That's good. Anyways, I'm off. Seeing her helpless look, Ein felt more that there was something wrong. She does not understand it properly, but it is as if anticipating a surprise you are not ready for. What is it? Phew. It is already evening. The day passed just as usual. I went to the Twilight Manor, checked out the Northeast store, visited the guild for Inasan's lessons. I wore my usual black overcoat. It is the most formal attire I could think of. Granted, my fashion sense might be distorted by the coat thing. It doesn't remove the fact that coats are really universal. Ba thump. My hands felt cold inside my black cloth gloves. It is tension, perhaps. During my week inside the dungeon, I came to realize one thing. The matter with Lady Artemis. I've been pushing it off for quite some time. Both of us know that something is going on between us. Only, we didn't make it clear. No, rather, we understand it all too well. It's just that we are inexperienced, which led to keeping the status quo. Should I, or shouldn't I? I began contemplating as to whether or not to use a cheat to advance my romantic experiences. I have 4 chances to use, one being used for Philis and Ein, so that leaves me with 3. I am planning to use one for my combat experience, while the other one could be used on the Prophet, Atrophos-san. Just like Cassandra-san, she could be a good indicator of incoming danger. It could save up chances and give out warnings when I don't have any chances. If that's the case. Really. I stopped distracting myself from reality. I have to man up and face reality. This is a date. Yes, a date. I asked Lady Artemis for a meeting tonight precisely because of it. It is why I am waiting outside their familia home tonight. Ba thump. I felt a connection with her since that day. It sparked some tension during those first few days. After that, it became more subtle. It became intense at special times, but it is more subtle than anything else. It brought us closer as we could understand each other well. Feelings, vague thoughts. It is the reason behind our current relationship. If we didn't have that, things might be a bit different. I know we could still be like this. We wouldn't have developed this relationship if our values didn't match. I should have asked Swime. That guy could handle a harem out of all things. I am in doubt when I received those memories for the first few times. Real life is not like a love comedy. Girls have their thoughts and feelings. They are not simply cardboard cutouts. Being able to deal with that and create a harmonious atmosphere to all his wives. I have to give Swime that. He is well versed in romance, it should be. Think. Dance. That reminded me of bad things. Well, I don't know what to say. It just happened. They could say incomprehensible things, but keep in mind it means something. I learned it the hard way. My good brother. Looks like I will owe him one again. It didn't take long before someone opened the gate. They partially opened it and sneaked a peek outside. Ah! How cute! It was Lady Artemis. She wore her usual garb for fighting. She sported a serious expression as she sneaked a look outside. Our eyes met. A brief silence occurred before the atmosphere changed. I noticed how swiftly her expression changed. It turned into an embarrassment. It is just as infectious. I swallowed the words I was about to let out, being changed to nearly a stutter. Lady Artemis wordlessly looked away as she went past the gate. She closed it silently with her nimble hands. I didn't know where to look at. My sight wandered around her before our gazes coincidentally met. And Nobu. Damn it. Should I use it once or not? Nope, it'll be useless. Turning into an experienced romanticist wouldn't do me good when there are far more practical uses for it. That's far too dumb. In that case. Good luck, my present self. Lady Artemis. Remember that time when we visited your brother? Yes. I'm fulfilling my promise. Yes. Lady Artemis' dignified appearance was long gone. Just like me, she acted tensely. She wanted to utter something several times but chose not to. Her gaze lingered on the ground in a desperate attempt to mask her embarrassment. Worse, I could see every bit of it. My mind inadvertently wandered to her usual calm demeanor. It is a far cry from her previous self. Gapmo. At this moment, I am enlightened. No wonder people found it captivating. So. Let me take care of you tonight. Her blush deepened. What did I just say? While I realized how bad it sounded. Orario is the city where the gods' ideals condensed the most. They have the modern and convenient concepts from Tenkai. Olympus has the medieval atmosphere, Nine Realms has a modern atmosphere, and so on. The place where these cultures condensed was none other than Babel. It is a skyscraper built purely by the gods, which explains why it defies some principles. It does not follow the conventional structural design of a modern skyscraper, yet it could hold out with the same height as them. It has more than 50 floors and extends to 4,000 meters. It is split into several districts. The weapon shops could be found on the lower floors while the recreations are located in the higher floors. The fine dining restaurants are found in that place. Their prices are naturally exorbitant, but it does not faze a certain white-haired boy. He didn't show the bill to the goddess and kept a calm look as he checked out. By the time they left the restaurant, the goddess absent-mindedly looked at him. Lady Artemis. Why yes. Is there something wrong? There's none. Inwardly, she felt more tense. Her heart couldn't stop beating rapidly since Nobu arrived. He isn't aware of it, but the way he led Artemis through the entire thing made him look captivating. His attempts to reduce the awkwardness between them were seen as cute by her. Is she right? No. She recalled the words uttered by the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, who she acted as a seal back in Tenkai. Artemis viewed her as her polar opposite. Artemis kept her chastity tightly, not falling in love with a man. Meanwhile, Aphrodite did all sorts of things with men, from dating them to the deeds done inside the bedroom. It is the reason why Aphrodite stated how Artemis is missing out on good things. Only if she knew that the same goddess is currently bashful on her first date. Lady Artemis. How about we stroll in the store department? Ah. Artemis was pulled back from her deep thoughts. Yes. There's something wrong. It's not her usual nervousness. What could it be? Nobu realized something was quite off since their entry to the fine dining restaurant. His sharp sense's sixth sense helped at this moment. I see. Lady Artemis doesn't prefer luxurious places. As the goddess of hunting, Artemis never went on dates or ate on fancy restaurants. She preferred more to be on the battlefield to her home ground. Although she appreciates Nobu's invitation to the dinner, she unconsciously felt more tense. It stacked up to the jitters in her heart, thus forming the current scenario. Immediately, he thought of several places. I'll deal with it later. Nobu focused on the situation at hand. He led Artemis to the store department, a place similar to malls in his world. They passed by many shops. From accessories to clothing, it has everything. However, tension existed between the two. They couldn't bring themselves to suggest something to the other. That is, until Nobu stepped up. Is Lady Artemis interested in this one? Artemis thought for a while. Yes. It was a set of clothing including a sleeveless white blouse, a black skirt, and a black coat. It also has a blue ribbon that could be worn with the blouse. He went to the salesperson. No such thing as a coincidental meeting between acquaintances occurred. The female salesperson, a werewolf, helped pick out the clothes on the set. She then led Artemis to the dressing room. It took quite some time to get dressed. Nobu patiently waited outside, reminiscent to a boyfriend. When Artemis got out, his mind blanked out. How is it? Nobu couldn't respond for a while. Her usual braid is undone, leaving her long aquablue hair to freely sway. Coupled with her new outfit, Nobu's mind overloaded. It's good. Before Artemis could revel in his compliment, he dropped another bombshell. You are beautiful in those clothes, Lady Artemis. Cute too. Just like that, the inexperienced couple became embarrassed once again. Nobu couldn't bother hiding his blush as he went straight to the cashier and bought everything in cash. He even added a 50% bonus. In that manner, the two continued their date. Sometimes, it was calm. At other times, they became tense. It is a roller coaster of emotions. Fortunately, Nobu could enact his plan after leaving Babel. It's tiring, isn't it? No. It is fulfilling. Their tension rose again. This time, he has a valid reason to defuse it. Let's buy some drink first. Then, we'll visit a special place I have in mind. A special place. Artemis went silent before continuing, all right. They stopped by one of the Jagamerican stalls. It has a wide range of selections from croquettes to drinks. Different from before, she felt more at ease. It didn't involve any fancy restaurants but rather a simple stall. It is similar to the ones in the villages she passed by. Seeing her relaxed smile, Nobu gave himself a virtual thumbs up. He might not be able to provide a perfect date, but he could make it good enough. Just as they were in the stall, they came across several acquaintances. Serious. The party from Maren Loki Familia's 9 Hells, Thousand Elf, Hormungand, and Kenki barged into their alone time. The first thing they noticed was his unusual look. Nobu was usually stoic and calm inside Twilight Manor. The blush beneath his ears couldn't be hidden due to how it contrasted with his white hair. Lady Riveria, Luffy Yasan, I-san, and Hiriat-san. Greetings. Fortunately, he could adapt well. He showed a formal greeting despite his flustered self. She is. Eyes was the first one to notice the presence of a blue-haired woman beside him. An aura of a deestia emitted from her, proving she is a goddess. She is beautiful enough to be easily noticed on the street, yet she couldn't recognize her. Good evening, Sirius and Goddess Artemis. Riveria was the one who got her back. Artemis. No matter how much of an airhead Eyes was, she recognized that name. She even saw Artemis during the Knossos raid. Only, her current self is a sharp contrast to the dignified goddess she saw. Let's go. We need to report to Loki-sama. Riveria declared. Luffy Ya and Tioni understood her subtle intent. They took a look at the pair before having different thoughts. Just like the captain, hey. Akasaka-san has a girlfriend. Sadly, there was someone who remained oblivious to it. Aren't we by eye? Rivia and Tione pulled eyes away with them. The latter frowned in dissatisfaction. Rivia. What is going on? Why did you pull me? She asked with grievance. We might be interfering with their date. A date? Tione and Rivia spoke out their inner thoughts from before. You really are innocent, eyes. Date. Akasaka-san and Artemis-sama is dating. It's not surprising. Haven't you heard yet? Sirius is close to Artemis' familia. Tione commented. I wonder how Tiona would react. It's impossible for her to give up. Amazons are all resilient to their mates. Tione persistently chased after Finn since the day she fell in love to him. The same went for Argana Khalif when she was once defeated thrashed by Finn in the future iteration. Date. She's a special person to him. Eyes felt something complex brewing within her. She should be happy that her friend found his special partner, but her feelings contradicted it. The brilliance he had shown remained in her mind. To her, Nobu is someone to chase after a blinding light she wanted to be with. Just then, the words of her mother came to her mind. You will find your own hero one day. Mother. What should I do? Rivia silently looked at Eyes. She sighed at the thought of things turning more complex due to this coincidental meeting. A/N, Uni won't stop me from writing a new chapter, more so when we are about to come to the exciting parts here. The only thing I could say is yes, it's finally happening. The romance tag finally found its meaning from its minimal existence. I guess I took my time for these stuff to happen. Although, I planned for these built-up progress to occur continuously. Y'all might already know who's next after Artemis. As to how everything would work out, do stay tuned for it. Chapter 78, Pure Love. During our midnight rendezvous, I realized how bad I am at this kind of thing. Swime and Reiji, two individuals with special fates, could handle everything just fine. Wait, never mind. They are simply dense blokes during crucial times. At least they learned in the end and became more perceptive after some time passed. Meanwhile, I had to suffer from this dissociation due to my experiences. That, and I am not really dense. I messed up at first, but I think I am getting the hang of it now. Tension could be felt between us now and then, but it's not as often as before. Lady Artemis, in the truest sense, is as inexperienced as me. It ended up with the two of us fiddling our way. Loki familia. They went to Maren for days, didn't they? Yet. They took care of the troubles I passed on to them. Sometimes, I wonder if my payment is enough. Don't doubt it. Loki wouldn't have accepted your offer if it wasn't enough. I gave them their orders, multiplied by 10. Finn-san and Gareth-san received Durandal weapons. The same went for their executives Tione-san, Ai-san, and Bet-san. They are tailor-made should have covered their gaps. Meanwhile, Lady Rivia and Rivia-san received the prototype of casting assistance in the form of metallic staves. It has an automated coordinate locker, basically aim assist. They should have totaled more than 300 million Valis, but I gave them away for 200 million. Loki familia paid 90 million upfront and will pay for installments for the remainder. Lady Artemis reminder slapped that silly thought out of my mind. You saved Orario from potential trouble. Didn't you say that hundreds died due to Dionysus? Yes. Fair enough. Everyone has contributions. Mine happened to be Valis, something I have in abundance. Does Lady Artemis want to go somewhere? Not really. An air of awkwardness was about to pervade when I brought out my trump card. I know a special place. I've only been there once, though it remained stuck in my mind. Something special. A hint of curiosity appeared on her face. Could it be that place? We didn't need any words to understand these nuances. Our eyes met. Her emerald pupils shook slightly. It is captivating. Something pulls my attention every time I see it. I tried to subtly avert my gaze but to no avail. Lady Artemis is sharp. That was the only place I could think of. My mind nearly blanked out. My pulse is strong enough to be felt in my ear. I can't see them yet, I know they should be deep red. Let's go. I could already tell how memorable this day would be. Lant did her usual stroll to their familia home. She likes seeing the bright stars in the night sky. As such, she even gained the romanticist title inside their familia. Of course, it has a double meaning. The gate is not locked. Her mind wandered around the possibilities it entailed. Did someone break in? No. The deployed magica barriers would immediately capture the intruder. It would have alarmed everyone in their home. Someone must have gone out. She mumbled. Who could it be? A thought flew in her mind. It is enough to make her pause. Lant is the most perceptive inside their familia. Her spatial awareness is what made her a qualified mage. She often used it to capture small details that would have otherwise been missed by most people. Artemis Sama showed an unusual look last night. She only went out with Rithusane earlier this afternoon. She swiftly rushed to Rithus's room. Several rapid knocks was all it took for the familia captain to open the door. She wore an oversized shirt and a short. Rithusa could make a sleepwear out of everything, completely unlike others who has pajamas. Did Artemis Sama leave just now? Why ask? Seeing her completely calm face, Lant jumped in sheer excitement. I'm right. There's really something going on. You're so sharp when it comes to this. Rithusa already relented even before Lant's crazy questioning. She went out with Nobu-kun. What? From surprise, it turned into squeals of joy. Yes. She jumped in air several times before rolling to the floor. Lant kept doing such dumb things until her overflowing emotions calmed down a bit. Bam! She slammed her palm to the floor. I have to let everyone know. Sigh. Rithusa massaged her temples at the sight of her antics. She predicted this could have happened. Only, the ship's captain reaction exceeded her expectations. Everyone in the Artemis familia is in part of the Artemis X Nobu ship. They were there from the start. Their fateful meeting made it more romantic, like a scene straight out of a novel. Everyone wouldn't forget the star's splendor when Nobu made his entrance. Once Lant receives a mangaka's tools, she would have let her imagination run wild and make their story into a series. Seeing her hurried self, Rithusa thought of her goddess. I hope everything's fine. Orario is a city with 1,000 years of history. Countless revisions were made as time passed. Nevertheless, there remain several places that stood for 1,000 years. One of them is a place dedicated for heroes. A bridge, though more apt to be called a wide pathway, is located on its west district. The Bridge of Heroes is a place where statues of 31 heroes could be seen. Each of them defined Gakai's history in the past. The ambience made from this place somehow calmed Nobu down. Even if he does not consider them one, he admires them. Heroes have what it takes to defy the expectations. They are the ones who make impossible things possible. It's different in the night. It is. Nobu replied. There are only a few street lamps present in the place. They dimly illuminated the statues of the heroes who faced in the bridge's direction. At the end of the path, the final statue had his back facing backwards to their sight. His scarf flew backwards with his sword remaining sheathed. It seems he is walking forward somewhere to the place where his greatest foe exists. You do like this place, Nobu? Well. Yes. Although I am a far cry from a hero, I witnessed them myself. It's interesting to see them, to say the least. Just like your friends? Artemis asked. Yes. Swime held the method of resolving our biggest crisis. Meanwhile, Satoru-san was the one who dealt with the current problems. They are remarkable individuals. Nobu didn't have a high limit. His personal power ended somewhere across rank B. His individual prowess couldn't contribute much to the bigger picture. Hence, he chose the second best option to gather individuals. Utilizing his future knowledge, he rallied allies, be it sorcerers or magicians, and helped them deal with the calamities of that year. He became the networker of dazzling individuals. Complex feelings brewed as he walked alongside them. He felt relieved at one side. Though, a part of him felt inferior. It was a coincidence Lefia reminded him of such. But it's different now, isn't it? Yes. With his growing power, he is no longer hopeless. The ambience of this place made the two relaxed. They are not as high-strung as before. Lady Artemis. Orion. Her voice overlapped with his memories. Nobu looked at the woman beside him. She is much taller when they first met. He could already catch up to her. Their gazes met once more. This time, it didn't elicit any startled response. The pair silently appreciated each other's presence. Guided by the vague atmosphere between them, their hands met. Artemis took the initiative again by holding Nobu's hand tight. I've already failed you once. Orion. I was the one who failed Lady Artemis. Nobu smiled wryly. I even made you look for me in Tenkai. In the 8th iteration, Artemis swore to find him in Tenkai. A person would be subjected to a world's rule, thus there is a high chance Nobu's soul went to Tenkai for reincarnation. This time, I won't let you go. Her soft whisper sounded extremely strong in his ears. The determination of a goddess is not something to be trifled with. I have fallen for you. Ba thump. Nobu's heart leaped as he heard the declaration. I want to be with you, for a long time. That alone was enough to push Nobu's courage to the maximum. He would define their relationship today. I didn't want to leave you. During that time, I wished to be with you longer. I fell for you. Their links to empathy told everything that has to be said. Speaking about it verbally is merely a formality. Their emotions intertwined, creating something new. Only a single emotion emerged at this moment: pure love. Everything after that happened naturally. Nobu took the first step. Artemis felt a soft sensation touching her lips. She was momentarily surprised before given to the moment. It took half a minute for them to separate. Due to Nobu's dexterity, he didn't make the rookie mistake of ruining the moment. Thanks to it. Mn. Artemis began the second round. Their kiss is limited to their lips. The mere act of it made her strange feelings peak. Love. She realized the true meaning of Aphrodite's words. It might have taken her thousands of years, but she finally felt how it is to fall in love. It felt so intoxicating to the point she found herself not wanting to part from Nobu. They felt a euphoric sensation out of that act. When the third round came, the two somehow found themselves wanting more. Their vague relationship over almost 2 months stockpiled enough emotional entanglements. They truly lived this moment. Kissing while hand-holding weren't enough. I don't know what's happening, or not. I am aware of the events that made this happen. Artemis looks beautiful. She always is. It's just that something feels different. Perhaps it is the mood? Maybe it is the way she kept a composed look while having a red face. I was pulled out from my intoxicating thoughts. It is our third kiss. No, we are not satisfied yet. The dim streetlights accentuated the ambiguous air. I took the initiative. I held her waist with my remaining arm. Her body jolted as I did so. Shouldn't I? Thoughts of separating occurred in my mind. In the heat of everything, I forgot the distance we used to have. Why did I do this mistake? I felt my hand being shaken. That was enough to let me know I was pardoned. Rather, she didn't mind it. My heart calmed down. In no time, I was drawn to her. Our lips met. This time, however, it's different. My tongue was welcomed by hers. Our connection worked in a way we understood each other. Even, it became stronger now. Mn. Sometimes, our tongues intertwined. Sometimes, it missed. The budding tension in our hearts remained. Strangely enough, it didn't feel lewd. If I have to describe it, it's pure love. A minute had passed before we separated. A string of saliva momentarily connected us. At the same time, tension left my body. A sense of fatigue swept over my body. I find it hard to believe a level 3 could be like this. Pure love is just this strong. We didn't do anything else afterwards, only cuddling. Our hands separated as well before focusing on the hug. Artemis is only a few centimeters taller than me. I grew to 162 centimeters during my time in Gakkai. Her face remained in my shoulder. Seeing Artemis like this, I could tell she is also exhausted at this moment. She should have been much worse than me, yet it didn't faze her. It is both cute and adorable coming from her. It took us this long, hey. It's my fault. Her slightly embarrassed voice resounded. It took my other self your death before it could progress. She's really right. I wasted my time in the forest. I fell silent. It is my first time experiencing this side of hers. She always kept a composed expression during our meeting. Rarely had it turned into embarrassment, such as that river incident. Only now did Artemis completely open herself up. Click. Just then, a resounding click appeared in my mind. Artemis lifted her face and looked at me. Orion. My arcanum. I see. I summoned forth my status. Motes of light converged out of nowhere before I examined it. Unsurprisingly, I found a difference. Orionid's moon hunt. A specialized magic calling forth the Orion constellation to crush one's enemies and inflict debuffs. Blessed by the goddess of moon and hunt, it contains a trace of arcanum. It is tacitly allowed by the world to exist. The improvements reminded me of the Greek heroes blessed by gods. Theseus, Perseus, Achilles, Heracles. A thought entered my mind. This makes me your hero, no? Are you fine? I'll gladly take it. I made another promise today. I will become your hero. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, Undercurrents. What the hell? I felt my frantic heartbeat. I swiftly checked the thing under my blanket. I am familiar with morning wood, but there is an additional sticky something to it. Coupled with my dream moments ago, I knew what it was. Shit. Blood rushed to my head. I found myself in a hyperactive state. The remnant feelings from that dream feel complex. I wanted to commit a harikiri for dreaming of something like that, but I couldn't deny I felt complicated about it. It must be, yet. Hormonal shifts. No, everyone around considered me to be older than I actually am. Even I sometimes forget I am only a 12-year-old. A kid's body could act weirdly at this age range. With sufficient materials, it is unsurprising to see this happen. I am talking about that river incident, and our kiss from last night. It ended well after that. We didn't feel awkward with each other. Only, I felt Lance's gaze when I accompanied Artemis to their familia home. I had noticed her behavior long ago. I don't know what she'll do after seeing us together. Anyways. Cleanse. I didn't expect to use this spell on this. Cleanse is a fairly complex spell developed while I was conceptualizing wardrobe. Its function is to mainly separate the selected factors before dividing them into a micro level. Fire magicka would then do its job and completely erase the said substances. Such a spell that goes against entropy itself is used to clean this mess. It can't be helped, I guess. I received a secret I would take to my grave. I composed myself and changed into another set of clothes before I went out. Ain was the first one who greeted me. Nobu. You had a date yesterday. Ah. What did just? It's all over, Orario. That you had a date last night? Hey! That was the only thing I could utter. Why would they waste their time over this? Right, celebrities. Today is destined to be a wild day. Nobu didn't bother to put up a disguise during the date last night. Inevitably, they would be noticed by people. It all started with the drunkards who saw him pass by with a girl. The next one to be interrogated by several people was a Jag-American staff. The people around them overheard it. The nail in the coffin was the adventurers present inside Babel. Sirius is a household name that every adventurer recognizes. The number of people who wanted to have their own unbreakable magic swords couldn't be counted at all. Add to that his track record in Orario and the reason behind his wide fame becomes evident. This city might not have something similar to the internet, but information could rapidly propagate once its residents talk about a specific person all at once. Thus, the rumors of Sirius having a date with a beautiful goddess spread in the North and West District this morning. It wouldn't take long before the latter two districts received the news. You didn't expect this. I did. However, I underestimated their enthusiasm. Perhaps those gods wanted to spark something fun. Hephaestus noticed herself becoming absent-minded since 2 days ago. Even now, she was about to fall into contemplation if not for Nobu's voice. This is inevitable. You wouldn't choose to hide yourself like an assassin on your first date, no. Yet. I guess I'll bear through this for a few days. Little did Nobu know it would have long-term effects that would need to be dealt in the future. Hephaestus-sama? Is something wrong? Nothing. I just thought of something. I see. Please don't stay up late at night. Much to her surprise, Nobu noticed her lack of sleep, literally. She couldn't sleep last night. He thought it has something to do with either work or personal matters, and he hit the mark. They talked for a while, mainly Nobu's concerns to her health before he left. Once he did so, Hephaestus couldn't keep up her calm facade anymore. Her face turned into worry and reluctance as she thought of her past decisions. Why do I sigh? She recalled her conversation with Tsubaki last night. Thinkin' about his date, don't ya? Tsubaki. Isn't it? I told ya should have been straightforward it with. Hephaestus knew the feeling of suffering from bad decisions. If she placed more hints about her feelings, there might have been a fight. Sadly, she didn't, thus there isn't one. Then again, a fight is what she wanted to avoid. Hephaestus knew Artemis from back in Tenkai. She was one of the few including Hestia who didn't show an aversion to her eye patch. Even if she tries to hide it, the gods know what was hidden. Seeing and not seeing doesn't make a difference. They know something hideous was hidden, they don't need to know how it looks like. It is for such reason she became a semi-hikikomori in Tenkai. Right now, a bundle of worries, fluster, and anxiety brood over her mind. What should I do? Fortunately, Artemis isn't the only one with a wing woman. Tears isn't exactly the end of it, Hephaestus-sama. Tsubaki said with a smile. Leave it to us. Thinking about her previous acts, Hephaestus is ashamed of herself of how she couldn't express herself properly. Bocchi's story sounded interesting to her back then. Now, she knows exactly how it feels to be her. Hephaestus' hesitations costed her something. She lost the race. I'm sorry. But it gave her the determination to pursue a second chance. After doing the usual tweaks on the supplies, I headed to Twilight Manor. I brought along Squire this time since Arbiter is undergoing a maintenance. 4 days of continuous usage wore down some portions of it. I am glad I brought Dreamcatcher, another suit focusing on illusions and remotely controlled armaments. It is often used to cast Alice's Wonderland on a large scale. As for Squire, it is modeled similarly to a knight. It uses swords and shields as its main weapon. It focuses on enchantment-type magicka. Arbiter is a mix of these combat styles. It has the largest armory out of them all. I have to be flexible at times. As I passed by several Loki familia members, I noticed some strange gazes. It is more of interest with no mixed malintent. I didn't have the time to talk to most Loki familia members, only their executives. You've done it now. I sensed a presence. My intuition was all it took to let me know it is a dia. Someone placed their arm on my shoulders. It was the red-haired goddess of tricksters. Loki-sama. You're up this early. Can't I? Not exactly. She is barely a few centimeters above me, the same as Artemis. You and Artie are official. Yes. I guess that gossip reached this place. Well. To think you could conquer one of the most famous chastite goddess in Tenkai. I can't think how I should praise you. Even now, I couldn't get used to her boisterous personality. Yes, I acted like one in my red identity, but it is due to the distance between that and my true self. I am more than happy to congratulate you by throwing petals of roses. As expected, that was not the end of it. You can't have my girls anymore, after all. She proudly said. Or is it? Her words elicited a frown to my face. Being accused of a scumbag doesn't feel good. I wouldn't do anything to betray Artemis' trust. I didn't have that intention from the beginning. My bad. She separated from me. Before walking away, she said something. But sometimes, things happen whether you like it or not. I vaguely grasped onto something. Was our date enough to affect everything? I fell into a state of contemplation. It was Hephaestus-sama this morning. No, scratch that. Philis and Harheim acted somewhat strange when they gave me breakfast. I am jolted back to reality by a familiar voice. Ice-san. You arrived just now. For quite some time. Unexpectedly, Tiona-san isn't by her side. What is with her, however, is her fighting spirit. Let's spar. We took our usual positions. The courtyard became a mess every time we did our spars, though they were fixed by Renovatio Redivivus. Placing simple components like dirt and grass back to their previous positions are not that hard. A distance of 7 meters existed between us. Swoosh! She caught the dull sword I threw over to her. You're not using that magic. I won't. I smiled at her. I want to feel my base strength. All right. Since the day she saw me fighting Gugalana, Ai-san looked at me strangely. It's not simply a thirst for power but a fascination with it. Seeing such strength could be like that. I have experienced that when I saw Satoru-san utterly obliterate several special grade curses by himself. We didn't need any words to start. Swoosh! Ai-san went for a downward vertical strike. I stepped to my right and placed my sword diagonally to my left. Clang! The impact shook my right hand. Nevertheless, her blade slid through mine. Just then, Ai-san flipped her grip and switched to its other edge. Momentum was generated by the act. She swung her blade upwards in an attempt to parry my blade. I stepped backward to avoid it. Swoosh! My sword is still in my hands. Our gazes met. Ai-san wasn't startled, perhaps due to practicing with me oftentimes. Her move created an opening. I ducked before charging at her. Clang! Ai-san swiftly reacted. Her blade desperately reached out to my charging strike. She managed to protect her body from being hit. The tip of the blade is a few inches away beside her face. As expected, my current status on the verge of being level 4 is far from enough. Though, I am now able to react to her silhouette which was once blurry. It seems the theory about statuses are right. I held off leveling until I reached the limit of each level. It made me stronger than the usual level 3. I pulled my sword back and twisted my upper body. I was able to place a two-handed grip as I spun. Clang! Bam! Ai-san couldn't do much except to try and fall back. She placed the blade behind her back in a hurry. With that move, I was able to push her a few steps back. Her feet was dragged onto the dirt. Om Namo Bhagavatyai Arya Prajna Paramata. The Bodhisattva of compassion. When he meditated deeply, I was cleared of any distracting thoughts. Everything within my perception became much clearer. This battle was the only thing I thought at this moment. I leaped through the air. A single charge placed me 2 meters forward. I held my sword diagonally downwards in front of me. I could see Ai-san's determined look. The surrounding soil cracked as she placed her feet on solid ground. She learned that my attacks could be both heavy and light, one of my main tricks in feints. Wind swept on my face. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. I easily reached the strike zone. The moment I did, she prepared her own counterattack. Unfortunately, I had no plans of attacking normally. Swoosh! In a split second, my blade spun downwards. I switched to the infamous reverse grip. From the slashing motion, it became a stabbing one. Ai-san blocked it with the side of her sword. Clang! Incussus levere. Impact release. The gathered force on the sword converged at one point. They were then released at the blade's tip as a form of shockwave. It isn't enough to injure a level 5 like Ai-san. Causing a distraction was its limit, and that was my intention. Her right arm was pushed back. She lost her previous firm grip over the sword. Nevertheless, it would be hard to remove it from her. Thus, I changed to the normal grip before placing the blade lower than my shoulder akin to a thrusting position. Su! Clank! The metallic tip perfectly made contact with her breastplate. A few seconds later, both of us relaxed. We pointed the swords away from each other. It's a new one. Something I've been saving up until this moment. How was it? I asked. Good. No one expects to change grips during battles. Ai-san mostly uses desperate, which is a rapier. It only has a limited form of grips to employ, unlike curved blades like katanas and kukri knives. This spar is different from our first one. Ai-san is long aware of my flexible fighting style, raising the difficulty of using my tricks. Defeating her in a minute without enhancements while being on guard against me is an improvement. It's not as if she lacks life and death experiences, rather, she only lacks experiences against humans. If it comes to monsters, she might be able to equal my strongest output. I could still recall how she killed Evas, someone who should have had a higher status than even Otter himself. She is level 6 at that time. In all of Orario, there might not be someone as good as her when it comes to fighting monsters. You became strong again. At this moment, frustration appeared on her eyes. The same goes for Ai-san. I replied. Or is it that you aren't satisfied with it? It's true. I was surprised for a moment. She isn't someone who easily admits stuff like this. I could already tell. You are about to catch up. You are holding off your leveling up. Yes. Silence fell upon us. I have been busy testing out the supplies and my current combat capabilities. I didn't have the time to implement something. If it's her speed of growth, I could help her with that. Ai-san. Do you want to fight strong enemies? People who are far stronger than you've imagined. Her eyes turned bright. Excitement brewed upon them. I'll help you do so. Chapter 80, Chapter 80, Some things remain the same. That is. Yes. It's exactly the magicka I used on the 10th floor. I replied as I started drawing Alice Wonderland's magicka circle with Editsu. I am not in a hurry, so I didn't opt for my wands with cast assist. Magicka? Not magic. Oh, that. I noticed. Yes, it's magicka. What's the difference? Nuances. But it's not that big. Magic is what I prefer to call the mystical laws. Magicka is the method to manipulate them. It is one of the few things I taught Lady Riveria, Lily, Philis, and Ein. They don't have the distinctions between these two words, a result of the age of gods. While their magic is strong, it is severely undeveloped. They focused more on fauna and what it could do rather than it. Even Altina, the supposedly center of magic, didn't do this. At least, they only whined when Lady Riveria and Luffy Yasan did what they couldn't. Oh. I talked with Ai-san as I prepared the spell. It didn't take long before we were inside a blank white room. Ai-san hadn't seen it before, but it is an illusion that affects reality. You would feel tired the more you move in this space. Illusion. If you'd like, you can use it to recall your memories. She fell to a brief silence. Her complexion turned sorrowful. It's like reminding a bad memory you couldn't forget. Just like me. Serious. I want to do it. Ai-san said with determination. Her eyes became complex as all sorts of emotions gathered to her. I didn't expect it'll become a huge deal for her. All right. Lend me your hand. I reached out my hand, which she held. It is soft and smooth despite wielding a sword for 6 years straight. It shows the wonders of fauna. Click. The magic circle appeared on the white floor. It didn't take long before I passed an authority to her. Immediately, the white room changed into an open grassland. A limitless clear blue sky replaced the enclosed ceiling from before. Swoosh! Wind swept all over my body. It felt extremely fresh, even better than the current Gakkai without all sorts of pollution. That paradise! I recalled the place I dreamt of when I was 8. I treated it as a simple dream at that time, but my experiences begged to differ. It should be a different world. I haven't forgotten the man with exact same appearance as mine. He should be my subconscious, a version of myself like before. However, he feels different. I tried to meet him many times to no avail. Everyone. Much to my surprise, I saw tears on Ai-san's face when I turned around. She is blankly looking to somewhere. In that place, there were unfamiliar people. Ah! One of them is a small girl. She has a long golden hair. She ran to a woman who looked similar to her. The three conversed from afar. I heard them through the spell itself. Find a hero for yourself. That's right. What a good girl. The former was said by the man while the latter was spoken by the woman. Ai-san fell asleep after the woman's continuous head pats. It didn't take long before the memory crumbled. Everything was reverted to the default white room. Can I use it again? She asked while wiping her tears. Sure. 1,000 years. That was a long time period to all mortals in Gakkai. Their enhanced lifespan might have allowed them to live longer, but the continuous crises whittled down their numbers. Heroes are created in times of need. It is natural to face dangers beyond their level and still continue to fight. They have people to protect. It is as simple as that. Nobody shirked away from it. It is one of the most brilliant qualities of Gakkai. Nevertheless, their lives were sacrificed. Ai's family suffered the same fate way back in the past. Her parents Albert Waldstein and Arya along with their comrades died while fighting the Black Dragon. Its black miasma sought to claim lives in its radius. It melts one's body all the whilst they faced a disastrous dragon as if fighting the final boss under dozens of status debuffs. Under that circumstance, Albert managed to take one of its eyes. What the history books didn't mention, however, is that they had a child. 1,000 years later, Ais Wallenstein would be discovered by Loki familia. Since then, she turned into Orario's greatest rookie that sped through level 5 in 6 years. The said girl reminisced what she saw inside a miraculous spell. Ais didn't expect to see her family again. She nearly fell to a delusion if not for Nobu's timely reminder. I can't bring back the past. Neither could this spell do. Ai-san should remember that. Sirius is right. Ais. Tiona arrived into the empty yard. After their talk last night, she gave Ais the chance to resolve the complex feelings within her. Rivia didn't meet with Nobu as the latter considered her recent arrival to Orario. They worked hard for a few days in the port city, hence he deemed it best to let her rest, thus forming this opportunity. How did it go? MN. It's fine. Tiona noticed Ai's reddish eyes. She thought something had gone wrong. You cried? Yes. But it's for a different matter. Ai's replied. Sirius is officially my friend. Tiona was speechless for a moment. I see. She expected Ai's to be involved in something serious when she wanted to be with Nobu alone. Ai's was bothered after asking about his date from last night. Turns out. A blonde Bocchi-chan. I don't know what to say. It's as if fate itself was twisted for this déjà vu to happen. The vibe, wordings, looks. Ai-san was the same as Bocchi-chan when told her she is my friend. Can you be my friend? Ah. I was caught off guard by this sudden question. I see. You. Wait a minute. Ai-san. You. You want me to be your friend? I asked. Aren't we already, though? She cutely blinked her eyes. I swear I could see Bocchi-chan's shadow in her. So. There's no need to ask about it. You are already my friend long ago. I see. Her smile is a mixture of embarrassment and delight. It is different from Bocchi-chan's reaction, a cute but creepy smile. I blinked thrice before my sight turned into an augmented reality. Several holograms floated within my vision. These are the progress reports of coordinate deduction, a local archive, a call for my weapons, and so on. I used it during my meeting with Ouranos-sama. Miku. Open the conversation you had with Bocchi-chan. Understood. A chat log from line appeared in one of the windows. I continued reading from where I left it out. Guitar Hero, you're going to another country? Guitar Hero, will you finally perform overseas? You're fulfilling all my dreams one by one. Shishi, well. It is what it is. Don't worry, I know you could perform in the Yokohama Arena one day. Maybe you'll reach Tokyo Dome. Guitar Hero, I don't know. You performed there already while wearing that black helmet, nonetheless. Guitar Hero, wait. I got an idea just now. If I wear a mango box. Shishi, you're already contradicting yourself. Shishi, dash. Shishi, people won't recognize you. Guitar Hero, but. Guitar Hero, I already funked my performance once. Shishi, yet. That's why you're switching schools. Sorry for reopening your wound. Shishi, though I have a copy of it. Guitar Hero. After the final text, she went offline. Those fun times. Perhaps influenced by me, Bocchi-chan started learning guitar around 2 years ago. She used her dad's limited edition Gibson to practice. She absolutely shreds it, I dare say. Her talents lie in the guitar. However, she had a problem, people. When in front of a crowd, she couldn't perform properly. It goes from being off-tune to blacking out entirely. If she wore that mango box, or hid in a cardboard, she might have performed better. I closed these windows after a while. Open the analytics for the error. Opening. This time, a huge chunk of computer code appeared in my sight. Miku's usage of Magicale in these activation programs. It is the equivalent of activation circles in a spell. Its only downside is requiring my mind to confirm the process. If I am not there, Miku will be limited to technology. Anyways. A few days back, I had an inspiration to use my hacker developmental ability through this. Instead of roughly translating the Latin chant to blocks of binary codes, I plan to employ the ternary system as well as begin the usage of programming languages. I couldn't do it before due to my lack of mind, but the suit supplements everything. If using traditional numerology gives 110% compatibility to my combat suit, using programming languages basically the suit's specialty could give at least 150% compatibility. Moreover, it is also considered as numerology due to the ternary system. I would be simply modernizing a well-founded magic system from the past. It's not complete. The spare equipment couldn't record the accidental phenomena, ga shujin-sama. It's fine. You've worked hard for a year. Soon, I arrived at the Northeast store. I greeted the staff responsible for the front desk before I went inside the forge. Several machines from the supplies are present in the form of boxes. They aren't affected by the temperature since I had temperature resistance in mind when I created my things. Artemis and Hephaestus Sama need more self-defense weapons. Bang! 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 The trunk of a tree was pierced with bullet holes one after another. These are good ones, Nobu-kun. I mean it. Those muskets couldn't even compare to it. Yet. Benelli M4 is a semi-automatic shotgun. It packs a punch compared to the semi-auto shots of an M4A1. I settled some things in the forge before arriving with the new batch of weapons. This time, it is something out of my world guns. I brought over 2 crates filled with guns and ammunitions. With the automatic reloading machine, making bullets are not that hard. The new metals and compounds only needed small adjustments which Miko completed with ease. Everything's been convenient since those supplies dropped. It's a practical weapon. Artemis Familia's healer turned out to be a gun fanatic. See what I told you? Rithu-san crossed her arms as she faced my direction. Did you forget about Nana collecting muskets? I didn't. It's just. Well, at least she's happy. Nana-san hugged the Benelli M4, unloaded, of course, with unprecedented joy. She was excited when she tested the semi-automatic rifles, but it peaked with the shotguns. Of course, I taught everyone in this courtyard proper gun safety before proceeding. It'll be a dumb move to let them use guns without safety procedures. Guns existed in Gakkai prior to my arrival, though they are still up to the muskets. They haven't invented breech loading yet. They have electric guitars. Weird. Then again, it is a place where gods descended. I might have a wrong impression when I thought they were modern enough. A/N, MC overheard the term robots in the previous chapters. If their robots are simply advanced golems or homunculi, they might be behind us, rather, me. I didn't dwell on this confusing dilemma and focused on the matter at hand. This is very convenient. I could definitely use this in battle. Nana-san said. Nobu-kun, do you have more of these so-called shotguns? Yes. Nana-san has to talk to Rithu-san, though. I passed the ball to another player. Rithu-sa. Nana-san's image as a calm doctor fell apart. She's more suited to be a doctor in a certain mecha anime. They say they are healers before pulling out a classic Glock on their desk's cabinet. These are guns. Is it really fine to pay installments for these? Lan-san examined the M9 in her hand. Totally. I'm not lacking Valis right now. Yet. Suddenly, she made a look of realization. I traced her looks and ended up seeing Artemis. Our eyes met. We tried our best to act normally in front of her familia, but everyone's sights landed on me. More than a dozen girls sent knowing glances that included Rithu-san. Why did it become famous? I swear, these people don't have anything to do. Hey! I thought of an idea. If I bring the forms of entertainment into my world, there goes another source of money. Ahem. Artemis let out a fake cough before her composure nearly collapsed. Rithu will take care of the weapons or Nobu brought. Lan-san let out a smug smile as she overheard Artemis' mistake. The latter clearly noticed it as her ears turned red. In this manner, we settled the things that had to be settled. What I didn't expect, however, is that they would leave me alone with Artemis. They're preparing for lunch, or so they've said. I'm sorry for this mess. And no. It's not your fault. She replied before continuing, my familia poked me around with this matter since a long ago. That's why they acted like that. Turns out, the entire Artemis familia is actually a bunch of shippers. The rumor is still vague as of now. It simply went with Sirius is going out with a girl. Only Hephaestus Sama knew the entire truth. It is also why it was vague when I was asked by the girls at the familia home. I can't deny it since it is the truth. Although, no matter how vague the rumor is, everyone on Artemis familia knew about us. When we speak out clearly, I could already imagine the face my goddess would make.